Phone over there, so I can't. Well, good morning, guys. Thank you for being here on a Sunday morning. I know it's difficult. Have we had our coffee this morning? Yes. You have had coffee this morning. I got one reply. What about the rest of you? Had you have coffee this morning? Or tea, whatever you like. So thank you for being here on a Sunday. It's day 3. I know everybody's tired. So did you guys go out partying last night? You did? Did you have a good time? Oh, fantastic. I'm so jealous. I went home, put my feet up with sat home with the dogs. I'm so jealous. So on behalf of our entire team, it's a warm welcome to you to day 3 of the Marketing 2.0 conference. We're going to step it up and starting right now following 2 days of learning and networking. If you do put anything on socials, please do use the hashtag Marketing2Conf when tweeting about what's happening. And here's a quick refresher for you. So far, we've learned about the past, present, and the future of marketing, how marketers can use AI in marketing, marketing, and much more. And now it's time to learn how to make your brand stand out from others, a tricky thing we know. The first session today is going to be all about data research and personalization. We're mixed together to help you stand out from the crowd. And it's going to be on personalized client discovery, how to make your agency stand out. And our moderator is going to be Anna, CEO of Strategize. Anna, if you'd like to come up to the stage. Thanks, guys. And joining her is Lyra from Almoid, founder and online business manager at The Home-Based Worker. Sorry, I know that is, they need to put punctuation. I just realized that's your last name. And we have the wonderful Venkat, founder and CEO of Bluestream Marketing Solutions, and Mona Mohammed Abul Hassan, associate business director at Madhouse Media. Please give them a nice round of applause. There you go. Sorry. Digithouse Dubai. Okay, yes. Great. Thank you. Digithouse Dubai. This is people not giving me correct info. Apologies, Mona, but thank you. I'm looking forward to you guys having a nice little chat amongst yourselves. So see if your microphones are all switched on. Just flick the buttons upwards there.
Okay. It's a Sunday. We're allowed. Hello, everyone.
Great.
Good morning.
Great.
Good morning. I hope you had yesterday a wonderful evening. Today we'll have the last day of the conference, so it will be the most productive and the best time to partner, to discuss everything and to discuss the performance, right? So how to get the clients, which is the most painful point for everyone. So I just want to tell a bit more about the speakers today. We have really seasoned digital marketers here. So first is Mona Abdul Hassan. She is the digital lead for Digithouse Dubai, as it was said before. And she's driving the GSK digital business across Middle East and Africa region. And in her experience for over a decade, Mona has worked across a vast variety of industries, including pharma, real estate, hospitality, entertainment, retail, government, and banking. So that's quite impressive, right? And obviously she has 2 times she was recognized as one of the key digital media faces to watch in the region. So meet Mona.
Nice to meet you guys.
And so then we have Venkat, Shankar Narayan. I did it.
You got that right.
Yeah. I did it, yeah. So Venkat is the CEO of Bluestream, a digital agency with clients across India, North America, and MENA region. Venkat is a digital marketer with 15 years experience and has worked in companies like Mindshare and iProspect before starting his own digital marketing agency. He's an expert in digital media and has worked on such brands as Unilever, Honda, Panasonic, PayPal, and DC. So that's also a very impressive portfolio, right? Venkat?
Thank you so much, guys. Nice to meet you.
And then we have Lyra Almoite, right? Yes. Oh, okay, thanks. So she's a founder of a very interesting company named Online Business Manager, which helps business coaches set up their business by taking over the business operations and placing systems and automation. Lyra has an extensive experience in corporate marketing. She has been working with marketing of hotels and restaurant brands. And then she made a major career shift to the US to work with different marketing agencies and finally established her interesting company. So let's meet Lyra.
Hi, good morning.
Yeah, now we are moving to questions, right? So I would like really to know, like, client discovery, like everyone, when we were discussing this before the panel discussion, and like friends of mine who knew the question, they were like, okay, what's the problem? Just like, you just find the client. Find the clients. Finding the clients, you know, in our sphere is not that easy, and 90% of agencies always say that they get most of the clients by referrals. but getting clients by referrals is the passive way of getting the clients, and this is not the, you will never scale actually. You will never scale your company to grow big if you will be living only with such clients. You will be taking only passive, not proactive approach. So as soon as you guys have already quite an experience in this field, and I think you saw already all types of possible clients during the years of managing, working and managing your own businesses, agencies, please tell me about the main steps that of client discovery in your companies. And like, what do you think are the most important steps for you in your companies, and how do you implement it, guys? So let's start, Mona.
Yes, so before I actually tap into the question and address that, I want to get a little bit of context in terms of, from our business point of view, why we approach it this way. So pre-pandemic, we were mostly focused as a media agency, a digital media agency, and we were exploring other territories in line with the market, the importance, and acknowledging that media does not sit alone. If we don't have an influence on the creative, then our media won't work to its best. There is so much data out there that if a separate agency is handling each part of the process, one agency for technology, one agency for creative, one agency for media, that's a fragmented journey at the end of the day. Each of the pillars will, each of the data points will be sitting in different places. So then comes the pandemic, and customer experience, and the entire journey just evolved so much with the different consumer behaviors, and we essentially at that point evolved into having specialized teams for each of these, I forgot the word, verticals. So we have a dedicated team for digital media, a dedicated team for customer experience, technology, creative strategy, and we all work together to have a holistic view. And we have deep expertise within each of these. So with that, because we also acknowledge that nothing sits in silos, our discovery process goes on to two streams. We start with a business track, which is basically having interviews with the key stakeholders in the business to understand how they operate, what work streams they have, what type of data they collect, and what intelligence they put on top of that to leverage it. Followed by that, we do a technology track, which enables us to understand what tech they use, how they're integrated, and what customer experiences flow in to deliver the results. Knowing this to really understand their current state enables us to then strategically consider what opportunities can help improve their processes to drive that future state and better business results for them.
Thank you so much, Mona. Regarding the interviews with the clients and like deep dive into understanding of their problems and maybe even psychological profiles and their real like desires and what they really want. Like Venkat, what can you add in here from your experience?
Sure. So I think there are two different stages at which we look at client discovery. One is typically when you're going out to pitch, you need to understand the client first, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that you do there to understand, like Mona said, like a competition audit, understand their audience, all of that. But once you've actually won the business is when the actual client discovery process kicks in, and you go into a much deeper understanding of what their business really is. What is the business opportunity for them? Who is their audience? Nuances around, let's say their behavior, and all of this is backed by data. So, I mean, there is typically a process that we follow to ensure that we're discovering our client before we actually onboard them and take campaigns live, etc.
Okay, we are speaking about building a customer profile, right? Yep. So do you do it? We do it for our clients, yes, when we give them the strategies or yes, social media marketing campaigns. But do you do it for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, of course, we understand the type of clients. We understand the type of clients that we want to go after. And broadly profile them, but you're right. I mean, there's a lot more that we should or we could be doing as agencies. to ensure that we're discovering our clients right.
I'm just curious, what is your standard types of clients you're looking for? Are you, like, as an agency, I mean, like, do you classify them by, like, no, they can pay, they can't, or?
So, okay, I mean, since
wider.
we do look at, a large list of services that we offer, it really, I mean, how we categorize clients is by the vertical that they operate in and the type of size of revenue that they have. And this helps us understand how we can go back to them with an appropriate solution. So for a really large organization, they may not really need everything from us. They'll probably just tell us that you can have one piece of this, digital business which you need to help us in, and you can be a specialist there. For instance, SEO. But there are small and medium businesses that come to us with the expectation that we're going to help them strategize and grow their business, which is where we need to know everything about what they do. So right from understanding their brand to going in and developing their website. So, to answer your question, it is like a case-to-case basis. I mean, there's no fixed answer for that. I mean, it changes all the way.
Okay, guys, so the question goes for everyone. Then we have done the discovery session. Then we did the client persona. Then what goes next? Lyra? If you don't want to answer.
All right. So I think for myself, the client discovery process for me is a little bit different than the usual, mostly because I started as a freelancer, and I do have some background with agencies. So before starting this agency or this organization, I already have an idea what kind of clients I wanted to work with. So I always say that the client discovery process that I have embarked started as client-centric and like really nailing down what clients I want to work with and which clients I work the best, which ones I deliver results the best. Because there's just so many niches out there, and I wanted the work process to be joyful. So I'm very nitpicky, to speak, with the clients. And then after I really nail down which kind of clients I want to work with, I start doing more of a solution-centric, where, okay, what is it that I do the best? Because as entrepreneurs, especially if you started as a one-person team, you kind of do everything, but some of them are not the best. You always know that there will be someone who would do things better than you. But when you found your expertise and you're able to combine what the data that you have in the client-centric approach and the solution-centric approach, now you will be able to do a solution-specific with an emphasis in the client experience. Because to me, that's very important. Because over the years of working with clients, one thing that I have found is sometimes our clients forget the results that we deliver, but the experience of working with us, how easy it is to work with us, those are the things that really stuck to them. So when you know all those things, you will be able to create the communication, the solution, and sometimes even very specific hires to be able to deliver that package that you have in your agency.
So here we are speaking about not just about the clients, what they are looking for and giving them what they're looking for, but also analyzing your previous performance, your previous do's and don'ts, whether maybe you are attracting certain types of clients, but maybe you don't want to work with them, right? And for example, it takes more time to convert them and serve them than the profit you will get in the end. But so we have here several steps, yes, right? So we are doing the analysis of the market. Then you're analyzing your current situation, your current client pool, right? And you get the feedbacks from clients, right?
Yes.
To understand what they really like in you, what is your strongest point. You may think one thing, it can be completely different, right?
Definitely.
So yeah, and then we are going to sales funnels, right?
Okay, so I'm going to talk about the sales funnel all over again, but I think it's paramount. It's really important for you as an agency to understand everything that there is about the way that somebody thinks of your brand. And that's only possible when you look at it from the marketing funnel approach, right? So I think you've got to ask the right questions to understand, what type of objectives you need to go back to the client with. And I'm talking from a media perspective here. What is the stage at which your business is? Are you an infant or are you an evolved business? Do people in your market know about your brand? So if they don't, then typically you can't really be a large business. You need to sort of be doing a lot more awareness up the funnel. But let's say that you're a smaller business, you don't have the pockets to go in and do a media blast there, then you need to come back with a more specific, tailored approach to tell them that these are your niche audiences and probably these are the platforms that you want to reach out to them on. So once you've established that your brand is out there and people have seen it sufficiently is when they will start considering you, right? And that sort of brings you down to the mid of the funnel, where you have KPIs like engagement. You want people to sort of come in, engage with your assets on social media, visit your website, spend time on it, check your landing pages out. And once they've really been educated about what your brand or your product or your service or your offering is when they're most likely to actually convert into a purchase or try your product. And so it's really critical to understand what your client needs at that particular point in time, and your solution needs to basically go back to them with an approach where they're maximizing the bang for their buck.
Okay, this is clear. The question is that also we need, I want to know really what on practice you do. Why? Because, social media, this is clear. But what types of social media content works for you the best as the agency? For example, what types of advertising campaigns work for you? Because yes, we don't literally, all small agencies, they don't have time and that much money, to spend on their own advertising. That's why they are.
That's why we're here in conferences like this.
And that's why they are so much proud of getting referrals. So this is normal. But I saw just several, I'm curious about your opinion, each of you, because I saw many different types of strategies chosen for agencies, and very often I can see successful strategies where there are some speaker, some brand influencer, from the company. Usually this is the CEO or some COO, for example, of the company. They become the face of the agency, and they start all this like Gary Vaynerchuk, speaking and videos and TikToks and dancing in the rain and all this stuff, So, and eventually they deliver the message and make the agency known. But how do you think, does such type of content work for you? Would it work for you or no? And maybe other types of content you think that really help you, or advertising campaigns?
I'll just
Please.
give one tip. So when it comes to us marketing ourselves, essentially to be out there, it's very important to have, and what we do is basically articles on key magazines within the industry, have the thought leadership piece, showcase our strengths essentially, but in a way that will actually add value. We're not there selling ourselves, we're there to highlight key trends, key highlights within the industry that the readers will see value in us. And then this helps us become top of mind when anyone is looking for an expert within the field, because we are presented as thought leaders in the field. So this is one thing that we do.
I think just to add to that, as an agency, you have to practice what you preach, right? Yeah. So for us, what's really important is that when somebody searches with the intent to hire an agency, we need to be up there. So search marketing becomes really important, right? We also look at, so we consciously create around 40 to 50 marketing specific blogs every month.
Every month?
Every month. Every month.
Wow.
Yeah, that's all. That really helps us get up there on search. That's one way of looking at it. There's also videos, short format videos on Instagram, but obviously not running around trees. So what we've realized is that in order for a brand to take you seriously, and especially if you're a small or a mid-size agency, you have to be a thought leader. You need to be out there and tell them and have an opinion on things, basically, right? Now, I'm not saying every opinion is the right opinion, but if it's backed by data, it really makes sense. And therefore, we go back to our blogs, refer to the data sources that we've used, and then create videos out of that. So there are people looking at that. We get leads via that channel, obviously. But what I've realized is typically the traditional form of how you sell an FMCG product online, awareness, that's not how an agency works, right? Because there's a lot more to it. I think trust is extremely critical as a component for an agency, for someone to have in you to be able to give you that type of business. And therefore, I think education is really, really important. I mean, we need to be out there and educate our audiences about, or the clients, for instance, about what is new in the market, like you rightly said, right? What are the new trends? What's going on? And how is it that each one of these platforms can typically help you scale? So yeah, I mean, I hope that answers sort of part of the question.
Yeah, great, thank you. So Lyra,
and to add to that as well, because there are so many marketing strategies out there, but you also have to think about your systems and how it supports all the marketing initiatives that you have been doing. Because I have seen a lot of businesses who keeps putting out content in there, which is great. But how are you processing? How does your systems support that customer journey? Because are you getting their leads? Are you sending them to a landing page? Sure. Like all of those things. Because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're at the mercy of like each platform's algorithm. So like you wanted to have the data that you will be able to control eventually. So like, and there are also so many businesses who told me like, I don't want to advertise right now because I can't support the leads that I'm getting. Like they feel like if they have 100 leads right now, something is gonna break. So like, as much as you wanted to focus on like all the marketing strategies that you wanted to do, also pay attention to the systems that you're putting in place to support all these marketing initiatives.
I think that's a brilliant point because,
that exactly leads us to the next question. Like, who do you think is responsible in each company, within the group or in the company, for client discovery? Who would like to start?
I can take that. I mean, so I've been part of, unless you want to.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I've been part of pretty much a very large organization, and now I run a startup. So I've pretty much seen that entire journey. And when you're talking about a large organization, obviously, we were having a discussion in the morning, and it's almost like each vertical is a separate agency, and they collaborate together, right, to be able to give that client an output. Over there, I think it's obviously the person that leads the account from a strategy perspective that needs to be deeply involved, and other specialists that can go in and be part of the discovery process. But in a small agency, again, it's the person that drives it and who is the face for the brand, right? Who's interacting with the brand. So typically in an organization like us, like ours, it would be me or my head of strategy that goes in and conducts this entire process of client discovery.
Well, now, do you think you work not in a big organization? So
no, I agree. It's the stakeholder that handles the discovery should be somebody that is strategic and technical at the same time, because all the learnings that are being taken out, every word that comes out of the client's mouth within those sessions is super important, and we need to stitch it up together, basically, because the outcome of this is we're supposed to design actionable next steps that will drive business results. So we really need to identify the opportunities through that. So it's not about the who from a title or hierarchy point of view. It's about the team members with the right mindset. So I could be doing this today. My team members could be shadowing me, and in a month's time they can handle it themselves, right? So yeah, that's what we do.
Lyra?
Yeah, I think for me, well, definitely the experts in your team has a lot to play a role with it. But if you are an agency and you're working with other businesses who you are crafting strategies with, I think the client has some level of responsibility to their own client discovery as well, because I can ask the right questions, but I also need the right answers. But at the end of the day, I would say maybe 75% falls into the strategists who are creating these initiatives, and then most likely around 25% would fall into the client you're working with.
I think that's a great way of looking at things. I never looked at it that way, right? I mean,
No, I have too many comments on that, so I will skip that. Okay, but what then in this case is the personalization in the client discovery process for big companies and for small agencies? Because, like, I will just at once say that usually for small agencies, they are very crazy about personalization, yes, because like you kiss and hug each your client, you know, you're very happy, but what happens when the company grows? So what's personalization in your companies?
Okay, so from a personalization point of view in terms of interacting with the clients, right? Or in terms of that behavior, yes.
In terms of discovery, yeah, client discovery.
Yes, so that's where the actual interview process is really designed to understand the ins and outs of that business, the client that we're trying to onboard at that point, because every internal infrastructure of a business is different. That's where it starts at the core. Every output that we deliver, the more that we get out of those sessions and the more the clients are transparent with us to deliver the right information, the more qualitative the output will be and more personalized it will be. So the flaw that we end up seeing sometimes, or there's a bit of a gap when we're interviewing different stakeholders. So let's say the marketing team and the sales team and the purchasing team or whatever, and each team ends up kind of wanting to show off and sound like there might be the best department in the company, intercompany wise, but we're there to help, right? So the more it's that comfort is built to be able to really acknowledge what gaps you have noticed in your day-to-day, the more that we can help you when that's actually communicated to us.
If we are speaking about technical part, so like the moral part, psychological part, we understood, but if we are speaking about the technical part, how do you personalize like messages for your clients, for clients of advertising agencies specifically, you know?
So
like
personalization is super important.
Of channels and messages.
So from the advertising point of view, there's a lot that can be done there, and the personalization has become just all the more important. Like I highlighted in the previous panel as well, that we're in the connected age, but we're more disconnected than ever. And in order for a brand to actually connect with an audience or a potential customer, the communication needs to be relevant. So I can talk for days about this because here we're talking about first-party data that would be our core. We know they're already part of our database, so we know that they've already shown intent with our brand. We communicate to them in a relevant way. Then we have the scalable. So first-party data is essentially the low-scale, high-quality audience and high-value audience that is within our database, and we have that as a segment to communicate to them. And then we have the more scalable audience, which is less value but high scale, which is third-party platform audiences, which can be segmented in 1,000,001 ways, right? So if I want to target business traveler specifically, I can create that segment, talk to them about a business travel specific offer. If I'm a chocolate brand and I want to target mothers with, let's say I'm Kinder, that's not my brand, but I'm just going to give an example. Mothers with back to school offers, I can do that as well. So that's from an audience segmentation point of view, but then we also can go into a step further with dynamic creative optimization, which is automated personalization with the right setup, right? So there is a world out there to drive personalization, and I can take the whole 22 minutes, but I'm not going to do that.
Okay, so
okay, then we'll specify a bit the question.
Can I ask? Can I add to that? Like,
yeah,
so
please.
as a small or big agency, it doesn't matter. But today, what seems to be happening is that a lot of brands tend to think that agencies are typically a vendor, right? And I think that this needs to change because ultimately we want them to be partners, right? I mean, and that's the outlook that we have. And to be able to talk to someone as a partner, like you rightly said, personalization plays a very important role. So you need to understand them extremely well. You need to understand what their pain points are to be able to go back and then give them an effective solution, because otherwise they're not going to take you seriously. So I'm just going to take like the example of 3 very varying like clients that we deal with. So one is an insurtech company in the US, and typically they're a well-funded startup. The other one is a person who wants to be a brand, right? And the other is, let's say, a healthcare or a mental health institute, which focuses in a particular region of the country. And now you understand how varied, my thought process or the agency's thought process has to be able to, go back to them with a solution. So what works for a client in the US who's a well-funded startup is not necessarily true for someone who's an individual who wants to be a brand, and so on and so forth. So at some level, it's also the people who are responsible to drive this initiative of marketing that are largely different in different organizations. So unless and until you don't tailor questions in the way that you get the answers you're looking for, it's going to be very difficult to personalize this entire process of client discovery.
Okay, thank you so much. In these terms, I would like to, again, deeper specify the question. Like, how do you stand out on such a competitive marketing arena? Like, as we talked before, like each single marketing agency, okay, again, 85 to 90%, they are saying that they are 360-degree agencies, they do everything, like whatever you just like name it, we will do it. So how in this competitive environment do you stand out? Like, you help your companies, your partners, how they stand out? Which exact campaigns you launch, or exact promotional materials you use? What helped you, like real case studies, anything?
Right, so in our organization, it's like putting so much attention in the customer journey, and building the process and systems to support that transition from someone who is a stranger to, yes, please take my money. I want to work with you. I want to work. And there can be different approaches to it. In our organization, there are multiple campaigns to it as well. And sometimes it's as simple as having all the database in one place, so we are able, because that itself, I consider it as a campaign, because I have one place to analyze all the data, and okay, based on this, how am I going to build the customer journey based on the data points that I do have. And something that I really like doing, and I made my clients do as well, is to think about end results. Think about the testimonials that you wanted to receive for this specific thing. And once you have it, break it down backwards. Like, okay, let's say for my client, I want her to have a 500K month, let's say for example. What will that 500K month look like? What are the action items and all that? So that's like really the process of us building campaigns for our clients. So yeah, and it's really, I'm very big on process and systems, because to me, that's what makes businesses scalable. I hope I did answer that question, maybe indirectly. But
yeah, no, like this is your scheme, how it works for you. So like, what works for you in Digitas?
So in order to stand out, I mean, I want to give an example for a hospitality client before pre-COVID, where we were really seeing a big gap while we're doing their media. We have very aggressive return on ad spend goals. We create a detailed strategy of how to obtain those sales for the brand, and at the end we get creative that won't is not helpful for us to achieve that goal. So time and time again, we with learnings, we have creative team members at that point, and we know. So as media, we know what works from a channel best practice point of view, what works from a messaging point of view, from the formats, what's the right mix that should be leveraged to achieve each KPI within the funnel. Creative and media working separately, there's always a gap. So we simply went to the client and asked them, this round of campaign, we'll create the creatives for you for free. Test this out. Let's see how it works on performance, how it impacts performance. We already have 3 years historic data. We know the trends. We know your business inside out. Let's try creative from our side, applying the recommendations and best practices from our side. And immediately they saw a huge difference, because it's the tiniest word within the creative actually makes a difference. It's a local hotel brand that is advertised globally to get room bookings. And if the creative says 25% off rooms, someone seeing it in South Africa might not know that this is a hotel in Dubai. If you just say in Dubai, in the creative of rooms in Dubai, it makes all the difference. And we can see this in the results, and we know. So just having those not aggressive, the passion to really push boundaries on that, to show our value, is how we build those connections.
Do you often offer something to do some sample work for free to big clients to onboard them?
Yeah, we usually package things up for them to see the value first, because of course, it's a lot of brands have a lot of budget restrictions, or they see some elements as nice to haves while they're actually essential for their business, which is at the core, the tech stack, their tech stack. If that's not set up correctly, there's going to be so many inefficiencies in their business. Doing that enables them to see the value and then go into more long-term discussions.
How many of such brands for whom you do some work for free can words?
How many?
Approximately. I mean, like approximately.
I
can't 10%, 1 out of 10 clients, or 1 out of 20. 10 out of 10.
Know. I wouldn't know, because it's across. It's not just me. It's different
What's
team
your
members.
case in this matter?
In my case, I mean, there's a lot that we do for free, honestly, right?
But
Somewhere
how?
I
Because
think
the tricky part is media. It's paid media.
Yeah.
The rest is owned. So you know.
I need to build a castle in the air for someone to be able to sell what we sell. Okay, and it doesn't. I mean, it's just not like an Excel sheet with some numbers, because there's no head or leg to that. So. In fact, I mean, I don't want to say that, consulting companies don't do a lot of work, but what we do for free is what they do, and then we get paid for what we do. So, like you said, for us to exist in an environment where there is a whole, bunch of competition, and it's just not even agencies that are competing with you anymore, right? So I'm typically competing with freelancers. I'm competing with consulting companies like I just spoke about earlier, and much larger, bigger, digital agencies. And for us to stand out there, it's important for us to tell the client exactly where we add value through that entire customer funnel that I spoke about, the marketing funnel, right? So exactly how is it that we can add value to every layer? How do we do this in an integrated fashion where, again, like you said, the biggest plus point for us is that we're accountable for everything, right? So I can't go back and say that, the creative there wasn't great, so your media campaign isn't working out. No, because we do the creative ourselves, and then we're the ones that traffic that campaign. Or the vice versa, where the creative agency says, this is an awesome creative, but your media agency did not target the right people. So this isn't working out. And so that is where we stand out. That's where we go in and take ownership. And that's really what a partner does at the end of the day. And that's, I think, where an agency should be.
Yeah, but here I want to, this is clear for the process of serving the clients already after they paid, let's say so, okay? So after the money is in your account, but what happens before the money is in your account? So you're still doing a lot of free stuff for them.
Yeah, even before the money comes in, right? Because see, a lot of bigger agencies already have that name or credibility, and they've been around for many, many years, maybe 100 years even. Like JWT is a 100-year-old agency, for instance. they have that credibility and legacy to go up to a client and say to them that, you know what, for us to even do like a research about who your customer should be, I'm going to charge you X thousand dollars. But for us, we need to go in there and do that, and then go to the client. So I'm saying that even before we get paid, we're actually starting to work for them.
Do you do this stuff for free?
No. I'm sorry.
My girl.
No, I don't. I think this is why you focus a lot on the processes, because that also set expectations. Like, what do I need from the client, or at what stage of the business you must be in before you can work with us. And I do have quite a few in the database as well that they're like, what you do is great, but I know my business is not yet equipped to work with you. And you know, that's where all the content comes in, all the lead generation, all the previews and all that stuff. So when they're ready to like, when they are at the stage of their business that they're ready for our service, like they already know me. I'm already at the top of their minds and
Just
all that stuff.
one thing on this, because I don't want it to be perceived that we do this all the time. It's not. It's the opportunities that we really see, and of clients that we already have been with, not new, but we see a value for them to tap into our other solutions that will help their business, and so we work something out together. But it's not an everyday thing.
No,
so that's why
for
with
existing
business,
clients, this is just like, of course, you have to do that, you know. But we are speaking about attracting, discovering new clients. So, I mean, because here in the UAE, I saw it as a big practice. Like, I got several times proposals from some even free zones who like we know you so well, you are so like famous here, you know. Can you do for us marketing for free? I was like, why?
We're
Just
partners at the end
this
of
is
the
like
day.
because we are a free zone,
So I'm
you
not
know,
saying
and
that
we
I'm
will
doing
like this will
marketing.
be so cool for your PR. Said thank you, I have really valued that, you know, but like we can't do that. But in any case,
Isn't that also
this should be
about
balanced. This shouldn't be devaluing your services. That's what I'm speaking about.
Absolutely.
But there are different ways in which different markets work, right? And I'm sure that, yeah, so for instance, what I do in the US is very different from how we operate with clients in India.
Yeah.
I mean, there are processes that work when you set them up in other parts of the world. And where I come from, yeah, there are cultural nuances, right? And you know, you can't really go up there and be like, no, I don't want your business. It doesn't work that way. You've got to go there and create an impact. You've got to make sure that your client understands you. And that's why I'm saying that this is typically a partnership. It cannot be any other way.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Just also one more question, and then we will ask like the audience. Maybe you will also collect some questions. I'm just curious because like, do you guys, like as an experts, yes, we are speaking about expertise, but you know that nowadays the personal branding is working better for the sake of the company than the company brand, and like people are following more personal Instagrams, you know, personal LinkedIn's, and they are driving much more traffic actually than any kind of promotion on your corporate profile. So like, do you use this tool for generating leads for your company? Like, for example, the expertise of your like separate social media manager, I don't know, like some sales director, whoever, who will be speaking up for the company about something? Do you use personal branding for your employees, for your company team?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'm an example now. And
you're the CEO. This
so
is different. Do you
different.
promote your employees as well and their expertise?
Absolutely. So, in fact, we encourage everyone. In fact, every single member on my team has access to our company Instagram profile. And well, of course, the thing is, it's not like they can go in and post whatever they want, but there are certain guidelines that we have, right? So, if they have the freedom to basically use those brand guidelines on instances where they feel that they can be thought leaders. They can go up there and use that. The other thing is, we also promote them to go in for discussions. We get them to meet people from Google and Facebook, get them trained, get them certified, and empower them, get them to also talk on social media. And every single person on the team is a contributor to those 50 blogs that I spoke about. And in a way, that's sort of, you know, like a gratification for them.
So you made them work hard, yeah? No salary until they will write 2 blogs per month, right?
No, not really. I mean, they're well paid, okay?
What about you, ladies?
I think for myself as an agency owner, like I took personal branding seriously, mostly because, as I mentioned earlier, the business started as me, a freelancer. So it's very well associated with my personal brand. And up to a point, I was like, I don't want to be in the center of the business. So that's when I like really start carrying the home-based worker as the brand. It was supposed to be just a vlog, but I carried it as a brand. But it really hurt the business because no one can relate with the home-based worker. And even with referrals, they don't know the home-based worker, but they know Lyra. So so I did made the switch again. So, but the Lyra brand doesn't embody the agency anymore because I'm no longer a one-woman team. I have a team now. So now when we do, we do the home-based worker. Now we carry the brand as Lyra and team. So all the communications is happening from a point of view of everybody in the team, not just me. I mean, we're still banking on Lyra because people know Lyra, but she's no longer just Lyra. She's Lyra and team. So that's how we leverage personal branding in the agency.
What's in your case?
I think this question is more towards the business owners and small to medium businesses, because from my point of view, we're a global agency. From a personal branding, we are present in all the big conferences. We have the establishment over there. In this market, it's very much about your, on a personal level, your reputation in the industry. So if I say a name of somebody within that's been in the industry for 10 years like me, I will hear already feedback coming in. So if I am now associated with this company and my reputation is good, that attributes well. If not, then if my reputation is bad and I'm associated with this company, that might reflect bad on the company. So it's a reputation game in this country at the end of the day for the big players. Thankfully, my reputation is
Your
decent.
reputation is everything. So what's your final advice, like for agencies to send out, like from your personal experience? Any?
I think people, passion, and process. I think people, because not just the agency, but even organizations are made out of people. Passion is what sets you apart, and the process is what keeps you in check, right? I mean, this is what I would say.
Great. Would you like to add something?
Yeah, again, as I mentioned earlier, I'm really big on process because I really know that this is what will help your business scale, and like really try not sweat on the details, but pay attention to the details because there are so many. I mean, sometimes even meetings. How many of you have received meetings without Zoom links? I mean, that's small things, but that also reflects to how you work, how your business works. So like pay attention to all those systems, all those software, how they integrate well together, and how this supports your client journey.
Thank you so much, guys. Really nice. Any questions?
Everybody's questions from our audience this morning. This has been a great chat. Would you like to come up to the microphone and tell us who you are and what your question is? That'd be great.
So my name is Arshil. I think we met already, all of us. So I think my question is specifically on the client discovery part of it. So what is your perspective on bringing in the dynamism in order to define the GTM, while doing this client discovery? I'm just going to give you an example. So let's say if in our GTM, if we are working with the automotive as an industry, and the future of automotive is, just coming down. So do you think that dynamism plays a very big role while, doing this client discovery really well? And what are some of the best approaches that you suggest? Is it going niche or just do spray and pray and come to a conclusion?
So I don't think spray and pray can ever be the answer. I'm sorry, I sound a little biased here, but and the other thing is, I think every industry evolves. I mean, of course, the rate at which they evolve or change is different, but change is constant. So discovery doesn't just apply to new clients. It applies to every client that you have. You need to be on your toes. You need to understand what's going on with them at every given point in time. So yeah, and that's where I think what Lyra said and what you've said is you can't be a silo-based, you can't have a silo-based approach. And most importantly, you've got to have processes in place. So I think if all of those criteria are met, then yeah, that's.
It's on.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good morning. My question is, on one side, my name is Pramod. I run a digital marketing agency by the name Creative Machines. My question is, on one side, we're talking about having the process, because process is what enables us to scale up. And on the other side, the topics is asking us to personalize things. Don't you think this, in some way, comes in as a hindrance in setting up a process? Because personalized approach is never going to fit into any kind of a process in place. This is what I think, and if you could give us your thought on that.
There could be a method to the madness, I think. There could be, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
there always be. I mean, even how you make money is a process. I mean, that's just how that's just the mindset I am in. But it really boils down to how well do you understand your existing clients? Like, what the communication do they respond to? Is it emails? Then you create systems based on emails. Is it text message? Then you do systems based on text message. And systems are not always integration and automations. Sometimes system means just having a streamlined process where, hey, this admin one needs to check into this client, let's say at the 3-month mark, and sometimes it's just creating checklists for your people to, like, hey, can you check on this up?
I think to add to a point, as long as your client doesn't know that it was in a templatized email and it looks personalized, I mean, it's good, right?
Exactly.
Thank
No,
you.
also, it's. I will give a very small example about that. When we were launching a Google advertising campaign for our clients, they checked I don't know, maybe 10 agencies before us, and every agency in Dubai, they gave them quotation. We give you, we will create for you Google advertising for 15 keywords, 10 keywords, 20 keywords. I was like, what is this? Like, how can you generally? And when we did the keyword analysis, we discovered, I think, 5 or 6 different groups of keywords. Inside there is it's eternal lengths of keywords, and so eventually we launched 200,000 unique advertisings, and each of them, eventually boiled down this all to 50K, which are, so this is all about personalization, which is automated. And then people see everything what they want to see, what they are searching for, and they think that this is just natural, but it's not. Yeah.
Thank you so much to our panelists. What a great discussion. Thanks, guys. Thank you to Mona, Lyra, Venkat, and Anna for moderating the session. That's great,
Thank you so much.
Can we get you to have a nice photo in the middle there? That would be fantastic. Thank you so much. And coming up next, we've got a keynote on the topic of revenue operations to drive intelligent ROI. What, why, when, and who? Delivering consistent and predictable ROI from all marketing activities is a primary goal of all marketing teams. However, it's no walk in the park. Why so? Well, let's learn from the best. And I'd like to welcome up to the stage Herschel Patel. He's the CEO and founder of B2B Venture Group, who will enlighten us on the subject. Asia's top marketing leader and most inspiring marketing guru of 2020. Herschel is helping other companies in scaling their top line sales and setting up sales enablement. So, Herschel, please come up to the stage. There you go. It's your picture.
Thank you, Ima, and your energy is always contagious for all of us. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm again glad to be with you. So I really wanted to yell woo because it's a huge conference, and I want you guys to give a round of applause for yourself for making this effort. So I had a great pleasure of meeting you guys, and certainly exchange a lot of insights out there. And I also want to thank you, the organizers for pulling out a successful event out here. So my name is Harshal Patil. I am the founder of BTB Venture Group, and we are on a mission of optimizing the customer acquisition cycle by 60%. So today I'll be talking about driving intelligent operations and intelligent ROI through revenue operations actually. And for certain reasons, revenue operations is a very important, and the reason is turnover is vanity, profit is a sanity, cash is a reality, and RevOps is a king. Okay, and that's the main elephant in the room that I want to address. And it's not about valuations. Revenue is not about valuations. It's about making a real revenue out of it. And I'm not a fan of valuation without revenue. So before that, a quick questions that we need to ask. What if we as a leader couldn't develop an expansive skill set to manage the revenue operations? What if we couldn't manage the silos between the sales, marketing, and customer success? What if we really couldn't measure the costs behind the granular aspects of sales and marketing? And today I would like to let you know that how can we do it, why we should do it, when we should do it, and overall objectives about it. In 2019 as well, I spoke in the same conference about the RevOps, but today I will add a little bit more spice into it, because over the period of time, a lot of things have evolved. So when is the right time to build RevOps team inside your organization? Why it is essential, and what are some of the best practices? So that is also something, is the main agenda of today's discussion. So before I begin this session, I would like to ask a very quick question. How many of you know about the RevOps as a term? I think surprisingly only one person out there. So I think this session will not bore other people for sure. And my second question is, to you only. So have you implemented RevOps within your organization? Some of them. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I appreciate your reward. So according to a report by IDC, businesses lose almost 30% of their inefficiencies in revenue operations workflow. And to ride on this wave, businesses would need to get more efficient in revenue operations and go predictably to put themselves on the hyper growth trajectory. Organizations are beginning to look at the new way to manage the revenue, which is a RevOps, which revolves around holistically breaking down all the organizational silos and manage the revenue across entire organization. And when I say silos, I'm sure you must have noticed, sales team is working different, they have different KPIs, marketing team works different, they have different KPIs. And on top of it, customer success, working as a totally different entity altogether. RevOps is bringing in an alignment between these three departments and get them on one single platform and reduce the silo out there. And surprisingly, you will be surprised with this particular number. 36% of the companies who have been successful have already implemented matured RevOps processes within their organization. And according to some of the recent reports that have came out, the only reason behind companies not being able to scale up is they haven't implemented RevOps within their organization. So it also depends on large degree on the mentality of how much the leadership is involved in this overall process. So to quote Ref, no matter how brilliant your mind or strategy, if you are playing a solo game, you will always lose out to a team. So RevOps is, guys, much more than organizational design. It is way beyond organizational design. It is not just the tree map, the roadmap that we usually carve out with the titles. And all bets are off, if revenue operation is seen purely as a organizing model out there. And there is a fundamental cultural shift that we really need to make while implementing RevOps within the organization. So I have one more question to you. So how many of you know any tool that connects holistically the sales, finance, and marketing and customer success on one particular platform? How many of you know? Just you can raise the hand. HubSpot is the one. Perfect. So my point over here is, suppose if we combine, selecting the optimal and appropriate operating model with a revenue operations mindset, that buys into the operations resource. In that particular case, organizations have the potential for fundamental transformation to tackle some of the persistent challenges. Some of the challenges that companies have been seeing is tech stack planning, demand generation, lead generation within the overall go-to operations. And yes, it will be very easy to handle the scalability and avoid the perennial disconnect between the marketing, sales, and customer success. So when do you know that it is a right time to build a RevOps inside your organization? So if you start facing a few challenges that I'm just going to talk about, I think it's the right time to build a RevOps inside your organization. So the first challenge is, if your goals are not aligned between your revenue generating teams, then it's a high time for you in order to think about implementing RevOps as a culture. Second, if your predictive revenue target versus the actual revenue that you have earned varies every quarter, then in that particular case as well, you need to think about implementing a RevOps. And the third main challenge is, if there is a disconnect between the flow of information between different teams, leads to a wrong messaging and the execution, and it is delaying across the functions, then also you need to think about implementing a RevOps. Now, this is a very important slide. I'll just get back to you on this. But before that, the organizations that would align and achieve, this RevOps into their overall practices, then they will see, transformation in 3 departments. So first is the marketing. If they implement a RevOps methodology in a right way, they will be able to see the high campaign ROI, improved conversion rates. They will have, they will dissolve the attribution arguments. They will have better marketing impact and influence with a very fewer budget pressures out there. In terms of sales, you will be able to see more robust and accurate planning. You will have higher performance visibility. Highly targeted sales coverage would be there, and there will be less reliance on the sales generated leads out there. And in terms of the customer success, as in the delivery or the content team for a lot of the marketers, you will see a very lower churn. You will see, exploited cross-sell and upsell potential. And then, of course, there will be higher customer adoption as well on top of it with the proactive renewal management. So in a nutshell, revenue engine is an organizational and cultural transformation with reference to my previous point, in which leaders must align on the strategy and integrate, operational sales plans out there. So on behalf of the leadership team, operation leaders become the change agents for this. Usually we consider sales team as a change agent, but in this particular case, we also need a little bit of operational, expertise in order to, implement this particular RevOps within the organization. And I would like to, split this discussion in 3 parts. So first is, we need to define what is the exact revenue engine. At the step 2, we need to establish and plan the revenue engine. And in step 3, we need to execute the revenue engine. So let me just, talk a little bit about the defining revenue engine. Okay, so I think the first step in driving revenue engine alignment is establishing the initiative scope. You likely to have many revenue terms floating around your organization. So I think it is, better to get clarity. Let's start, gaining agreement and get clarity regarding the differences among the different terms that are floating around the organization about the, revenue out there. At step 2, while executing the revenue engine, it's a combination of people, processes, and systems that drives the conversions of the prospects to customer, and it also increases and maximizes the customer lifetime value. So revenue planning fuels all annual function plans, and it will enable and align in-year adjustments as well. So fiscal growth strategies are identified and prioritized during the first phase of the revenue planning process, and the year's initial revenue goals are primarily established and refined across the go-to-market segments, route-to-market segments, and of course, corporate strategy and goals. The third point is, executing these revenue operations. Revenue operations can be, implemented as a coalition of existing functional operation teams or a new function that unites all those teams together. So setting up direction is very important through aligned revenue planning backed by solid metrics will play a very pivotal role in the success of monitoring the revenue operations out there. And success in revenue operations under any organizational model requires a balance of organizational, functional, and regional needs as well. If particular functions feel their priorities are consistently being downgraded, then sustaining something like centralized revenue operations model will be difficult, and as well as retaining those highly skilled staff. Let me talk about why it is important. There are only two reasons why RevOps is important. The first one is the sustenance, and second one is the growth strategy. So I think if you can see on the screen, it's a leaky bucket challenge out there, that majority of us face. New customers are getting added, but there is a hole at the background, the customers are flowing around. So hence the scalability, achieving the scalability is pretty difficult. So businesses need to continuously streamline their base for retention and expansion from the existing customers, even as they continue to add new revenue at the top of the funnel. Because without this base, you will continue to have this risky, leaky bucket problem. So when they have to continuously plug holes by adding new customers to offset the churn loss, I'm sure you must have, seen this challenge, and you're adding new customers every day, and you're losing one out there. So businesses will be able to fix sustenance if they do three things right, and if they are able to overcome the sustainable challenges in three different formats. So in alignment with RevOps, I think the first thing is, if the information silos is there between the different teams, then they will be able to fix sustenance. So at startups, individual departments are loosely defined at best, correct? With nascent processes, information flow across members and teams are free flowing. So as the business matures and as the functions get bigger, they also grow farther apart, correct? So we need to break the silos in order to ensure the sustenance is there. The second is, there is also a lot of systemic, dependencies between the tools. So for example, you might have seen the financial tools are different, the marketing CRM is different, for the operations we are using a different help desk altogether. So I think, and all these tools, they are not systematically connected to each other. So the tools at a startup are markedly different from those at a business clocking even $1 million. So without the infrastructure for rapid flexibility, businesses get stuck in band-aids that eventually, nibble away the growth. So that is also second important point. And the third one is, if there is a workflow gaps between how processes are set up currently in your marketing team. So multiple organizational departments scale at different rates and different time as well. So having multiple team bound together by systems and processes in the way of each function scaling independently to each other actually. Let me quickly talk about, also the growth strategies, which is the second benefit of RevOps. And if we able to fix this particular point, the scalability could be achieved. So while, plugging in the inefficiencies, it is also important to be able to switch terrains and tap into multiple revenue streams to, grow consistently. So, but the constraints, that stand in the way of scaling companies fall into mainly three buckets. So first is a process constraint, second one is a model expansion, and third one is a market expansion. The process constraints could be, easily understood, which is inability to adapt the new workflows, regulations and compliance requirements which are there as the team matures from the spreadsheet to a point solutions out there with the enterprise grade ERPs. Then the model expansion, which is also one of the important part where, it is inability to, service your customers across multiple business models, correct? Like, product-led strategies for the SMBs and, complex sales motions for the enterprises. And the third one is very important one, which is into a scalability, is market expansion. I think Kelly from Harvard Business Review have given a brilliant framework, which is used by a lot of the companies, and that framework is called as Maraka, M-A-R-A-C-A. Anyone knows about Maraka? I'll just tell you what is Maraka. MA is market availability. So analyzing your market availability is equally important before setting up the RevOps function. So which is the size of the opportunity in the market. RA, which is a real-time analytics on how the company is performing in the market. Okay, and the third one is CA, which is customer addressability, which is the fit of the company's offering in the market. So each metric in this Maraka framework objectively score and access each market opportunity at a very micro level. And this framework, guys, will help companies for the market expansion. And I think if we talk about even, MA, RA and CA, we will need entire day out there. Hence, I'll not get into a, in-depth of it. So what worked in the marketing world decade ago may not work for us today. So I think cold calling will not work, for example. And I think we really need to understand, the skills of our employees before implementing it, and decide if we need to outsource, any marketing work out there. Let me elaborate a little bit and stay on this particular point for a bit. That what are few challenges of market expansion? Okay, so to help businesses succeed, we must figure out how to target the right audience, reach them with the right content, and convert them to a customer level. So it could be a time for overhaul if you are not getting new customers with your current campaign. So look at your campaign and think about how you are targeting your audience. Are you trying to target an audience that is just too large? Dial it back and target your local audience if it is required. Or is the campaign imagery not lining up with the demographic? That is also one of the challenge out there. So we need to try out the new test cases to see if we can get a better response from any of the campaign out there. And for this, training your marketing team is an ongoing effort. One of the challenges while working with our clients is, they always struggle between the sales and marketing. And I think this always, put pressure on marketing in order to, get the ROI out there. But I think constant training is equally required, which should be the fundamental of, scaling up the marketing team. And, in order to scale this, to a different countries, if engagement differs across the market, then we also need to consider why some countries recognize your brand name more quickly than the other ones. So I think if you plan to expand to a different country, then that demographic understanding is also equally required. So expanding your brand to another country isn't just offering it there. You also need to think about how to promote it, get to know your local audience as well, and be sure we are keeping up with the competition out there locally. So to help yourself, in a nutshell, we need to define the right audiences and consider taking actions to resolve the language barriers as well. So using content creators, to help with the promotion could also support, for your efforts, since the local dialect out there. And to some of the countries, it can be very expensive to market it, more than just your local community out there. But the key mantra over here is start small and go slow and see which campaigns are getting the better interaction. And then double down on those options. And by doing this, I think you should be able to see better ROI, which is a return on investment, and which will also help you to reduce your budget issues in some or other way. And guys, I think another serious marketing challenge that we have seen in the market expansion is, that people run into today is the problem of having multiple choices out there. Correct? Even you mentioned about HubSpot, there are multiple choices out there, and customers are really overwhelmed, when there are too many choices, and having too many options on the market can cause disruptions in sales and services rendered. So the same is true for marketing strategies, so you have many options to reach your customers, but trying to reach everyone through every marketing technique can be overwhelming. I think it is very important that we need to stick to only one or maximum two approaches that has worked well for you, and double down those approaches actually. And I think if you will see another big problem, in the marketing, into a market expansion specifically, is, we can also run into a problem of, diluting our messages too much. We dilute our messaging too much. So the last thing that you want to do is segment your campaign in a way that reaches a lot of people, but doesn't lead to a conversion. So your solution to this issue is be specific as you can when you create the campaign, and you need to report, on campaign performance in regions with the large budgets. So ultimately, global marketers are purely judged on the performance for their campaigns, showing the ROI in value of what they do. So setting up the KPIs for the campaigns while doing a market expansion is also one of the important factor here. I think another challenge in the market expansion is when you expand to a new country. So the critical marketing challenge is striving for global campaign consistently, striving for global campaign consistency while achieving the local relevance is also one of the big challenge. So there are different school of thoughts on this, on how to achieve this, but there is a simple mantra on this. I think we need to act global and think local. Let's act global and think local, which will remain a central tenet for the global marketing directors out there. And whether you carry out the localization of your global campaign in-house or trust your partner or agency, I think it is very much important that you need to put much effort into implementing your campaign globally as you would in the creative development. So there are a lot of areas that we need to do. We need to continually analyze that from which industries we are getting the responses, from which company size we are getting the responses, which kind of content is working well, to which channel we are receiving the responses. I think those kind of multiple data points will always support you to build a very realistic campaign that will yield more results to you actually. So Ross is a great leader. I'll just talk about how to implement this particular framework. And Ross, has quoted quite, insightful observation. So anytime, you guys go to a restaurant, every grill, that you have seen has a bottle of oil sitting right next to it, correct? Why? Because anytime something goes on the grill guy will reach over to pick up the bottle and put some oil down for whatever he's going to cook, be it burger, chicken or whatever, doesn't matter. So oil is going on that grill top. Now, if you were a restaurant operator, you would never take that oil bottle and stick it in the cabinet down at the bottom of the stairs. So that every time your grill guy needed to do his job, he need to go down, flight the stairs and go and find something and then come upstairs. Again, he need to put it on the grill or go back and, do this process repeatedly out there. I think, over here, we have seen the similar kind of challenges with the employees as well as with the customers. I think in our existing systems, it is very difficult to pull out the information out there. It is very difficult to get the statistics right in a very, right manner. And this is a big problem, guys, and it's a design problem. It's a design problem. It's a design problem of the platform that we are using. So I think setting up a transparent, streamlined business practices is the first step towards resolving the bad process design and capturing the lost revenue out there. And this is equally applicable while designing the RevOps framework too. I think RevOps framework has 4 different parameters, as you can see it on the screen. So first we need to plan, and I have put down the bullets. So if we want to go to each bullet, it will take a lot of time. So the first, maybe you can take a photo. So the first one is a plan, second one is analyze, third one is validate, and the fourth one is innovate. In each section, there are different segments that I have put together, and it has worked well for the really successful companies out there. So I think one more point that I wanted to bring in over here is you need to be able to switch terrains and tap into multiple revenue streams to be able to grow consistently, and this includes catering to multiple market segments on a global scale. So from running pricing experiments to fixing up the bugs in the systems, the project that team works are finite actually and time bound. But the processes over here for the projects do not have a lifetime. So they continue and require adoption every new time that comes along. So hence you will have to sow the seeds and not the coffin boxes. You really need to have numerous iterations to this particular process so that it will innovate time to time. But these are the fundamental frameworks. Along with this framework, there are some of the key metrics that we always recommend to measure. Some of the key metrics are, your average deal value, your deal win rate, the sales cycle time. And by incorporating these KPIs and the key metrics into your RevOps function, you will get entire funnel accountability. You will get a super clarity. And I think being a marketer, it will be a very data-driven collaboration with strong decision-making between the revenue-generating teams. It will certainly lead to a very predictable business growth with higher win rates actually. Let me just quickly tell you one of the use case of how we have modernized the go-to-market operations with 60% lesser cost for, for global, US-based management consulting firm. I think the top line, like a Socratic life, demands examination, and the total revenues tells, a story of growth. Sometimes happy, sometimes less or so, but they do tell a story of how company has grown up. So while working with this global manufacturing firm, having the operations across 4 continents, we noticed a few challenges. The first one was there was no collaboration between the departments. Number of salespeople or the number of sales agents that they had were 112 out there. And all of them were doing the same repetitive process back to back. So we've closely worked with this, the CEO and the founders of this particular company. We have brought in a lot of the consolidation. We transformed the process. We re-engineered entire marketing processes that they had. And currently, if you see the statistics, right now they only have 12 salespeople out there in their team. We haven't cut down anything, but I think we modernized the approach. We have taken a very strong route in order to define the business activities based on their revenue targets. We identified a very strategic initiatives, and all this was managed on one particular analytical dashboard with 34 different data points. We continually analyze that who is responding well, what kind of leads have the high scores, which kind of sales rep is taking on what kind of leads. With that particular mechanism, by streamlining a lot of automation, we managed to optimize that particular cost. So at the end, I have only a few recommendations out there to sum up this particular discussion. The first important key recommendation is we need to define the revenue operation and their core values. I think a critical step is to drive the conversation within the operations team on what values are essential to success and how to embed these into a charter of your revenue operations. And I think it needs to get into the hearts and minds of the operations resources as well in order to really see the success of it. The second one is each part of the organization, from marketing, sales, customer success, finance, all of them need to come together on one particular platform and work as one team in order to break the silos out there. Third important point, which is a basic one, I think we need to get started. Even informally, we need to get started in order to at least experimenting with the RevOps framework in order to achieve the scalability. And the fourth one, which is again important one, give the billing and revenue management a good strategic weight out there. I think the billing and revenue management of the finance team got the least weight out there. I think they are the most important people. I think they need to connect with the salespeople in a very humanized way in order to take it to a next level. So I think that's it from my side, and I would like to sum it up with a beautiful quote by Philip Kotler. Being a marketer, it takes a day to learn and lifetime to master. So I think together we all of us will try to master this particular art, and let's not stop. I am available at harshal.patil@btbventure.com. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attention. Yes, questions if you have.
Hello. So, what do you think is a minimum size of company, or let's say a sales team or marketing team, to actually go ahead and implement, this kind of strategies, RevOps and everything else?
Can you repeat it?
What do you think should be the minimum size of a sales team or a marketing team in a company to actually, go ahead and see the leaky funnels and everything else and come up with a RevOps and other strategies?
So in fact, surprisingly, there is one company, they only had 3 members. One is handling the finance, other one is handling the sales, and third one is handling the operations. Still they have the RevOps framework. We can start as small as we can, and it can, with that particular function, it could be also implemented to, let's say, be it your company's 1,000 people team. Thank you.
Yeah, just a small one. Okay, Harshal, we are the HubSpot Platinum agency in India. So my question is, RevOps actually revolves around the sales, the flywheel. But people still talk about the funnel. The funnel is wherein you have the customers coming on the top and just going down. But flywheel is something where you talk about customer retention. But still, the discussions that I've heard so far, no one has talked about the flywheel. Everyone is talking about the funnel. So unless you come out of that traditional school of thought, RevOps is something that cannot be implemented. So what are your thoughts? What do you think people should adopt and talk about the flywheel, wherein you talk about attract, engage, and delight your customer? And in the old school of thought, that is the funnel, you talk about attract, engage, and convert.
Correct.
So the difference is between the convert and delighting. And when you delight someone, it's like a rotational thing, that customer retention increases.
Correct.
So what?
Yeah, I think, this is a pretty interesting one. And I think funnel was way discovered back in 90s. And maybe I think being marketer, we need to adapt and change and learn these new methodologies out there in order to improve the marketing as a holistic process out there. RevOps is a pretty new one, and I think a very few people know about it. I think, but the overall flywheel, as you mentioned, I think it is going to play a very big role in order to scale the operations as well. I think over there, the full funnel accountability is equally required. It's not just about, getting a deal and close it. I mean, the life doesn't end there. I think, all the silos needs to come together and build that particular operational, flow out there. So I think maybe continuous learning is one of the, recommendation.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the amazing keynote. Quickly, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Rad Arikat, and I'm Social Media and Digital Director at Acorn Strategy. I can fix this one. Regarding the RevOps, and you have mentioned earlier that there is a quite relevancy when it comes to diversifying the revenue streams. So what is the key takeaways that you can give to the audience, and of course myself, on how can we better integrate it within the plan, and or actually while we're building that roadmap for our businesses?
Correct. So I think, there are 18 different metrics are equally important that we need to continually measure. So I think due to time constraint, maybe what I can do is I can email you all the metrics in a very detailed manner. All those, each metric out there plays a very big role, and it will really open up the eyes, while scaling up the company. So I would love to send it to you over email and then to other people as well.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Herschel. What a great keynote, and thank you so much for your questions as well. Greatly appreciated. Up next, we have a fireside chat. What's your reaction when we say the age of wishful thinking is over? Is it really? Let me simplify it for you. Agencies must have a laser focus on hard data in the age of data and exposure. And the combination of immediate requirements with long-term strategy is like a cherry on the top of the cake if you genuinely want to thrive. Our next session is going to be on the subject, Time for Change, how real-time metrics can help your agency make data-driven decisions. It's all about metrics and data. And for this discussion, he's been up here so many times, I think we don't need to introduce him again. And wonderful, Venkat, thank you so much for stepping in. Amazing. He's fantastic, wonderful speaker. And joining him is going to be Daria Yadamaya, Head of Business Development, Sales and Marketing at Frame Group. Please give them both a nice round of applause. Back again, fantastic. So I'm looking forward to this fireside chat between the two of you. So just pick up gold mics. He's becoming a superstar here this 3 days. It's great.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi guys. I guess you're seeing me too often now. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'll let Daria introduce herself first.
Thank you so much. Nice to see you all guys here. My name is Daria Yadorna. I'm the head of business development, sales, and marketing in Frame Group, which is a complex marketing agency focused on market research, mostly consumer-driven, data-driven decisions. And today we're going to talk mostly about how data could do good for your business, but at the same time, how not to overwhelm yourself with data and not lose track of what's actually happening with your business.
Sure. So I think real time itself, right? That's the keyword that I want to focus on, and how important is that in the first place, right? So we were just having a quick chat before we got here, and honestly, we've not had too much of time to ponder on these thoughts, but very quickly, I come from, a digital agency, and we run hundreds of campaigns every month for multiple clients. Now, the thing is that the importance of reporting for us is paramount when it comes to media, because obviously monies are involved, and then there's also the expectation of results from that money. And it's not a lot of times that real-time data can give you all the insights that you're looking for, but at some points it may be important. So I think the whole idea of this discussion is to figure out, or what you guys should take out of this is, what are those metrics that would really add benefit or value to you that you track real time, and what are some of those metrics that you may not need to look at every second, right? So
yeah, it's kind of a funny analogy that came up to me. It's like big data today, as if you were a kid standing in a store full of candies, and you're like, okay, I want this candy and this candy and this. There's so many candies. Oh my God! I want to do chocolate and I want to do gummies and I want to do this and that and that. So we're all kind of overwhelmed with data. It's not the problem of the shortage of data. It's more the problem of abundance of data. And we have been just talking about that. The consumers sometimes get so overwhelmed with data, they don't know what to look at anymore.
Yeah.
And that's why sometimes it's very hard to track progress of your marketing campaigns or progress of what you're doing with your customers, just because you're looking at all the wrong data. And vice versa. I see a lot of startups who get so plunged in the data that makes them look good for the investors. They select the figures that look great, and they forget about the figures that actually show performance. So it's not about the fact whether we need real-time data or not. We definitely need data at all times. But it's more about like what kind of data we're looking at. And we have just been talking about this.
Yeah, so I think it's the right metrics that you need to define. And again, I'm going to go back to the marketing funnel. So I know you guys probably hate me for that already. But so from, let's say that you want to build awareness for your brand. And the idea there is reach and frequency, right? I mean, that's typically what you'd measure at the top of the funnel. And their impressions are very important, right? So from a digital standpoint, I'm talking obviously. I mean, I wouldn't be able to comment on TV and print, etc. But purely from a digital media perspective, yeah, you look at the amount of audiences that you reached and the impressions. But is that something that you're going to want to look at every day? I don't know, is the first answer. The second thing is, when you go down to the mid of the funnel, you're looking at typically engagement-led KPI, like likes, shares, comments, or clicks that happen on your to your ads and go on to visits to your landing page. Again, is that real time? Is that something that you want to look at real time? I don't know. Again, right? So maybe unless and until you're doing like an influencer outreach campaign, right, where you have a hashtag that you want to measure, that's one instance of what you would want to track real time. But most often than not, when you go to the end of the funnel and when you're talking about purchase or trial, even if you look at data that comes in and it appears to you like it's real time, it's probably not, because well, there are different ways in which the conversion itself gets attributed. So there's obviously a last click metric, there's a time decay, or there's probably even data-driven attribution. So data-driven attribution works on a weighted average. The last click typically means that the conversion was attributed to just that last click. So, and most often than not, most of the platforms that today record these conversions have some sort of a delay in recording those conversions in the first place. So, so the term real time itself is a little convoluted, but what's the best you can do to sort of, work around that is what really this discussion is about, right?
Speaking of digital, an interesting, kind of example that came to my mind. Might sound a little bit theoretical. You have to forgive me because I'm also lecturing at the university. So whenever you ask a teacher a question, you always expect a really long answer. So speaking of that, like when we do digital marketing campaigns, and it's always the big question whether the data that we have is on real, actual customers, or this is the data about our followers, people who just like our images, they like it, they post, they comment, but they actually don't buy anything. So the big question our client asks us is like, what sense does it make for me to have this big coverage and this big awareness if I don't sell at the end of the day? And we have been talking about those consumers. There is a special term for them. We call them false-humors, like false consumers. So those who behave like consumers, they like, they repost, they comment, they save, they do everything, but they don't buy. And like 5 years ago, they would have told you, okay, they are completely useless. We need to chase only the buyers. Right now, what we say, okay, this is very wrong. They're actually very important to us because they create awareness. They're gatekeepers to the brand. They might not be buying, but they create the buzz. And the buzz is very important for our ultimate customer. Our ultimate customer might be super busy, so they don't have time for social media like at all, which kind of means, do we miss him or her? No, we don't. We target those false-humors who have all the time in the world to be there, living their life in the social media. But then they talk to our clients in offline real world, and they work as gatekeepers. They will promote our product. So they will be our brand ambassadors without actually being the buyers of the product. So today we're going to say false humors, super important. So we need them. They might be surrogate customers aka like you promote furniture, you have a furniture client, and you have the guys who follow you, they're interior designers. Are they buyers? Like, not really, no, but they're very important because they ultimately sell it to their clients. I buy an apartment, I get an interior designer, he or she tells me what kind of furniture I should get. So I haven't seen this promotion, but my surrogate customer saw it. So it's also an interesting fact to understand about the data. So maybe we do this promotion of furniture, I don't get any immediate purchases because the life cycle is so long. And I also probably even don't get that many views as they wanted because I'm not IKEA, I'm sorry, like I'm not IKEA. So I don't get 1 million views for my campaign, but I probably only targeted 100 people who looked at this YouTube video, but they're all interior designers. So within a coming year, I'm gonna get an influx of buyers just because I did it right now.
No, I think, adding to that point, so different industries need to keep track of different metrics and at different time intervals. I mean, it's not like a one-size-fits-all sort of, approach that you can take when, especially, I'm talking from the perspective of being an agency that's a custodian or a gatekeeper to like 20 brands, for instance, right? So I cannot typically apply the same rule on all of them and expect them to be working perfectly fine. And it's not the same data sets that I report across all the campaigns. So for instance, so if I'm running an awareness campaign, though I'm reporting daily almost, I wouldn't call it real time. I mean, it's not like I'm reviewing that data daily. I'm going to give it some time. I'm going to look at a trend and then go back and then optimize the campaign, right? So, so most people would probably ask this question: what is really the typical lifespan of, let's say, a video ad today, or a piece of video content on YouTube? I'm going a little off the topic, but earlier it was around 10 days. Today it's come down to 3 days, and that's really largely, because of the way in which our attention spans have sort of come down drastically, right? So, all of these factors go into understanding what are the right type of reports that you need to have. What does your dashboard need to look like? So a lot of data may end up being way more confusing rather than giving you a direction. So you need to basically cherry pick and customize what are those metrics that you want to report on real time versus, let's say, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and yearly. I mean, that's how I'd look at it.
This is so, I could not agree more. And always think about the trend. Don't think about what's happening momentarily. Right now, we live in uncertain times. Everything changes all the time. We get this pandemic, we get the lockdown, then no lockdown. We get a lot of political turbulence all around us. Consumers react. Sometimes consumers react to weather. So you launch a marketing campaign, but the weather is wrong, so it just doesn't work because of the weather. So we have to look at the average trend. You're so right. I mean, think about one of the everyday metrics. Well, I see quite a few girls that you probably girls track, which is the weight. So every day we stand on the scale and we check our weight. And then if it's a little bit bigger, it's like, oh my God, something's wrong. That's because of that pizza I had yesterday or something wrong. But then it's not because of that. It's just because probably you had something salty before going to bed, so it's some extra water. But probably you took a long flight to come here. Again, it's going to affect your weight. Even if you had a very long, excruciating workout yesterday, it's going to affect your weight. So what we do, if you want to track our weight, we track it every day, but then we look at the trend. So with those ups and downs, but the trend will tell you if you're losing weight, if you're gaining weight, if you're in the same weight. So this is the same approach we kind of need to apply to marketing.
No, absolutely. I think you can't really so for instance, I run a couple of campaigns for e-commerce clients, and then there are, so these guys are obviously queued into, their, e-commerce backend, and all they really care about is when are the sales coming in, right? So it's almost as if they're waiting for that order to come in. And it's so difficult for us to actually go in there and explain to them that, there are multiple reasons because of which this conversion may have happened, right? And this brings me back to the whole attribution point of, discussion here. So how was that sale attributed to who is really important. And that's not something that you can actually determine real time. So there's also, assisted conversions that play a large role in defining the actual amount of conversions at the end of the day. And therefore, the weightage cannot be just given to one last click that you did, right? So it could be that you were served the ad 5 days back on, let's say, a video, and then if we followed you through with, with a display ad, and then you finally sort of clicked on it after you were served that ad 5 times. So which one of these interactions do I attribute that conversion back to becomes a paramount question. And that's why we can't really do this on a daily or a real-time basis. Daily is still fine. At the end of the day, you go back and basically log those numbers in. But real-time, it's good to have like a high-level summary of stuff, right? That gives you, or your business, an understanding of where it's headed. But to be able to try and make sense out of that every day is maybe not the right thing. You can report it every day, but do you want to look at it every day is, again, a question you want to ask.
You definitely don't want to do that every day. Again, if you guys are from some country that has a fluctuating currency rate, do you look at it every day? If you do, you probably start panicking because, the currency rate is like crazy. You're counting your money. Am I getting more money? Am I getting poorer? What's happening? You don't do that every day, but in the long term, you want to watch it. Another thing, like I wanted to kind of stress, is that sometimes you should be looking for the data that is not there, that is not what you have. I started my career in fashion like 13 years ago, and the first recommendation my boss at the time gave me, she told me, don't look at the items that sell so well, look at the items that don't. They're not in your report. You're going to get the sales report. You're not going to get the not sales report. But this is exactly what you're aiming at. Maybe this dress is awesome. Everybody tries it on, but it's just a little bit too short. So it's a great dress. You have to keep producing it. It's a great style. Just make it a little longer. Maybe you need to change the color of the dress. Again, everybody touches it. Everybody wants it. But something teeny tiny is wrong about it. Maybe you're showing it in the wrong way or styling it in the wrong way. So sometimes thinking about the data, don't think also about the data that you have. Think about the data that you don't have and why you don't have it. Like probably you launched 2 media campaigns and they're both great, but one is better than the other. So the better than the other kills another campaign. It's a great campaign. You just probably should keep it back, wait some time, launch it later, and not 2 at a time, because one is cannibalizing on another. So think about, some interrelations they might have.
No, I think also what's important to understand is that today there are a plethora of tools available for you to track these metrics, right? It's not just one single source of data anymore. And I'll just give you a small example, right? So when you run a campaign on Google, for instance, right? What AdWords reports to you is very different from what analytics reports to you. There is a delta there. And I wouldn't be able to quote a percentage here, but that is a fact. Also, time zones are pivotal, right? So for instance, if you're running a campaign based in, you're sitting in India and running a campaign, but the ad server that you're actually using is, let's say in the United States, you already have a 12-hour difference right there. So is that data even real time for you is the question you've got to ask yourself. A few instances where it's absolutely critical is, I would say today, if you're running an influencer campaign or an influencer outreach campaign where, like I said earlier, hashtags and engagements are something that's pivotal to you. Those are real time in a way because you have social listening tools today, that would be able to track what's going on. What is the sentiment of the audience? Again, sentiment may not be important for you to track on a real time basis because you would have absolutely no idea of, if you cut that time segment down to the last 10 minutes and see what's the sentiment. Imagine that you're getting, say, 100 odd comments or interactions or engagements in the day, and you've only analyzed 2 of them in 1 hour, right? And what are you going to take out of that? Is that even an actionable sort of metric for you? No, it's not. So you've got to wait it out till the end of the day, probably in this case, and see what was the sentiment. But at the same time, if you're talking about the volume of tweets coming in or mentions coming in, now that can be a real-time metric because that sort of determines whether you're trending on Twitter or not. Just an example.
Yeah, you know what you said is kind of very simple, but I kind of just realized that I'm not actually doing that. We have our offices in Dubai, in Russia, and in California.
Yeah.
And I just realized that I'm not actually, well, I kind of know about the time difference because we do business meetings, but I don't really bear that in mind when I track the data. So, thank you for that.
No,
that was,
perfect.
kind of, something super simple, but something I have never actually thought about. So that's like awesome. Another thing to consider is like what kind of content you are putting in front of your consumer, because if this, they say, again, like a small lecture intercourse, they say there is like two types of content, the hero and the hygiene. So if you're putting there the hero content, you want all the real-time metrics you can squeeze out of there because you're in the moment. When it's hygiene, it's more, the evergreen content is going to be accumulating and accumulating and accumulating. So it's a type of a YouTube thing, like how to change a diaper for a kid, sponsored by, a diaper company. Yeah, it's not going to get immediate influx of. So why would you want to look at real-time data? You want to wait and see how it works for you, like long-term. But if this is a fashion show that I'm doing tonight, I obviously want as much coverage as I want to get. So again, kind of differentiating between why we're doing this and whether we need the real-time metrics in this respect.
No, also, I had the opportunity to sort of run and set up a command center, which typically for a large enterprise, and that gave me a lot of insight into understanding what is it that they want to look at a daily basis, a real-time basis, monthly basis, etc. And who is the audience that's consuming that data also becomes very, very critical, right? So, for instance, if it's about customer service, it needs to be real-time. There is no two ways about it. But if you're talking about the management trying to, forecast what the next year looks like, you can't base that on what's happening today or like in the last 3 seconds, right? You've got to look at it over a period of time. And there are multiple tools, there are multiple views that you need to configure to be able to get that data out. So I think it's more about the data that you present real time that has an impact rather than basically, giving them the whole spread. Like, here you go, this is the Excel sheet, why don't you look at it, right? That's only going to open up a can of worms. And well, too much is not good sometimes.
This is what's happening. Like, clients tell us we want to get all the data we can possibly get, and we tell them, trust us, you don't want all the possible data you want to get. You want us to work on it and tailor it and make an infographics for you, so you just get what you want. And it's getting even worse with the data that we collect from clients, because we are a market research company. So we have to collect this data not online, whether it's transparent and not tampered with. It's the data that consumers themselves can tamper with, the data that they provide to us, which is sometimes very kind of tricky. We had this super funny case with a beauty brand who asked us to work on their loyalty program. So we wanted to explore what they have in their loyalty program right now and develop mechanisms to boost their sales for different categories depending on who the customers are, whether they're the VIPs or the frequent but small check or the dormant ones, etc. And the first thing that we were looking at is like what data they provide the customers when they fill out this card. And I tell my clients, do you see this clear discrepancy between the age that consumers put in their cards about their birthday, like how old they are, and what kind of cosmetics they actually buy? Have you noticed that all these women who are aged 30-something, they keep buying those things for 50 plus? And do you understand why this is happening? They're like, well, we thought they're just super aware of themselves so they wouldn't look as good as possible. I'm like, no, this is because essentially they lied about their age. They don't want to report their age. And they're like, oh my God, but we have been targeting all those campaigns on 30 plus something to them. I'm like, yeah, this is the problem, that we are so used to trust the data. I mean, it's there, it's the data, so it should be reliable. But sometimes those small things, like when you just look deeper in the data, tells you probably don't want to do that. So sometimes you want to go beyond the data.
I think that's a brilliant point you brought up there. I think the authenticity of the data again is key here, right? I mean, like, you can't base your analysis of data that you have that has no credibility, right? And that's where it goes back to understanding what are the type of sources of data that you want to plug in to be able to monitor that dashboard, right? So simple example is, today almost everyone has an API that you can connect with, and you could probably, and I'm sure that there are already real-time dashboard tools available in the market, right? But the question there is, what is the extent of customizability available to you as a business? Now, as a small business, you're not going to want to have the metrics that a large enterprise needs to measure, right? You need to be way more agile, way more quick. You need to sort of turn things around far more quicker than a large enterprise, because a large enterprise probably has multiple levels of approvals and protocols in place already to sort of, streamline their processes and the way things work there. A small company is evolving, right? So again, I think that brings us back to who is looking at that data, right? For us to be able to make sense out of it. So the CEO of a company probably needs to see something else from the marketing manager, is what I'm saying. And does the CEO necessarily need to look at real-time data? I don't know. But does the marketing executive need to look at it? Absolutely, yeah. I mean, to an extent, right? I mean, of course, to the parts that they need to be, that concern them. When we've sort of gone back to them with insights later, that would be a separate discussion altogether.
So yeah, and again, this brings us back to the fact that right now, talking about data, we mostly think quantitative data, but we forget about qualitative data. So speaking about this small company, I would rather say you probably don't want all the quantitative data in the world. You're small, you're evolving, your clients that come to you at first, the trendsetters are not the same who are gonna come later, so it doesn't really even make sense probably to focus on those small figures. But quality information is something you really need. And again, it's not just about the many figures that we have, but it's more about the quality insights that we can get. And this is something you really want to do real time, because this is something that actually changes. The figures, they might take quite some time before they change. Like you sell this blueberry yogurt and it's your bestseller. Next year, it's still your bestseller, but you can already see this coconut kind of rising and the Greek yogurt kind of, but it's going to take a lot of time before you focus on that, before you understand that, because the figures will tell you this is still your bestseller, no problem, you're doing just great, and it's increasing and increasing. So probably you want to do the qualitative data and actually talk to your clients and figure out what they feel and how they feel and why they're selecting that kind of product. So it's also about, combining this research, not to be overwhelmed with figures and figures and figures, more than like seeing the quality part of the things. So in this respect, working with an agency, you rather want to talk to your agency rather than just get a report. Yeah. You want to talk to them, not just like, oh, I'm looking at those figures, I'm getting a heart attack.
It's not about that Excel sheet or the dashboard. It's about what you summarize out of it, the insights that you're able to pull out of that, and the frequency with which you're going to be sharing that with, obviously, your client. In this case, I'm an agency, so that's how I'm wired to think. But yeah. Any sort of comments, any questions so far?
Yeah, guys, feel free to jump into our discussion. If you guys have your own cases to share or things to comment on, we'll be more than happy.
So, okay, so we have,
First of all, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much. Honestly, very interesting. From your discussion, I noticed that there's two different layers of how we can classify real-time metrics. It's what actually the team that is running the campaigns has access to, which is absolutely real-time, and they're looking at it on the daily. And then there's what you're portraying to the client, which is the reporting, the dashboards that you were talking about. And yes, that's where we have to highlight the metrics that matter and not overwhelm. The idea is with, by the way, this is not a question, I'm just
sure.
firesiding with you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, please.
Thanks.
So with that, in terms of the first side, having access to that real-time data, how often do we really optimize? Like you said, it can't be a day-to-day thing. Every time you make a change on the platform, it starts learning. Absolutely. Again, it restarts. But it's important to know that we have it. Looking at it enables us to drive those data-driven decisions. Automation through the dashboards gives the client that level of accessibility, which means less back and forth on Excel reports, which allows us as the agency to have more time to do the qualitative part. So I'm happy you mentioned the qualitative part at the end as well, because automation enables us to invest our time using our brain and not doing admin work and just in data extraction, which is the main driver of or enabler of the data-driven decisions at the end and driving that success.
So I think that's a brilliant point you made here today. I think almost everything, and I think the last 2 days, all we've been hearing a lot of is AI and machine learning, right? And that's sort of what this paradigm shift in the way that the larger biddable platforms have been operating is really true, right? So, I mean, I can talk about 3 years back and how we used to set up campaigns then versus how we do it today. And we would have like 200 different ad groups and like multiple zillions of keywords and typically go into like a frantic frenzy to be able to optimize them on a daily basis. But what's happened in the last 2 years is that there's been a paradigm shift in the way that the machine learning and for instance, Google has Google Signals, Meta has its own suite of data that they collect from across all of their platforms, and they use these signals to basically send back information to the campaigns and how they're performing, and essentially serve those ads to only those people that have the highest propensity to convert, right? So now in all of this, there's a very robust mechanism that both of these large publishers have, and for that mechanism to get into play is going to take a while, right? So you can't basically go in there and let's say that you have a campaign that you've sort of put up, and the objective there is, let's say, conversions. I'm just coming to conversions right away because that's typically
what all the clients
that's
want.
what matters. Right? So you set up that campaign and you take it live, and I can guarantee you this, right? So unless and until you don't get like the first 50 conversions in, let's say, the first 1 week, and you need a week for that campaign to breathe. Again, you need to let that system, sort of learn from the available resources that it has to be able to give the campaign life. You can't just go in there and alter, your bid, or you can't go in there and change your audience, because what that in effect means is that it's going to take another 1 week for the campaign to learn. So in this case, would it be fair for the client to actually go in and judge whether this campaign is working or not on a real-time basis? I don't think the answer should be yes. The answer should be, yeah, let's wait it out. And that's really why we go back there and say that, give it a couple of weeks, because that's what, and to be fair, Google and Facebook would recommend at least a 20 to 25 day learning period for any campaign that you have with sort of a very, very, targeted audience, or, a conversion criteria that's really bottom funnel. So.
Well, I totally agree, especially when we deal with more long-term strategic things, because we help change the product mix, the brand positioning, we do rebranding. You don't see the results of your rebranding or brand positioning or developing your brand platform like in a week. It's just not going to happen. It's very, very long period of time. And at the same time, something I'm going to say right now doesn't work to the benefit of the market research agencies at all, but I'm going to say it anyway. Right now, when we get the clients who want to do market research, we sometimes tell them that I'd rather take the same amount of money and spend it on test trial sales. So, we all know the market research is costly. I'm not going to say it doesn't work or anything. It does work, and you have to keep track on the market. But at the same time, if you want to launch a new product, doesn't really make sense to spend a lot of money talking to your clients about this product. It's cheaper and faster to develop this product and put it in one of your point of sales and see how it works. This is going to take the same amount of time, compiling a questionnaire, test trialing it, talking to the clients, analyzing, processing, developing a report. It's going to take the same amount of time, but then you're going to see the actual conversion that the clients are looking for. So I'm going to tell them, let's do the test trial sales. If it works, we're going to try and market it in scale and conduct the research at the same time, putting this MVP out there, developing this MVP and talking to the clients at the same time. If it doesn't work, again, we come back and talk to the clients to figure out why this doesn't work. But we already have the, something real to talk about. Again, so it's about, sometimes we act without data at all, but, budget-wise, it's the same budget to get the data. So it doesn't matter whether we conduct this research and collect the data or we sell it to conduct the data. Now it's getting even more complicated than that, because the pace is even faster. So they say even this agile doesn't work anymore. So while you're test trialing it, the market changes. So when you're ready to market, it's too late. So now sometimes, depending on the price and the cost of this entrance to the market, sometimes I would even tell my clients, don't do a test trial, do all in. Because all the trends and everything, all do all in. And we're going to support it with a company and a campaign like yours. So, take the budget, market, plus your campaign, and then we're going to get the same results, rather than taking this very long preparation period of time, and then somebody else just, cut you through, and then they put it in the market first.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, not just because I'm an agency, but... but yeah, anyways, having said that, I think the other part that you need to keep in mind is, how do you structure this whole process, right? I mean, the process is paramount, and we haven't touched upon too much on the process bit, but yeah, so I'm saying that you need to understand and set those expectations very clearly. When you're on this side of the table, you need to ensure that you are the person that's essentially, as an agency, you're the custodian for the brand, and you need to go up there and tell them that, hey, listen, you know what? If you're running such and such campaign, this is what the expectation is going to be, and yeah. That's pretty much it, I guess.
Well, we are the agency who work result-based, so we don't actually charge for the report, but we charge for the KPIs that you're going to get after we implement this report, mostly. So for us, it's paramount to set clear goals and clear KPIs, because it's not just about the client, it's also about us. So I tell my clients it should be like a win-win situation. So it's not just I'm setting those KPIs for your security, I'm also setting those KPIs for me, so I can tell you this is what I can do and this is how much we're going to charge. If we surpass this expectation, we're going to get a bonus. If we do not perform or outperform, we're going to give you a discount on this. So there is some minimum fee that we're going to charge, but this is fluctuating. So it's very clear for the client how he is making money with us. So, okay, you invest in this data, you invest in this process, but you're making money. Same with advertising agency. Okay, they do spend a lot of money, but we know your average check, we know how much money you're going to spend. So we are also looking at your expectations, and sometimes we're going to tell you, okay, with how much you want to sell, you have to invest $1 million in your campaign, or this is not going to work. Because if they tell me, okay, I only have $100,000, it's not just going to work. I'm going to tell you, okay, I can do this. No problem. You pay me, I work, but you're not going to get your result. So it's not worth your while. So I would rather recommend you other ways of promoting your business. There are other ways, probably cheaper ways in terms of content creation, putting it in front of the customer, rather than what we can do. What we can do will cost more, but the result is going to be this and that. So it's like, again, the clear expectations of when, how much, and who's getting at the end.
Brings me to a very interesting example. One of the large cola companies was one of our clients, and typically we saw like a spike in uptake when the temperatures went up, right? And that's really crazy, because you're actually, and that brings me to the point of the data that you're not seeing, right? So, it was a logical correlation, but then you had to be able to track it to know whether it had an impact on sales. And but that's not real time, right? So you're not looking at it like it's not going to be like 42 degrees and then 41 degrees, okay, we got like 5% less sales. It doesn't work that way. But over a period of time, you're able to say that, okay, you know what, this was a really, really hot month. And therefore, the average temperature through this month was, let's say, 40 degrees, and therefore there was an uptake, right? It's not like today was like 43, so yeah, that's all I'm saying.
How often do you review the KPIs that you send for the client?
That's a very good question. I think we look at it quarterly, obviously, and we also we do a weekly check-in for new clients that we've onboarded, because, we need to handhold them till there's a level of comfort, but I'm not throwing data at them like on a weekly basis. Yeah. It's more like, okay, we've checked in, okay, these are the three, sort of KPIs that we'd said that we're working towards, and this is the progress. But at the end of the day, I think monthly is what we go back and tell them that, okay, this month this worked, this didn't work, and again, there are a lot of other things like seasonality, right? So there's festivals and stuff like that can impact the way in which, campaigns work itself. So it can impact cost, for instance. So the festive period, there's hardly anyone actually on their mobile phones or browsing through the internet, and so for the audience that you would normally otherwise pay X amount of money to reach out to, you'd probably be paying twice as much. And that's how it is.
One last question to you before we pass our questions to the audience. So you work internationally with very different clients. So what is your expertise? Who is more obsessed with data? The US, the Middle East, just a kind of funny question while everybody's thinking about their questions to us.
To be fair, it's a very, very relevant question. But today what's happening is that people are so obsessed with data all over the place, right? It's not the US or, the UK or India. I think it depends on what the organization's really into and how evolved are they in that framework. Yeah, but sometimes even like a startup can be extremely demanding in terms of data, because they have a point not to just prove to themselves but to their investors, and that's when it gets a little bit more complicated than it should normally be.
Exactly, and this is something I wanted to say. Like, in my expertise, the most obsessed with data are the Americans, but because the Americans depend so much, sorry guys, on the board of directors and on the investors. For example, we also deal with a lot of post-Soviet countries like Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Russia, and those are more about general perspective. The vision, what's going to happen, etc. Because normally the owners are the CEOs. So this is their money, this is their business. So they're not that obsessed with every moment data, because they don't have to report to anybody but themselves. So they're more about, okay, I get it. Like, I'm spending money. Maybe I'm now spending more money than I wanted to, but tell me, is it going to work at the end? What's your expert opinion? How's it going? So they're more about the general vision than the figures. Americans are more about the figures, so show me the figures, and then we're going to talk about the vision and the things like that.
Interestingly, I've had a different experience. I mean, I probably just got lucky then in that case.
Probably.
But yeah, I mean, so touch wood, I think. So I think it's the process ultimately, right? So if we've defined a process, and the good part is they want to stick to it, right?
Of course.
In where I come from, it's completely the other way around, right? So if there is a process, there will be 3 ways in which you don't want to follow that, and that's really what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, whatever happens, we're always ready to produce both, the vision and the real time, whatever our clients work. So guys, have you come up with any questions that you want to ask? Or a comment you want to make, a case you want to share?
Emma is there. She's going to get that.
I know. I just want to make sure you guys get to lunch on time. That's okay. Have any of you guys got any questions from the floor? Anyone want to come up and ask anything? Does that mean you covered everything? It was a really good chat. It was a fantastic chat. Really enjoyed. So please give them a nice round of applause. Daria, I think you need to go and get some tea with some honey and lemon. I'm feeling for your voice right now.
It's fine. It's just the AC worked on me the first day. So.
Okay, but thank you so much. Brilliant
Thank
chat.
you.
Very informative. Thank you both so much.
Thank
Amazing
you.
stuff.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And if we can get a nice photo of the pair of you in front there, that will be great. So on to our next fireside chat, before we get on to honouring our awardees and marketing experts. We think about the frontier of Web3 and what it means to brands and influencers. And it's a big changing landscape and lots of progress being made at the moment. But how is it going to affect the industry? Well, our next fireside chat is going to be on Web 3.0 and how will it transform social media marketing, meaning that we won't have to stay stuck with this question anymore. And he's back once again, very popular on this stage. Harshal Patel, CEO and founder of B2B Venture Group. He's returning to the stage one more time. You're like Venkat, I think he's living up here over the next 3 days. It's fantastic. And also joining him, we have the wonderful Rad Irakat as social media and digital director at Acorn Strategy. Hi, you're over there, hiding down there. How are you? Welcome this morning. Looking forward to this one. It is a big changing landscape. So I'm looking forward to hearing your discussion on that.
Are you guys tired of my face? So I think we have, Rad with us, and I think Rad is, is having more than, half a decade of experience, primarily into a GCC market. And how many of you have been to Expo 2020? Can you please raise your hand? Okay, so I think Expo 2020 was one of the popular event, and I think he won the award for Australian Pavilion as a gold award that he has won. So maybe we can give a round of applause for him. So I think in this creators, economy, I think Web 3.0 is expected to be quite groundbreaking out there, and I think it is, of course, fully capturing the human experience around, and I think, it is the future, and we can only imagine the capabilities of the B2B businesses and implications of how, Web 3.0 will transform the entire technology and the marketing. I think this fireside chat that we are going to have between us would be more techno-commercial. I am going to bring a little bit of technology into it, and he is going to bring the marketing angle to it. And I think when I say Web 3.0, as it is a little technical term, it's all about 4 different functions that it has. The first one is Web 3.0 is a decentralized one. The second is it is blockchain based. The third one is it has a crypto, which is enabled into an overall ecosystem. And the fourth one is it has the autonomous AI. So some of the Web 3.0 will be a machine-to-machine discovery, right? In some of the cases, and I think which means that the systems will begin to autofill, auto-configure, and auto-recommend the solutions to the businesses. So I think in addition to marrying human interaction and traffic, I think we will see a lot of the evolution in terms of the buying behaviors as well if we implement the Web 3.0. And it is going to significantly impact. So my first question is, what do you think about Web 3.0 era?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me today. Again, just to quickly recap and introduce myself properly, my name is Rad Arikat, and I'm Social Media and Digital Director at Acorn Strategy. A quick and bit of brief about Acorn Strategy. We're an integrated marketing strategy agency based in between Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and Australia. We do have as well virtual offices in the UK. We've worked with several industries in the past few years. And now, just like touching upon some of the points that you have mentioned earlier, let me take you all back like a couple of steps. When we have faced the pandemic, it was like overwhelming period for everyone. And there was like, a lot more to achieve with the internet. So we've been introduced to a lot of business models and ways of working that changed our life entirely. So we start working more of hybrid models. We start like, we got introduced to the hybrid events where you can attend the event like 50% physically, and the other 50% you can join it like through Zoom, Teams. And just a quick disclaimer that I'm not making any advertising for any of the platforms. But the fact is, Web3 is going to change the era of the internet. Now we're just like doing so little with the internet and the way how we're interacting with the internet. So as you mentioned previously, Web 1.0, it started basically with read only. When we're talking about Web 2, it's read and write. But when we're touching upon Web 3, so it's basically when we are interacting. So it's read, write, and interacting with the web more than what we could have done before. The way how we're expected to deal with the Web 3 is basically we are like immersed to a certain extent. So I previously as well like came from a very solid tech experience and background, working with one of the giants, HTC, a Taiwanese manufacturer. So we've worked with virtual reality headsets, and the challenge is like to get people to try them, because whatever that you can see on your screen is different than what you can see when you wear the headset itself. So Web3, and to that point, I mean, people now wondering why he's touching upon the virtual reality, and sooner I will be talking as well about the augmented reality. The relevancy here is back in 2014, Meta, the giant, or Facebook if you want to call it, so they have acquired a company called Oculus. And that is my own philosophy, to be honest. So as a competitor for us previously, and these are the bonuses for whoever's attending the session today.
Sorry, can you repeat the name?
Oculus.
Oculus.
So they've been always keen to have their own product when it comes to virtual reality. Now, what happened is back then they have successfully acquired the company. And for me, it's the most amazing and magnificent marketing gimmick that they have done. Because one of the challenges that we have faced is to market our product, because we're only like back then, and I'm talking about my previous and former role, our challenge was to sell the hardware. So now again, people still expecting to hear more from me why I'm talking still about virtual reality, and because it's all connected to Web3, because that's the future and that's how we are expected to interact with Web3. Now, Web3 is built on blockchain, cryptocurrency, and all of the jargony word that is currently floating in the air. And it might be overwhelming when you start hearing all of these things. And if you go and try to look something up on Google, or you try to search, now it's the time for you to test, trial and error, and find your right niche and find the most relatable content, or the platform that it can or it might actually resonate with your target audience or the niches that you are trying to basically build that relationship with them. Now, the anticipations for Web3 and the era, what to expect from it, it's a bright on the like on the other side, definitely.
Absolutely. I think this is pretty interesting one, and I think it has a different perspective as well. Yeah. I think there are two types of audience that we are seeing. So I think if I ask a quick question, how many of you like to party in person in a large party hall? Can you raise the hand? And how many of you want to party at Metaverse?
Well, I have like a small comment to make. I'm not sure how well versed the audience is with Web3 and the Metaverse and the latest technologies and what is happening. But a few weeks or maybe months ago, there was like a major drop in the news, and they've been like wondering, and the most used marketing terminology that we use is like running like a headless chicken, because they did not know how to figure out why this drop happened. So in my personal opinion, we do have different time zones, and the Americas or the US as a continent, they are like heavily focusing on Metaverse. Unfortunately, we as a region, and I'm talking specifically about the Gulf region, everything comes to us late, and there's like a super delay, especially when it comes to the technologies and the latest, I would call it evolvements. This is like a great and real example of what happened recently, and this is like the biggest proof for everyone. Don't be scared. Just go out there. It's testing. It's like a trial period for you to find where to start, especially when it comes to Web3. And another major thing that I would like to touch upon is Web3 is like a complete different ecosystem. So, for example, if we're talking again, and another disclaimer that I'm not trying to advertise for anyone, but if we're talking about Meta and Instagram or TikTok in specific, you don't own your data, or so to say, you don't own your videos, you don't own your photos. If you post, for example, something that is against their policy, this can be taken out. Now, when we're talking about Web3, and here I'm just trying to break it down for everyone, Web3, it's gonna give freedom to everyone. You are part of the system. You are gonna build that system. You are the ecosystem itself, because you are gonna trade. But the way that you're gonna trade, it's not controlled. And that is the major difference, because now all transactions, and if we specifically talk about websites and how it's been built before, once we're talking about e-commerce, you're automatically talking about something called payment gateway. Now, the payment gateway, it's controlled by authority, right? So when we are talking about Web3, it's controlled by everyone. And this is what Mr. Elon Musk is trying to achieve as well, which is decentralization. And I hope that is not too much jargony and fluff and blurb, but that's how it is. It's in early stages, and it's a major and great opportunity for early adopters.
Absolutely, and I think in this metaverse world, I think it will be a massive factor.
Yeah.
Let's say if you can't travel to US and if you want to meet someone in person and if you want to get the human experience out of it, then of course Meta will going to play a big role in order to replace that particular experience. Having said that, there would be other side of it. Let's say if you afford it, then you can go and you always prefer to meet in person. So there is one more quote by Emma Goldman. She said that Mr. Zuckerberg, if I can't dance, I don't want to be in your metaverse.
Exactly.
So I think I think there is a thin line between using the metaverse. It has its own advantages as well as it has own disadvantages. And I think from my perspective, I think Web 3.0 is going to change the lives from a technology perspective as well, because we will get a very personalized browsing based on what we want to see. Only those kind of things will be able to see. Then there would be a quite in-depth search mechanism that will be adopted there. We'll get a better app experience out there. I think Expose app was, I think, one of the phenomenal example of the Web 3.0. And I think we will get a really better app experience on top of it. We'll have more access when it is decentralized. We'll have more access actually. So that is also one of the point. And there is a semantic technology which is implemented on top of it. So which is another added advantage that we'll get. I think I have seen a few use cases of Web 3.0 where we can get more personalized marketing techniques if we use Web 3.0 in a really right direction. If the content is right, I think that is also one of the factors over here. And I think compared to Web 1.0 or 2.0, I think they are more focused on making it more private and secured as well.
Yeah, that's
as you said, I think
I mean the whole ecosystem works based on your digital wallet. If you're familiar with, for example, MetaMask, so this is going to be your digital wallet. Per se, you're going to the supermarket in the US, you're going to pay by dollars, right? If we're talking about Europe, you're going to pay by euros, and so on and so forth. So in Web3, your digital wallet is your actual money, and your actual money needs to come from some source of let's say some fund. So who's going to fund that? So at the moment, and this is something that might be quite interesting for everyone, like who's making money out of Web3? So in a very humble opinion, I would say the early adopters, people who invested in cryptocurrency and in the blockchain long time ago. One of the most common stories all over the internet is like the guy who spent, I don't know, tons of coins to buy a pizza. And that's how Web3 is evolving. But like I said, it's still fluctuating. It's still in the early phases of Web3. But definitely you can make a very solid case uses out of it. And especially that it's uncontrolled at the moment. And this is something that everyone is striving to achieve. But again, speaking from the hub of business acceleration, which is the UAE, we currently working with several public sector entities on policy making, because this is the whole space by itself, it's new. So what you need to do is that focused, let's say, entity or like a point of reference where you can get all of the regulations, because things cannot remain floating in the air. You will have to control the money. Where is the money coming from and how it's getting transferred? Now with blockchain and with the cryptocurrency, the fundamentals of the structure itself, it's completely different. We're not talking about simple gateway, or this is something that was already implemented to the current social media channels that we're using, because now you can purchase stuff on Instagram, for example, or on TikTok. That's absolutely not a problem. But if we're talking about how you interact with Web3 and how you are going to be part of the Web3 movement, now that is the real deal, and that is what everyone needs to put an individual effort to discover that.
Absolutely, and I think there are some of the notable features on some of the open source platforms as well.
Yeah,
like DeFi is one of it. I think previously Bitcoin trashed and it has screwed away money of a lot of people around. But I think DeFi is going to be open source platform. I think as you are, I mean, in alignment with the money topic that you have mentioned,
Yeah,
I think it is going to be open source. It is available for all, including who don't have the bank accounts, by the way. They are going to charge really low transaction fees out there on each transaction. They will be very, they are going to have the very transparent approach in this, because every person can track their money and as to where and when it is being used. I think in Bitcoin it was not the case, correct? And I think
yeah. I mean, with Bitcoin, like whoever's like staying on top of the recent news of Bitcoin, it keeps fluctuating, and I'm not quite sure if I'm using the right terminology, because there's another terminology that it's tied up with the Bitcoin and how does it work exactly. But this is, again, it's a whole different space that we're talking about, and now we start seeing the rise of content creators, influencers, and even like cryptocurrency enthusiasts who's like out there, and for some reason Twitter is preferred. It's their preferred channel. So if you're not on Twitter, you're missing a lot, because a lot of like Twitter spaces happening around Web3 and the evolvement of Web3 and where you can get most of the news about it. Adding to that, it's not only like when we're talking about like now we've covered the content creators and influencers and end users, but we've missed the opportunity of talking about the community. Now, one of the recent applications for Web3, and I'm not quite sure who's like well acquainted with this one, but it's something called Discord. So Discord is where you can gather the community together. It's more or less something similar to Reddit, if you're familiar with Reddit. So Discord is like where you build that community, and actually, like funny enough, if you don't know somebody from the community itself, you won't be able to get inside it. So to stay on top of the recent developments of Web3, you'll have to be part of the community, and you'll have to give back to the community.
Absolutely, that's totally correct. And I think some of the industries that have been using Web 3.0, of course, in comparison with B2B, I think the B2C have been, dominantly using it, right from, fashion, entertainment segment, or even for that matter, NGOs. A lot of the ads that we are seeing on Instagram to pay the donations, they are backed by Web 3.0. And I think, you are working with a lot of the NGO companies as well. And
Yeah.
I think, charity donations is one of the part of it, or, they are also trying to build a lot of the freelancer network through Web 3.0, and they also have a lot of ventures and grants out there. So according to your perspective, how Web 3.0 is transforming the NGO?
Especially when we're talking about non-profit organizations, and this is something that I'm well versed with, because we do handle a couple of projects at the moment, and it's quite amazing how like about the capabilities that can be utilized from for example NFTs, because it's one of the applications of obviously of Web3. And for example, how they can build their first metaverse. You don't have to travel anywhere. You don't have like, it's a matter of a term that they're using. It's like you teleport yourself within the metaverse itself. And that's how you can attract more donors. Now, it depends as well on the scale of the NGO that we're talking about, the foundation or the organization. So what we do is like, we bring that skill set to who works within the foundation, and try to pass on this knowledge and like, equip the team with the latest technologies and how like to start dealing with it, like changing that perspective of how, because this is like the new generation of marketing, and that's how you're trying like, to build the new era of Web3, which is circling back to the your earlier question. And it's a matter of like just like, learning a tool, it's part of it, but understanding the mechanism behind the whole ecosystem, I mean, that's the heck of it.
And I think, that's an interesting point. So my question is, I think in the community, you will see a lot of the content creators or the brand people out here. I mean, the one who, do the blogs and all. So there is one side is, a lot of the images, a lot of the videos that are going on the social media, and then tweets, and of course, for that matter, the reels and all that kind of thing. And then there is this another, whole giant standing out there, which is not evolved yet, but is on the way of, running, which is the metaverse. So do you think that, this elephant have a dominance in order to beat this other portion out there? What are your thoughts on this? Is it going to transform the social media?
Definitely, it will change the way how we're using the social media. Because like I said, we're now using like a very small portion of the social media, and we're doing so much little with social media. But the way that how they've envisioned and foreseen how are we going to interact when they start like, building the Web3 or metaverse ecosystem, it's completely different. So you are, instead of you being behind the screen, you are going to be immersed within the environment of metaverse or one of the applications of Web3, which is obviously now we do have quite a lot of them. So now I can be, for example, I'm bald, and within like, a metaverse, and that's a true story, by the way, for everyone, I do have a mohawk. So I do have hair, I can change my avatar, I can look differently, and I can act differently within the metaverse. So definitely it will affect the way how we are dealing with social media. And you will see as well, like, the rise of new social media platforms. So the existing social media platforms as well, they are like, in sort of a coma, I would call it now, because they don't really understand the space of and how to deal next. So recently, for example, Instagram, they have implemented the digital collectibles, which is NFT, and you don't need like, any credit card. Basically,
you made money out of it?
Of course, everything. Like now, this is, in a matter of fact, this is what entice the majority of people to listen and get more acquainted with this space, because everyone is like chasing monetization. Everyone wants to understand how to make money out of it. A few weeks ago, we've attended like, the 1 billion followers summit. It was held here in the UAE, and a lot of content creators came from as well all over the world, and there has been like, on the side of the event and the summit, a lot of talks about the NFTs and Web3 and metaverse. But content creators mainly, or the majority that I have met and came across, they were like mainly focused on how to monetize. I am a content creator, how can I make money? Because the exclusivity that is being given to influencer, and that was like, a major gap for the leading social media platforms, I'm not gonna name them, they have given the exclusivity for certain influencers, and that's actually took them down on the rise of new social media channels. And the biggest example is the Chinese giant, which is TikTok. So now it's overtaking the market, and you can make money.
Absolutely.
And adding one last point, Web3 is expected to basically, you do have an ROI, because you will be spending time, but instead of spending time for free, you will be earning money. And that is the major difference point between Web3 and Web2 and Web1.
Absolutely. I have a little, controversial question. I think it's not a controversial one. I just wanted to, bring in some of the thoughts. This is mainly in alignment with the B2B as a section. Okay. So I think, yes, in B2C, when it comes to TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, everyone is using it. And being marketer, I think everyone is active on all the platforms. But when we will go in the real world, and if we do a real-time analysis, I think 60%, more than 60%, I'm sorry if the number is wrong, but I think more than 60% population active on Snapchat, Instagram is the youth. And if we calculate the demography of the CEOs and founders in the B2B section, majority of them are over 45-year-old. So if we do this, if we try to match these two statistics, do you think that we are still overpowering the TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, and we are not paying much attention to the sophisticated platforms like LinkedIn, for that matter? Or of course, in terms of B2B, LinkedIn is one of the most popular one which people always use. But I think where is the gap out there? Do you think that I'm sure I haven't seen a single TikTok that has been produced by one of the largest manufacturing company owner as of now.
Yeah.
It is produced by the kids out there. So I think in terms of B2B as a use case, what is your takeaway? How Web 3.0 is going to transform this particular industry?
As a biggest advocate for social media and digital, I can just like tell you from my position here and from an experience, the way that how we're looking at social media, different platforms and channels and mediums, it all falls back to what are you trying to achieve? What is your objective of being on that social media channel? Now, if we're talking about the monopoly, if I'm allowed to use this term, this is something that Web3 they're trying to eliminate. And sorry for using these heavy words, but they're trying to basically give the freedom for everyone to do whatever they please online. I'm not saying that this is 100% correct, and that's why we're working closely with, like I mentioned earlier, with the public sector entities here to craft that policy. Because you cannot just give that ultimate freedom for everyone. And this is again my own views. But in a matter of fact, it's good to give the freedom, but with some sort of limitations. Circling back to your question again about B2B and what, if I'm getting your question right, it's in my opinion again, you will see a diversified content on TikTok, for example. So you will find some CEOs who are keen to be on that platform. Having said that, the main stream of TikTok users and the reputation of TikTok as a platform, it's well known for attracting Gen Zs. And why is that? It's for a very simple reason, because people are bored and they are chasing entertaining content. Nobody really cares about the jargony of a CEO, with all due respect, on his page, or the leadership point of views. So that's why you will find Twitter and LinkedIn, for example, in particular, they're more and heavily focused on B2B, and that is the one to go. But again, like I said, we will no longer be talking about the social media giants only, because we will start seeing more social media platforms evolving, and the evolution of Web3, it's gonna bring something different to the table.
Absolutely. I think from the algorithmic standpoint, I recently read one of the articles which was quite got popular out there. And I think that article was about how SEO is going to get replaced by Web 3.0 in some or other way. And I think that article, the conclusion of that article was Web 3.0 will certainly replace the SEO as a mechanism out there. So what is your take on this? I think, do you think that it will affect SEO?
There will definitely be a new generation of SEO, because the way that how we're dealing with SEO at the moment is by tracking, and we do have certain set of metrics. I'm not going to get too technical with that, and several tools, of course, to measure the success of your SEO strategy. But again, there will be a new generation of SEO, because now we're talking about vast amount of Web3 applications. Websites, platforms, you name it. I mean, even channels, they will arise along the way. We're at early stages, but the SEO, or the current way that we're handling SEO for clients, for businesses, for our marketing, for even our social media pages, or how we're trying to mitigate that or optimize that, this will no longer be valid. And it will definitely change faster than anyone expected. But again, stressing again for the millionth time of the importance of jumping on the wave of Web3 and understand where is your right position and from where is going to be your starting point.
Absolutely. And I think in addition to that, from a technology standpoint, I think a lot of the service-based companies, specifically in India, for the overall demography says that, more than 60% of the companies are tech-based actually, and a lot of them are services ones. I think one of the things that they have been doing now is they are productizing their services on top of Web 3.0 and trying to sell the products on top of it. So I think yes, it is certainly making a difference to the industry altogether. You have any conclusion comments? Because I think we are.
Well, I would close with one of the recent marketing stunts that I came up with, because when we're talking about Web3, it's everything is like, it's virtual, so there's nothing tangible. So I'm sorry, but I'm trying to shock my memory and remember who was the brand, but it was like, well, a reputable brand in the market here, that they have packaged the NFT, their NFT that they're trying to sell, and they have packaged it with something tangible. So once, like, for example, you purchase certain amount of NFTs or Bitcoins or whatever, like, whatever, like they have listed on the platform, you will get, like, some sort of a gift, like a welcome pack. And this is like, where we start, like, seeing as well something called like the mixed reality, which is something that is, I personally despise gray. I like black or white, but at the early stages, definitely we will have, like, to adapt and just like keep that open or openness in terms of our mindset of what is coming next and how the space will evolve and what will be, like, next.
I think in alignment with this, I think I have one more question for you. So I think, if you have seen Bitcoin, right? There was a huge hype about it way back, and then it crashed.
Yeah.
Do you think that the same thing is going to happen for tokens as well? I mean, what is your perspective? Because way back, I think Bitcoin was the talk of the town, and suddenly it boomed, because of the shady manipulators out there. But do you think that NFT is going to take a same way or in that particular angle? Do you think it is going to affect as well?
So now, just like to recap quickly, so we're talking about Bitcoin in particular, right?
So I'm specifically talking about the NFTs and that kind of part.
Yeah, to a certain extent, yeah. I mean, like it's like I'm not into soccer, but I can tell you it's like you do have the major players, let's say, like, I don't know, they're calling them like the Golden League, and then you do have the consumers. Now, it's like any other product in the market. It's like, I'm just trying to sell this bottle of water. I need to market it. If I cannot put any marketing support behind it, I won't be able to market it. So if you don't have that allocated fund to market this product, it will never move. And this is mainly the case with the majority of NFTs and cryptocurrencies. So, they are, claiming that they're trying to achieve decentralization. But there are, like, this is all what I can say, and this is my own view on things. But there are, like, the major players playing behind the scene at the background. So definitely there is some sort of monopoly over there.
And I think surprisingly, we everywhere we are seeing the content creators, they create the content blogs. Anyone around here who is also in creating the tokens and the NFTs, and superb. I think that interest will also, that is going to be a next, talk of the town as well. I think maybe in the next conference we'll have, more number of people who are just creating the NFTs as well.
I think by the time that we're going to reach the next conference, definitely we will have, like, a lot more to cover and to discuss about the latest technologies not back then, but like then, about the Web3 and its evolution and to where it reached.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Do you have use cases in B2B metaverse area?
Well, yes. We do have, but again, we don't handle the implementation side of it. Rather than we focus on the strategy and the roadmap and what is required in order to develop and reach your ultimate goal. So we do have several projects that we have that is actually in progress, and we're working with it, because mainly it's concentrated within the public sector.
Okay, let's discuss later.
I think I have one use case specifically in B2B for Metaverse actually. So we are working with one of the largest manufacturing plant. It's a smart manufacturing units that they have created, and I think it is difficult for them to get everyone to their plant in order to showcase how that particular plant functions. So we have created a room for them where clients can just put it on, and then they will be able to see through the VR unit that how that smart manufacturing has been done in that particular plant. This has been one of the phenomenal example that we have seen, and surprisingly we have seen 4,700 impressions to that particular thing that we have created around it.
Do we have any other questions from the audience?
Well, I think that's a wrap. Thank you, everyone.
No, wait, because we're still waiting for our award presenters, so we do have some time to kill. So I do have comments, if that's okay. I think NFTs are still very much misunderstood. From a creator point, I mean, look, the way it goes, I'll give you a great real-world scenario. They can be used as proof of ownership for so many things. The guy that originally bought the domain Netflix.com uploaded his original receipts as an NFT. So therefore, it's on the blockchain as absolute proof of ownership. And as we know, blockchain is effectively a digital ledger. That's all it is. It's a digital ledger. NFTs from a creator point of view are amazing when it comes to copyright for musicians, photographers, filmmakers, creators. I'm an NFT. I am, a fantastic photographer here called Waleed Shah did photography sessions with a whole bunch of us as models, uploaded them as NFTs, and from a business perspective, he's like, okay, if you want to book a session with me, a photography session, you need to own one of my NFTs.
Nice.
So therefore, every time someone wants a photography session, they need to own one of his NFTs. So guess what? Every time someone buys me as an NFT, I get a percentage of proceeds, he gets a percentage of proceeds, and so on and so forth. So it's fantastic and brilliant from that point of view. It's amazing.
Exactly.
It is amazing.
And this is what you get from spending time online. Like this is what I meant, and maybe I missed elaborating more on it. Like people will no longer, or online users will no longer be spending their time for free. You will be earning money, of course.
Yeah.
And that is like the main hook that will entice more people to jump on the NFT waves. But again, NFT is only one application of the Web3 technology, and definitely a lot more are yet to come.
It's amazing, and I think Twitter as a platform is completely underutilized. If you want to know where conversations are happening, you go to Twitter. If you want to know what's happening news-wise, you go to Twitter. Elon's causing problems at the moment. He's going through a spate of banning journalists for daring to ask questions. He's kind of using it as his own little plaything at the moment, so don't know how this is going to play out with Twitter. LinkedIn for me has just become Facebook and Tinder.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, it's
that's
bad.
terrible, yeah.
It's bad. It's so bad. My DMs on LinkedIn are like a dumpster fire.
And I think we missed mentioning that Twitter is like the one platform for controversial topics and trolls, of course. Yeah. And that's where the majority of people, they like to argue and starting this hot topic conversations basically.
So how do you feel? So I'm going to ask you this question. So I don't know if you saw the update yesterday. You know, he wants to charge $8 a month for the blue tick, basically. Yeah. So his latest thing is that people who verify themselves paying this doesn't apply to legacy verified accounts, but he's saying those that pay the $8 a month to verify themselves on Twitter will be able to upvote, downvote other people's tweets and accounts. Therefore, it's like saying if you actually want a voice and credibility and power, you have to pay for it. Doesn't this kind of go against what it was standing for originally?
Absolutely, I agree with you, because as well the way how they're splitting it and now packaging it. By the way, there is another price for web users and there is a price for iOS users. I don't know why they're biased towards iOS. Maybe Mr. Elon Musk, he has some
I think he's
shares
he's having a lot of debate with the Apple as well. I think he said that he's going to remove the Twitter from the iOS as well.
So $8 for iOS, $11 if you are trying to verify your account through a web page.
Wow.
And the thing is, their policy, it's not like it's not like set in stone. So their policy is like, I would say, Amsterdam weather. It can change at any moment. So
depending what mood Elon's in today.
Depending on his mood on that day, because he can take away from you that blue tick whenever they want.
It's not good. And do you have a question? Please carry on.
Wait, all right. I had just one question. So do you guys think it's a bit contradictory to have a centralized entity owning a quote-unquote decentralized system?
I didn't get your question, I'm sorry.
So Web3, like you said, is supposed to be a decentralized system.
Yes.
But now, from your understanding, you had said that the metaverse is Web3. So now, would it be contradictory for Facebook to own the metaverse? Because that's basically what it is.
Well, for Facebook, I do have my own philosophy about that, and this is something that I've touched upon at the beginning of the like the fireside discussion. Back in 2014, again, Meta, or Facebook back then, they have acquired a company called Oculus. They do have the hardware, but they want a solid marketing plan to sell the hardware. And this hardware called Oculus, and that's what, hence the change of the name of Metaverse. So they came up with this brilliant idea and marketing gimmick and stunt that they want to sell their Oculus. And I've been always wondering, because we owned back then our virtual reality headset, and we had our own challenges like any other manufacturer and company. And one of the things that caught our attention, that the guys, they're so quiet about it, but it turns out that they were working on developing that marketing strategy and how they're gonna market their product. Now, to market your product, you have to create that hype in the market and make everyone start talking about it. Exactly. Metaverse is their meta. It's like you'll end up basically, you'll have to end up at certain point in life buying the hardware or the headset, right? And then that's how you're gonna live the immersive experience within the metaverse. Now the thing is, again, it's controversy in a way or another, but now you can still log into the metaverse through web, because again, circling back to your point, that centralization and decentralization. So they're trying give the freedom to people. If you cannot afford, if you cannot afford buying the hardware, you can log in through your laptop, for example, through something called Decentraland, if you ever tried it.
When I was a kid, I used to play Club Penguin. So from my understanding, the metaverse with Facebook owning it is similar to just Club Penguin. So now for Web3,
for Web3 as well, if you allow me to add one more point, it won't stop at the headset or virtual reality in specific. You will start seeing the rise of augmented reality and something else that it will come at a later stage. And some companies already start implementing that, which is the mixed reality. A mixed reality, it's the main issue with virtual reality headsets. Once you put that on your head, you're fully immersed in that environment, and you cannot see beyond your hardware, beyond the headset. But with mixed reality, you'll still be immersed, but the facade of the main headset, it will be transparent.
Thank you, gentlemen, and we're going to have to, I really want to get you guys to lunch on time, so I really want to give out the awards.
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much.
And if you want to know what it's like to be in the metaverse, there's a lady here called Briar Prestige who just recently released a short documentary film. She spent 48 hours non-stop in the metaverse. She felt very sick at the end of it. So if you'd like to get your photos done, that would be great. But it was an interesting experiment to go through all the world for her. Thank you, gentlemen. Great discussion. And we want to recognize our amazing award winners next. So please welcome up to the stage Bilal Shamut. He is the co-founder of Masarad, and he's going to be giving out wonderful awards. So please welcome him to the stage. Thank you so much. Pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much. And our first Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Maha Abdul Rahman Al-Balushi.
Hi everyone. First of all, I really want to thank my country, Oman, for being such a great country, for giving me the chance to get educated in Oman and abroad, for my parents, for being such a great parents, for my sisters, brothers, my support system, friends, for Tarek, for being such a great mentor through my work and my business, and to myself, for always believing in myself, for always going through all the hassle and still thinking that I can do it. And I'm happy to be here today. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Maha. Congratulations. Thank you. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to, he's been on the stage many, many times throughout these 3 days, Venkat Shankanayaran.
All right. I mean, this is, well, I would say bittersweet because it's a little emotional. Simply because, okay, anyways, before all of that, I'd like to thank a lot of people. I don't have necessarily a list in my head, but first of all, my wife for being here with me. She's been my support system, my mentor, most importantly, my team back home. Without them, I wouldn't be here. And I think my parents and my mentor. So thank you all. Thank you, Marketing 2.0.
Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to hear your sessions throughout these 3 days as well. And our next Outstanding Leadership Awards goes to another stage regular, Herschel Patel.
I think this one is the Outstanding Leadership Award, so I think it's incomplete without my team sitting back there in India and the US. And I would like to thank my family, the spiritual path that I follow. And I dedicate this award to my beautiful daughter. She's 6 months old, and I think her sense of wonder inspires me to work more in the marketing. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Herschel. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Kevin Summerbang.
Marketing 2.0 conference, thank you so much for this honor. Definitely proud to be a Filipino, one of the Filipinos here, a few Filipinos. I want to dedicate this to my team way back in the Philippines, and to our clients who constantly believe that we can help them raise millions for their deals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin. And our next award goes to is an organisation award, and it goes to RDIGS.
We at RDIGS is a premium lead and demand generation company. We are based out of India. We help B2B brands to take their product offerings and service offerings to international market strategically with go-to-market strategies. And I would like to thank Marketing 2.0 for this recognition. And I would like to thank my team because without them, this is incomplete. So special thanks to our team back there in India, RDIGS, okay, thank you. And a special shout out to my parents, mom and dad, thank you for everything you do. And two more shout outs to Mr. Ajay Rawat and Sharat Salve for being the support system for RDIGS. Thank you so much. And we hope to keep contributing to the marketing community. Thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Kezia Kora.
Hi everyone, thank you Marketing 2.0 conference for this. I think I can say this on behalf of all the young people attending. For someone small, this makes me feel really big. And I'd like to thank my support system that includes family, friends, mentors, and my team that enabled me to get this. Thank you. And I wish everyone here nothing less than success going forward.
Oh, thank you. Amazing. Thank you so much for those lovely words. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Mohammed Mohreddin Chowdhury.
Hello everyone, I'd like to thank you, my team back home, my partners, my family, and all of the people who helped me throughout my journey. And last but not the least, I want to help Marketing 2.0 organizers. This is my first time here, and it has been an amazing journey for me. I hope to see you soon again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Leela Shankar.
Thank you so much for this recognition, Marketing 2.0. Thank you so much for my parents, my brother, and it's been only 18 months and I'm here actually receiving this award. I really like what exactly is happening over here. All business owners and entrepreneurs are here.
So as a token of appreciation, as a gratitude for me to give away something for you guys, I actually have a 7-hour growth hacking course where you can actually know how to do well prospecting, how to get more clients, and how to increase your profits by at least 10x. I'm actually giving away that growth hacking course for you guys so that, you know, just to grow your businesses and be successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And our next Outstanding Leadership Awards go to Amish Kashwani.
Thank you, Marketing 2.0 and jury, for this honor. It's my first time to Marketing 2.0 and Dubai as well. I would like to dedicate this award to my wife and my daughter for their unconditional love and countless sacrifices they made to enable me to reach here where I am today. I would like to thank my team, my family for their constant support. Last but not the least, I would like to take this opportunity to thank my mentor, Mr. Sandeep Sugla, for his constant guidance to thrive in my career progress. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. And our next Outstanding Leadership Awards goes to Maraka. Have a photo.
Hi everyone. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the Marketing 2.0 conference for even considering me for this award. Starting my digital marketing agency at age 18 left me with a lot of sacrifice, and I'm really beyond grateful to be here and accepting this award. And I dedicate this to my family, my sisters, and every little girl who has ever been told that they're too young or too feisty or too outspoken or too much of anything to ever succeed. Thank you, everyone. And I'd like to thank my team, and all of our clients for trusting me with their businesses and with their dreams. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and a great message as well. Our next award is for Outstanding Organization Award, and it goes to DFW Creative.
I would like to say thank you for the organizations, Shivani in particular, for always constantly reminding us that a lot of things need to be done for this conference. First and foremost, I would like to thank to the team, DFW. We have been around for 10 years now, going through the traditional way of marketing to the live streaming, to the influencers, to the 3.0 right now. So our agency has been growing ever since. Following the market. I really love what you guys have done in terms of the topic of today as well. We would not be able to achieve this without the team's support and effort and all of the clients that have supporting us all the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. And our final award winner of our Outstanding Leadership Award is Abdullah Diallo.
just want to thank all praise to the Most High, and this goes out to everybody that just works hard, because sometimes, you know, you work hard and you don't get the recognition. So shout out to everybody that just works hard, and shout out to my late mom, because she instilled the hustle in me to just keep working hard. So yeah, shout out to her. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Abdullah. Congratulations on your awards. Let's give a nice big round of applause to all our awards winners this morning. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Bilal as well for being our wonderful presenter. Let's give him a nice round of applause as well. Thank you, Bilal. Thank you for joining us. That is it for this morning's sessions, guys. I'm going to release you for lunch, and we'll be back here in about an hour's time when we've got some more amazing sessions going on. I hope you've had a great time this morning, though. Thank you so much. Hello. There. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. We'll get started because we do have our live streaming audience. I hope you had a nice lunch. Did you have a good lunch down there? Hello, echo. Some lots of good chats going down there. I know we could have sat there and chatted about stuff all afternoon, but we've got some amazing sessions coming up this afternoon. So I want to get into this. Marketeers need to be able to change the course when necessary and modify their approaches properly if they want to succeed. But how can it be made possible? We've got our next session, which is called How to Create a Culture of Continuous Marketing Improvement. And please welcome up to the stage for this fireside chat, Rad Arakat, Social Media and Digital Director, Accord Strategy, Alvina Khalid, CEO of Elves, and also Amra Sharif, Head of Strategy at Jump Activations. Please give them a round of applause, guys. Oh, come on, please give them a round of applause, guys. There we go, thank you. Have you all got a microphone there? Are you all good?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi everyone, how are you all today? I hope you all had a wonderful lunch, right? Everybody ate, filled up their lovely tummies. Well, you know, before we start, I actually want to give you an interesting scenario. So you just all came from lunch, right? Filled up your stomachs, had a good time, and you're back here now. And I want you to imagine that you're coming back, and somebody out of nowhere topples a huge plate of food on you. Now, how would you feel about that? You're all dressed up in your nice corporate clothes, and now you've got lots of stains on them. So now all of a sudden, you have a mess that hasn't been created by you, but you're going to have to clean it up. Not a really great feeling, is it? So something very similar actually happened with a company called Cracker Barrel in the United States, in which the HR department fired an employee after 11 years, and what should have been an HR, problem to solve, all of a sudden became a marketing disaster, because the husband of the employee decided to post it on Facebook with a 6-word question of, "Why did you fire my wife?" And this blew up back in 2017. You had people creating memes out of this. There were hashtags that started, justice for Brad's wife, not even her name, in the hashtag. People started creating satirical YouTube videos with 7 million views, and it all of a sudden became a huge marketing disaster for Cracker Barrel. So I want you to think about if you were the social media manager. Oh, and before we actually go into that, even competitors jumped on board. So Chick-fil-A actually posted a sign at their restaurant saying, "Hiring Brad's wife." And so even competitors kind of got a kick out of it, and this entire mob mentality really, really exploded, in which even facts were twisted or created that weren't real, right? In which people were like that she got fired on Brad's birthday, and they were enraged. Everybody was asking, why'd you fire her? And it literally, if they posted anything on Facebook and Instagram, people would have millions of comments just giving negative, feedback, or trying to really hurt the brand's image as to why she was fired without a reason. So here's my question to all of you, which we're going to explore right at the end of the fireside chat, is if you were that social media manager who woke up one day and everything was going great, you're posting great videos of very yummy pancakes, and all of a sudden you have this disaster on your hands, what would you do? So keep that in mind, and we'll come back to that later on. And now I would like to ask, my other panelists here as well, what to do in a situation in which marketing campaigns, majority of them are usually a great success, but some of them end up being really big disasters. So how do you really, do really good damage control to make it easier for the brands?
Well, hello everyone again. I would start by saying, usually while we start onboarding new clients, the first thing that we bear in mind and we keep into consideration that we work on sort of high-level crisis comms. That's from a marketing perspective. We don't have to dive into details of the crisis comms and what we will be tackling in such an instances. But it's good to have some contingency plans as a plan B. And instead of and of course I won't be hinting by any chance to the answer of what you have touched upon earlier. But mainly the first thing that comes to mind is basically focusing on these the type of angles on how can we basically contain the situation. What will be the plan? It can be a rough plan by all means at the beginning. It doesn't have to be that solid plan, but at least you just outline the potentials. And let's say in another terminology that we're using in the marketing industry, which is the A/B testing, for example. So you set that ultimatum for example, that okay, in this scenario I will be doing this, and that scenario I'll be doing that. Instead of leaving things to happen spontaneously.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I think another thing that you can do is to definitely flip the narrative into positive. So what that means, so how many of you remember what happened to Tesla's Cybertruck during its launch? The glass broke and it blew up on the internet. Everyone was talking about it. So that was a big, time when, things could have gotten in a very rough situation. But everyone knew that they're definitely gonna fix it before they actually launch it. So when the crisis is loud, make sure when you're done fixing it, your response is louder than that. And that got a lot of investors interested. I was personally interested in Tesla right after that situation. So that, flipping the narrative and making sure you're taking accountability for what you have done can also have a great impact. Another thing that, that you can definitely add to that, before it can actually go in a wrong route and actually damage your reputation to an extent where your stakeholders are, nervous about what's happening, is to create a emergency contact list. So what that means is that you need to have all your stakeholders in an emergency contact list in case a crisis occurs. You can just clarify it right on the spot. One more thing that you can potentially add to that is to have all those mock interviews be as, have an interview with, your internal team when you're trying to address a crisis like this. Your team definitely going to have all those different questions. Make sure you're addressing every single point that's out there on the social media. Get all those things right and make sure that your team internally is in sync before they can actually go out to press and address all these kind of situations.
That's definitely some great advice that we have there. Now, if we kind of go back to the topic, right, how to create a culture of continuous marketing improvement, there are situations like Alvina and Ra touched upon in which you need to do a lot of damage control. But then there are also times when you go ahead and you strategize a great marketing campaign. And when you begin to roll it out, you may feel that it's not necessarily getting the traction that you would like it to, or that the marketing is essentially going stale. So we're going to kind of talk about what you can do in that situation in which you want to go ahead and still keep things exciting and make your brand really, create that talkability for its consumers. So who would like to jump into that first?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit more about that.
Okay, great.
So I think the first thing is definitely to be more proactive rather than reactive. Try to prevent in the first place. And you can do that by making sure that you have your own custom-made dashboard. Either you can go for, something as common as creating your own spreadsheet and having those SWOT analysis every single month, or maybe creating dashboards that's, what's working, in different, and comparing your stats with what's really out there. Either you can go with something like this or something more advanced like a Sprinkler dashboard, which is an advanced marketing software that really helps you get this kind of competitive analysis within seconds that you can get, how's your marketing performing, compared to other projects that are out there. That's one thing. Another thing that you can potentially do is just to get this kind of, I think going back from the same analytics part, whenever you're getting, for example, you're running a company and you're noticing that you're getting most of your traction or most of your users are from the US, but most of the engagement that you're getting is actually from the Middle East. That really splitting that, conversations and campaigns you're doing among these different geolocations or even demographic for that matter. An example for that would be setting up a engagement campaign for the US audience and setting up a user acquisition audience for the Middle Eastern audience that you have. I think really personalizing, I think we have talked about personalization so many times here, and I'm sure everyone knows how we can get that right, but it's really important to see at what point of time your audience needs that kind of engagement or user acquisitions for that matter.
Precisely. Adding to what Elvina mentioned earlier, I'm one of the biggest advocates when it comes to a tool that we're actually employing to stay on top of our conversations and what is happening in the market, for example, and that is called the social media listening. So this small performance that you can run online, it will guarantee your your ranking. First of all, you can measure your brand health, understand like the sentiment, which is something that is quite important and associated with your brand, business, you name it. And definitely, it will give you a further insight about the audience and demographics. So you'll be able to understand to whom are you talking to, and for example, the targeting. If you're running a certain campaign with a specific call to action, that you're trying to get the best out of the campaign. And circling back to the point that I mentioned earlier, which is the A/B testing. So always it's good to focus on the A/B testing, especially for big budgets. And I'm trying as much as I can not to be too technical about things, but it will give you the upper hand, specifically when you are running and launching several campaigns.
So Rad, I definitely agree in terms of targeting your specific target audience in a manner that is relatable to them and that you can connect with them on a level that benefits them positively. So actually when I came to this conference, I realized that a lot of topics actually focus on digital marketing, and rightly so, because it is the age of the digital and tech-based era. But my experience actually lies in experiential marketing or brand activations. How many of you have heard of this? Just for a show of hands. Okay, great. So there's a couple of people in the audience. So as some of you know, what brand activations or experiential marketing does is, rather than kind of getting in touch with consumers via screens, you actually go ahead and interact with them in real life time, on ground, in physical spaces, and you create a brand experience for them. So one of the strategies that I would advise is that, especially, this also works actually across companies, but specifically for, say, small to, mid-sized businesses who may not have such huge marketing budgets, is that combine that digital strategy with a bit of on-ground activation. And through that, basically, what you can do is you can create very great, innovative solutions for your consumers. I mean, how would you all feel if all three of us came up here and we just started talking about ourselves, right? Not really helpful. But if I was to give you something that would solve a problem for you as a consumer, you would be really interested to find out about that. So I'm going to give you an example of Nivea, which is a brand that has lotions, sunblocks. And what they did was, during the summer campaign in Brazil, when a lot of people are going to the beach, everybody knows why do we need sunblock at the beach? What happens to our skin? You get sunburn, right? It turns red. A couple of days later, it starts peeling, and it's really horrible, right? Now, if Nivea was to just come on and just keep on harping about the functional benefits that its consumers know about, that yes, you should use sunblock at the beach, that becomes boring really fast, right? But what they actually did was, they went ahead and looked at a problem that people face when they go to the beach. So adults all know that you need to apply sunblock, otherwise you're gonna get sunburn and your skin's going to start to peel off. But what the challenge arises is when children have to apply sunblock within the age bracket of 3 to 6, right? They want to run, they want to build sandcastles, they don't want their mommies kind of, throwing on sunblock on them, and they will run away. So what Nivea actually did was they created these dolls for children that are made, the material that they're made from is UV sensitive. And so what they ended up doing is they started to create an experience for the children. They went to these beaches in Brazil during summer season, which had a small little box, which had a cute little Nivea doll and a sample of their Nivea sunblock. And the children would, while they're building those sandcastles, would see that their doll all of a sudden, after spending some time in the sun, starts to turn red. And they'd ask their parents, why is my doll turning red? What is happening? And so they would tell them, well, look, the doll doesn't have sunblock on its face, hence it's turned red. So they would give them the Nivea sunblock, and while the child goes ahead and does exactly what the parents would do for them and apply that sunblock onto their face, they will go ahead and learn in a way that is understandable to them, in which it activates their emotions and they learn how to empathize, that they need to go ahead and apply sunblock. So through this very small activation that they went ahead and did, right, they went ahead and empathized or created empathy amongst the children. They reached the children in a manner that they would understand, and they created a positive experience for the child, so that next time that they would go to the beach, they can take their doll and their Nivea sunblock and not have parents running after children. So a couple of things from this example that I would want to touch upon is, A, you are reaching your target audience, your relevant target audience, at the exact location where they would require your product. B, it leads to higher conversion rates because you have convinced not only the parents but also children, who will grow up to be adults, to develop a positive habit of applying sunblock to their faces when they go to the beach. And thirdly, if you look at your specific, personalization there, you've actually solved a problem for your consumer and made the parents' lives easier, and also ensured that the kids don't get sunburned by making sure that they go ahead to their mommies and go like, I want that Nivea sunblock for my doll and myself. So, there are really interesting ways. Now, you may think, okay, well, they've gone ahead and targeted the beaches in Brazil and they've targeted those specific consumers. Isn't that such a small number? And the answer to that is no, because whereas you have gone ahead and gotten those conversion rates, going well for you, you always go ahead and digitally amplify any activation that takes on board. So you create a very nice video that you can go ahead, post on Facebook, post on Instagram, and then with every summer season, you can also take that in store and have a campaign in which perhaps if you buy the family pack size, your child can win a Nivea doll for free. So these are just some of the ways in which, I do realize that there is a lot of focus on digital, but if you create a synergy amongst different types of marketing techniques, you can really, really ensure a campaign that can give you mileage for a long time, as well as traction and prevent your brand from growing stale. So that actually, takes me to our next question, which is, how would you extend a marketing campaign to retrieve maximum mileage from it?
Well, that's a tricky one, but you can go first.
Go ahead, it's okay.
Well, to capitalize on certain campaign and get the best out of it, I'm not sure how many of you were earlier, but earlier today, since the beginning of the day, because they've been talking about the importance of the real-time metrics and how can you employ that to get the best outcomes out of it. And like briefly, if I can summarize that, you can look at the performance of any campaign. Once you launch the campaign, of course, like, you know, they've touched upon as well earlier that you won't be able to look at it like instantly. But now we do have a lot of tools, and like, you know, the technologies are quite like, you know, emerging and rapidly. And there is a way to tackle that in a very easy manner, where you can optimize the campaign and get the best out of it while you're running the campaign. And again, circling back to the thing that I mentioned earlier, which is your contingency plan or like the A/B testing, because I don't go like full on, for example, when it comes to a campaign that I'm launching without like, you know, a solid strategy behind it. So at least I need to identify my personas. I need to identify the problem that I'll be solving and the expected outcomes. And the most important thing of your strategy is how you are going to measure the impact of a robust campaign. Because that's where it lies, that's where, like, you know, the meat, as we're saying, lies in. So you will be able to assess whether my campaign was a successful one or not. And especially when we're talking about digital. Now, I understand that the myth in the market at the moment that people are expecting like an instant results. And this is not going to happen, my friends, because it will take time. At the end of the day, each marketing strategy, from the time that we start building the marketing strategy, I mean, usually it varies, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it might take like between, like, let's say 2 to 3 months to work on a robust, again, marketing strategy or integrated marketing strategy. And or it can be like, you know, any type of strategy that you're working on. I mean, in the same way, we're treating the campaign as well. We cannot just like launch the campaign haphazardly and expect it, like, you know, to start, like, you know, dropping the final results immediately. So this is another thing that is like, you know, it's good to touch upon and raise the awareness in the industry.
Yeah, that's very interesting. So one more thing to add to that is, how many of you have heard of the 80-20 rule? So not a lot of people, so this might be interesting to you guys. So what it means essentially is that 20% of your activities, your efforts, leads to 80% of the results. So out of all the 100 things that you do on a day-to-day basis, only 20% of those things are actually getting most of your profits. Revenue, whether it is revenue, whether it is your conversions, or whatever, however you want to, you know, like to define the word results. So what I'm trying to say here is that just do an audit of everything that's going on in your content or in your marketing campaigns, and find out those 20% and double down on that. That's how a lot of different projects have been doing, especially during when there's, you know, whenever we are in a, you know, economic downturn, or whenever there's a low budget. That's something that a lot of people use. And the next thing you can do from that is whenever you take this 20%, for example, you have figured out the 20% of your content, or, you know, or whatever activities you're doing. What you can do, let me give an example of SEO. So you have your, you know, blogs posted out there, and then you go to search console, and then you find out the queries that we use to drive the #1, you know, blog post that you have with the most impressions. Now go there, check out the queries that have been used, and optimize all of those content pieces with that query. And make sure that you're not just implementing those keywords, but you're actually elaborating and talking about those active, you know, keywords that people are putting out there. So it's like a constant loop. And one more thing that, you know, you might encounter during all of this continuous marketing improvement is creative block, for example, or not being able to implement, you know, initial strategy that you have set up. What you can do, so instead of just doing it on the spot, have a cadence, bi-weekly or monthly, create this whole strategy that you create, and make sure that you're actually implementing. So, hey, you know, we have 3 blog posts out there. This is what we created this month. How can I leverage it even more? You can do this, so not just by, you know, setting out emails or social media content. This is something we all are doing already. What else that you can do? How many of you have heard of the word HARO or have used that platform? HARO, it's called Help a Reporter Out. So this is essentially where marketers like us, we help reporters give information to them. And these reporters are from big magazines like the Times magazines, Forbes magazines, and they ask experts like us our opinions on certain tech. The more you participate in them, the more likely you're gonna have a chance on getting featured on these magazines, just by spending 30 minutes a day doing that. So whenever you're writing those 30, say 3 blogs, take that topic, make sure you start answering questions about that in Haro. Another thing that you do is that, start doing outreach to, a lot of podcast hosts or interview magazines and talk about the same thing that you mentioned in your blog post, just so that you can really, get yourself to being an expert in that specific topic. There's Haro, there's outreach. You can even do screen share of actually going through that whole process in a webinar or in a live video, so you're actually showing results of everything you're saying in a blog post, how you can actually implement it. And I'm sure we all know that showing real results or proof gets better traction than just talking about it. So that's just one thing that you can do to have like this continuous loop.
I think those are some really great points that Lavina touched upon, especially to go ahead and give you those quick results. But I also feel, apart from what your marketing departments do and the sort of strategies they create, one of the very important things in making sure that you have a long-term strategy or a marketing campaign that you can take over a long time period is to have the time to actually come up with those creative ideas, that you can actually take across different channels and mediums. How many of you, I know there's quite a few in the audience, a lot of you have your own companies, right? We've got a lot of founders here. I see a couple of nods happening. How many of you come across clients who go like, hey, I need an entire campaign in the next 3 days? Show of hands. Yes, I see quite a few hands there.
I can show my hand.
Yes, I'm one of those as well.
Out of the box ideas, please.
Yes, every client comes and they're like, we want out of the box ideas, but we want it in the next 3 days, an entire campaign. Please tell us how to go about it, and we're going to finalize it and put it on, on ground and take it forward. And you compare that to, say, a client who says, all right, you know what, this is what I want to do. You've got good 2 weeks. Take your time, but come up with something solid. Which one do you prefer? The second one, right? I also feel as, people who, a lot of you have those businesses, giving a bit of that pushback to your client and saying, well, if you want something good, if you want something that's impactful, this is not an Excel sheet, this is not your finance department where I can just plug in a couple of numbers and be like, here you go. This requires time, it requires effort, it requires research. And I say this goes pretty much for across clients, your big ones as well as your small ones. And I know we tend to give the big ones priority because that's where the numbers come in for the company. But give that pushback, because like Rad also touched upon earlier, right? Campaigns take time for results. But if you don't have time to create a good campaign, you're definitely not going to get as great results as you would have if your team had that time to really think of ideas in a more relaxed manner and come up with a proper campaign.
And these are most likely the campaigns that definitely gonna fail.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I have to be extremely blunt about this and extremely bold, but it's better that you have a structured campaign process rather than let's do it. Let's just roll up our sleeves and let's just chime in and launch the campaign, because what is the main objective of this campaign, right?
And I think that also really applies for time-sensitive campaigns, especially brands like, for instance, Mother's Day is coming up or Valentine's is coming up. And they'll wake up February 14th, February 7th, can we have something? And you're like, well, sure, I can come up with some quick tips and quick, easy to do off-the-book campaign for you. But if you want something very different, something that really encapsulates what your brand stands for, then you should have come to me in January. Give your clients and tell your clients that, this is Actually, you know, if you go ahead and tell them that, you know, we need time where we've got a lot of projects, you're talking about you. But if you tell them that, hey, this is going to benefit your brand, tell them that it's about them. You want a marketing campaign that's successful for your brand? Give us more time. So coming on to another one of our really interesting questions is, everybody I'm sure is familiar with content marketing, right? And given the fast-paced world that we live in which everything, you know, is changing, there's new trends coming up, one of the you know, topics of concern that we want to address is that how can you use content marketing to stay up to date with trends?
I think going back to the same topic that we mentioned earlier with repurposing. So whenever we talk about repurposing, we usually just, you know, create a bunch of different content and then just repurpose in different channels. And, you know, even outreach to, you know, our email automation, whatever we are doing. But there are certain things that we do miss here. That is, you know, going maybe in real life, having events on some of the topics that we have written already about. You know, in one of the blog posts or social media posts that you're doing, find out what's working for you. Again, doing the 80-20 rule, find out what's working for you. Go in events, go in webinars, talk about it in interviews. And you know, whenever you're creating a content strategy, make sure you're mentioning that, hey, maybe you're just spending, you know, only 4 or 5, you know, blog posts per month. But you can really leverage that, or even those social media, you know, content that you're putting, you can really leverage that and start creating ads out of them. You know, I'm talking about, for example, how to do influencer marketing, and I'm putting that on my digital agency, you know, website. So I can go about it and I can start creating ads around it. If you're not creating 3 to 4 ads on LinkedIn every single day, you're missing out. So when you're creating all of this, you know, system, I think system works way better than any other thing, like, you know, creating those one-off campaigns. So just create a system of and really go through the whole user journey. Just like we mentioned earlier about campaigns, I think you need to know, just like in setup questions, whenever you're asking those setup questions, you need to, you know, nudge a little, you know, talk about different things, and then you get straight to the point and then ask them the question and get the answer that you want. I think the same goes with marketing campaigns and content. You need to nudge a little bit, you need to go ahead with, you know, some brand awareness stuff, and then finally ask for the kind of conversion you get. And it's always a good idea to always write this down in a say, you know, you're starting a Google Doc every single month. You're writing one call to action. What is one thing I want to happen, you know, this month? What is my main priority? Start from that, and then create whatever content you want to go for and how you can repurpose it. And again, Haro comes in, again, you know, all of those different ads come in, and repeat that process. You don't have to reinvent the wheel every single month. Take that strategy, change the CDA, you know, every single month, change the content, but keep the structure same. So you never have to struggle with, you know, not having motivation or, you know, creative block, you know, any point of life. It's going to be continuous.
So in continuation to what Elvina touched upon earlier, I would add to it, and I would go about like the content marketing strategy by fundamentally mapping out the channels where I would like to be present. So I'll be looking at the different channels, and by saying channels, it's not necessarily tied up to the social media or only digital platforms. We can as well include outreach, we can include PR. Now there's a new version of PR, which is the digital PR or PR 2.0, which is similar to marketing 2.0 as well. And this is another thing that it can be as well part of your content strategy, where you start by mapping out the channels and what type of channels you are going to cover throughout the year. And this is like, I'm sure that you will agree with me, because this is something that definitely you will be covering while working and developing or curating actually the content strategy. When we're saying content strategy, and enough of the jargony about, like, you know, the big terminologies and all of that, your content strategy is that, like, if I'm simplifying it in a couple of like simple words, is like that type of content that will definitely be relatable to your audience. So, for example, the majority of the brands now, they keep hammering the pillar of like, you know, leadership. Like they keep saying like, okay, leadership codes, leadership achievements. Yeah, that is amazing and that is quite good. But as well, for some audiences and for some businesses, this won't do them like, you know, a lot. Specifically that we focus on the high level stuff and we forgot about the most important things that really matters to the business. So for example, if I'm like, you know, after sales and I understand that the army behind the show is like, this is as well their like, you know, ultimate goal, and this is like their KPI, and that's how I will be assessing their performance, then my objective for my content strategy as well, it needs to be not that aggressive sale, call to action, but sales in a way or another, or at least paving the way to the sales. So I'll be like, you know, raising the awareness of the product, telling them like about the USPs, KSPs, like unique selling points, key selling points. Why do they need to take my product versus another competitor's product?
Those are some really interesting points that you touched upon, and I would actually like to add on to what you said. One of the things that, you know, how you said to kind of identify the correct channels, I think it also goes back to the sort of content that you're promoting on those channels, right? And I'm sure you must have noticed, especially over the past couple of years, a lot of brands want to be more purposeful now. Female empowerment seem to be words that everybody seems to be throwing about, right? Without really kind of taking in what it means. And I feel a lot of brands you'll see will try to, you know, kind of jump on this bandwagon that, okay, female empowerment is a thing now. Let's everybody like jump onto this trend. But if you just do a generic campaign that does not, you know, reach out to your audience in a manner that's impactful, they're gonna forget about it. Like you'll have like 100 brands talking about female empowerment or the same thing, and sure, everybody knows what it's all about, right? But doing a more focused approach or picking up a cause or a particular problem and then focusing your brand and relating your brand to it is the way to go. Like, I'm going to give you an example, and I think this may be more relatable to you know, people from South Asian countries. But for example, we have a brand back home called Shan. And they basically create you know, mixes for recipes, so they make your cooking time a lot easier. And typically still, you know, in South Asian countries, people live with their in-laws. So the cooking aspect kind of falls on to the daughter-in-law in most cases. And there's also a trend in South Asian countries where, you know, becoming a female doctor is something that your parents will push you towards, not just because of the fact that medicine is a noble profession, but because interestingly, having a female doctor, you know, makes you more eligible for marriage, and yet you know, you have women that invest a lot of time, a lot of energy to become a doctor, and then once they get married, they're sitting at home. They can't go and practice. They cannot, you know, because the marital responsibilities start to take precedence. So interestingly enough, they took data from that. They picked up on that consumer insight, and they created a campaign and a very interesting ad in which they showed that you know, this young girl who's just graduated, gotten her, you know, doctor degree, medicine degree, and is now all ready to go out there and practice, and she gets married, and she has a kid, and her mother-in-law kind of steps in to help her out. But it wasn't just about the ad being effective because it touched upon a consumer problem. What they actually did was they partnered up with a company that is called Sehat Kahani, which is an app that's created that actually allows female doctors to practice from home. So they really leveraged that technology, and they gave women who, you know, because you can't just go around and change a culture overnight. You can't just be like, okay, now you've got these female doctors, and tell the family that, you know what, we want them going out into the hospitals and working there. Not to say that we do not have a lot of female doctors, we do, but there is a good percentage that ends up being stuck at home. So when they partnered up with Sehat Kahani, there was a call to action at the end of the ad that if you relate to this, or if you're one of those females who's stuck at home, who's got her degree in medicine, who wants to practice but cannot do so, well, here's an opportunity for you to come on board.
And I think we've reached to the Q&A.
Yes.
Question. I'm sorry
yes.
for
No, definitely.
interrupting.
Yes, sure. Thank you for keeping track of the time.
No worries.
So actually now over to our audience. Anybody who would like to ask any questions, feel free to come up to the mic here and we'll answer them for you. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Sailesh Kumar, founder of IXL Technologies. So it's a great session. Thank you for the wonderful inputs. So I just wanted to ask you, about the, marketing continuous improvements are there, but what about the measurements? We use multiple channels and I understand that there are tools, but anything specific you have come across to do that, because 80-20 rules when you were talking about. So any input on the measurements, because we use influencers, we use campaigns and all, but the target is not just a website or something, there are multiple platforms, we get messages or something. So how do you measure it?
I can take this one. Well, first of all, I'm trying not to do any publicity for free here for any of the tools that we're using, but definitely I'll be giving you some advices on which type of tools you can employ and you can use for the type of metrics that you're after, basically. So if you're after SEO performance, there is a certain a good and solid tools that are multinational or international. And similarly, we do have other platforms where we can name. Like I said, I cannot name any, but I can tell you, off the record, I can tell you, sure. but not from this platform, definitely.
You should definitely connect with him after this talk.
Yeah,
yes.
unless they're willing, to pay me for for marketing their tools, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions from our audience? Yeah, come up.
Hi. So with respect to your Navia example, there we knew the problem and then we devised a solution to it. Now I'm talking about B2B offerings, where I do not know the problem. So can there be any innovative way to really gauge the right problems from the corporates?
So the solution that I gave you was the B2C, but for B2B, to be very honest, my expertise does not lie in that because I've worked, with FMCG companies for promoting their brands. But if either of you have any B2B advice in which we can come up with tools, I would pass that on to the two of you.
I would say again, it's definitely lies within some good tools, but the key metrics to look at these things, which will be any tool that has competitor analysis, keywords, performance, and again, like I mentioned earlier, social media listening. It's a key. It's called social media listening, but it's above and beyond that because it will give you different type of metrics and data. So the type of data that you will be retrieving from these type of tools, it will be contributing directly towards your content strategy. And that's how you will be building the solid infrastructure for your strategy.
What I would like
I
to
can
add
go
is-
ahead
Oh, sorry,
and
go ahead.
actually name a tool which I have used and it's done wonders for me. It's called Sprinkler, and it does all of these things under one dashboard, regardless of how many businesses you have. Even if you have if you have an agency and you want to have this kind of data for every single one of your clients, it's exactly what it helps you. It's a slightly a premium version of the regular social listening and tools that we use, but it's definitely worth it. Sprinkler, Sprinkler.
Thank you so much. That's great. And I got a great example of a brand jumping on the bandwagon here, and it frustrates us every single year. Is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Pinktober. Oh, let's slap a pink ribbon on something. But what percentage of your profits are going towards cancer research? How are you actually helping? Don't just jump on the bandwagon. Do something with those profits. Raise the awareness. And everyone's calling companies out on it here now.
I definitely agree. I don't know how they did campaigns here, but I remember back home there was one of these brands that did an entire fashion shoot with all of these top celebrities. Everybody's wearing pink, and a lot of people were like, "Well, okay, great." You know what I really dislike is how something so serious and important, such as breast cancer awareness, becomes all about pink cupcakes and your pink dress, and giving those nice pink packed or wrapped chocolates for your employees to be like, look, we support women, and we're here for you. So yes, I definitely agree.
The things that exacerbate cancer. Awesome, good job. Anyway, I could go on about that.
Yeah,
for a
so we
long
could have an
time.
entire session on that, but I think we're out of time.
But thank you so much to our panelists. What a great session. Lots
Thank
of
you,
learning.
everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Lots of learning there. Fantastic. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And would you like to get the photo of our panelists, please? That'd be nice. Good session, guys. I like that one a lot. Now we are creating a culture of continuous marketing improvement. It's inevitable that you want to know how you can create brand trust in this era where everything is digital. So I would like to call onto the stage Alvina Khalid. You're staying, Alvina, CEO of Alves, and also Kevin Sommerbang, founder and creative director at Kinetic Slides. And they're going to give you an overview of the matter through this fireside chat session. So I'll hand it over to you two. Thank you so much. Are both your mics on? I'm sorry, Kyla. We have Kyla Valaniova, CEO and founder of Growth Creative Solutions. Hi.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Hi, everyone. So I'm very excited about our discussion. It's going to be about creating brand trust in the digital age. And if you guys were here earlier, you know that I started my agency at age 18. So I know a thing or 10 about working 10 times harder than everyone to get someone to trust me to do their digital marketing and spearhead all of their initiatives. So over the past few days, we've had a lot of very collaborative and educational discussions about how we do all of these initiatives for our clients, but how, as digital marketers or as marketeers and as agency owners, how do we build that brand trust within ourselves, presenting ourselves as more than service providers and as businesses, and collectively we've decided to make this discussion a bit more targeted to all of the agency owners and marketeers here. So how do we build brand trust so that our leads don't run away after a first discovery call? Okay, and go to the cheaper alternative or the closer alternative. And so before we go further into the hows and whys of building brand trust, it's really important to know what could possibly happen, what are the consequences of not building that trust from the get-go, okay? So as we know, as marketers, customers that are looking to get things done quickly and have the money to pay up front, they're a bit more careless about where that money goes to. So a little analogy for you, if I was really hungry, or if you guys were really hungry, you wouldn't travel 30 minutes to go to your favorite dining spot, right? You would sit, enjoy the food, whatever is at your convenience. So it's the same way when we work with our clients. And a lot of these businesses that are doing B2C, they want to hire urgently. They want someone to do digital marketing really fast. And so you're going to have to work a bit faster. You're going to have all of the things they need to trust you. So I'm really grateful and I'm really happy to be sitting here with Kevin and Alvina because they're really good at what they do. And if, Kevin, you want to talk about one of the foundations of brand trust, brand awareness, I would love to.
Yeah, definitely. I know a lot of us are digital marketers here, and we know that there's much more experienced and seasoned marketers compared to us. I mean, it's obvious that we're like the youngest marketers here, right? Do you guys agree? Right? So I feel like I'm not the best person to speak about this, but I know that we can all agree on one model. It's called the KLT. Anyone knows what the KLT model is? No, like, and trust. Oh my gosh, just the young ones know it. Okay, anyway, no, like, and trust, KLT, right? So it's a model that is non-salesy. It's approach on how you move someone from being a stranger to a raving client, right? So KLT stands for know, like, and trust. And then there's no shortcut, and each stage must be met before a prospect trusts and buys from you. So audience have to know you, they have to like you, and then eventually they will trust you. Once they trust you, that's the moment that they would decide if they would do a purchasing decision, right? You cannot expect someone to just know that, hey, this Alane bottle is water. Maybe I'm gonna try it on, stuff like that. Yeah, you don't expect it to happen. So knowing your brand is the easiest, but it doesn't mean that they will automatically buy from you. They have to like you, and surprising, and it's not just about trust. It's not just about liking you too. They need to trust you even further. So trusting means you have to de-risk the audience and get rid of any objections related to the budget, to time, and to the process. And having said all that, we should know that it takes time, and it's not an overnight feat, right? Sometimes it takes years and even decades for a brand to get trusted, to be liked, and to be known, liked, and trusted. And that three model, we can dive on a lot of topics under it, but I choose to just stick with one because we only have a few minutes. We only have like 35 minutes, and I chose to speak about brand awareness. Again, I'm not the perfect person to talk about branding here, or even just the KLT model, but I'm gonna share my experience, what has worked for me, and what has helped me to kind of increase the number of bookings that I have, and eventually to close more deals of real estate companies who wanted to create a pitch deck and raise millions of dollars, right? So brand awareness. Brand awareness is not just about your audience getting familiar with your company, with your logo and the colors of your brand. It's much more than that. It's about what separates you from the other brands who do the same thing, right? And knowing your unique offer would make it easy for you to reach your target audience. I know that a lot of here are digital marketing agencies, but have you asked yourself, did I stand out among all others who are doing the same thing? Right? Did you guys ask yourself? Because if you did, I think you are doing a great job in terms of brand awareness, right? So there's one local mastermind community in the Philippines. It's called the Freelance Movement Tribe. And the first thing that they teach all the members in that tribe is profile optimization. So you got to know what to offer, who you offer it to, and the results that you want your audience to have. And having profile optimization helped me cut the time our target audience express interest in buying our service. Like when you go to LinkedIn and you type in presentation designer, there will be a bunch of people that you will see. And then if I were a real estate company and I'm looking for a presentation designer, and then I saw someone who is very niche, who's always only doing presentation designs for real estate, I would say, hey, this is the guy, this is the company, I need to book. Even if we are not connected, the first time when I see the profile, because it's so optimized for me as a real estate company, I would connect with a person, and the first thing that I would say to him or to her is to say, hey, I need your service. We should schedule a call because I am willing to pay for it right now. That's what profile optimization did for me. That's just part of brand awareness, guys. Now, brand awareness also leads people to recognize the possibilities or no possibilities of working with you now or in the future. That's a good thing, right? Because you don't want all people to come to you saying that, hey, we want digital marketing help. Can you do this for us? It's even better if they visit your profile and then know for a fact that, hey, I don't think I'm the right he's the right person for me, or I'm the right person for this company, right? That's what brand awareness does. Does it also apply to referrals? the no formula? Of course it does. And but the conversion speed and rate is way faster and higher than your typical conversion for a lead. But just for the first panel this morning, said we are not supposed to trust just on referrals, otherwise our pipeline is gonna dry in the future or months from now, right? So we have to work on the know, like, and trust to keep people coming our way. So I have a few tips that you can probably use, and this worked for me to get an influx of qualified leads, book calls, and eventually closed projects. The first one is to genuinely connect with the big names or influencers in my niche. So what did I do? I found out who the personalities that my ideal clients are looking up to. So for instance, in the real estate space, there is that one guy, he's named Joe Fairless, and he runs the biggest multifamily syndication in the real estate space. So he coaches lots of people in the real estate space, and then people look up to him. I connected with him on LinkedIn and say that, hey, I'm a big fan. I bought your book on ebook, and then I read all about it, and I appreciate that you also preach what I preach, which is about branding and then making sure that your marketing lives up to 2022 and not 1990s, right? And then what did I do? I repurpose Joe Fairless's content, his book, into carousels. Guys, you know what carousels are? The one that you could, swipe from left to right, right? So I put a big ass picture of Joe Fairless in the first scroll, and then surprisingly, it has gotten me the most number of views and clicks and engagement on LinkedIn. And then after that, I've been booked for lots of calls, and then people get interested in what I offer. They feel like I know Joe Fairless from a very personal standpoint. They feel like we are friends, and then they feel like, hey, maybe this one is something that Joe Fairless likes, because maybe this guy works for Joe Fairless, stuff like that, right? So that's what I did. And then lastly, I gave Joe Fairless a free service in exchange for an exposure. So I waited for the perfect time that Joe Fairless had a keynote, and then I talked to him on LinkedIn and said that, hey, Joe, can I see your keynote for the upcoming conference? And then he sent it to me, and then I say, you preach about branding, you preach about marketing. Why does your deck suck? I mean, why is it not consistent to your colors on your Facebook and on your website? You're not walking the talk. And so he was like, okay, what am I gonna do? And then I said to him, in exchange for one slide, I will revamp your presentation, but at the end of the deck, allow me to have one slide that talks about myself. And then that's free. I gave it for free, and then just right after the conference, I got an influx of calls from qualified clients who are excited to buy my service. So that's one thing that you can do. It's not just about content that you could be known by your audience, but it's personal outreach, especially with the big names in the industry. I think that's what I can contribute based on my experience. You guys have any input with regards to being known by your audience?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit more about that. So I think before we could go deep into, why, brand awareness, how you can actually achieve that, it's really important to understand the importance of it. So I'm sure all of you would agree to the fact that referral marketing and people attesting to what you're doing is one of the most powerful things to market your brand. So if I were to have a Tesla, I'm definitely a fan of Tesla, definitely, you can see that. So if I own a Tesla and it's in my garage, there's so many, it increases the chances for other people in my neighborhood to actually buy that Tesla. I am personally in the crypto industry, I work in the blockchain, and because of that, there are a lot of people in my friend circle or in my family got involved into just, the blockchain side of things. So, and that's one of the reason why I'm mentioning this is because if I were to say that I have studied from Harvard, that explains everything, because Harvard has done a great job at really educating people of who they are, what they do. People don't have to come up with you with follow-up questions about how competent they are or what they do. But instead, if I say name of a college that's not very popular, that would bring in a lot of different questions about where they are, what's the curriculum, how competent they are. So to avoid all of these kind of questions, I would not even mention my college in the first place. So that kind of blocks all of this referral marketing. So if you're doing a good job at teaching everybody what you're doing and eliminating the need for the users or your customers to explain what you do, that's going to generate automatic, referral marketing, UGC, and all of that kind of natural stuff. That's something that you need that's when your customers become your brand advocates. So that's one of the main things that you can definitely take into account. And another thing I would like to add to the whole framework that we have is to first you need to teach something. I think we talked about having Facebook ads. So instead of there's one thing that a lot of people miss out on, and that's something I've learned myself from experts, is that whenever you're creating ads, for example, so instead of doing A/B testing, go ahead with 9 ads. Schedule 9 ads. How that's going to work, the first 3 sequence of the ads can be about brand awareness. Second 3 ones can be about how relevant they are among the people that you're distributing that ad to. And the last 3 sequence can be about the conversion, whatever CTA they want to go. Experiment with 3 different types and make sure your audience is not watching or viewing the next ad without viewing the first one. So that's something that you can also take into account. I think we talked about in the first day of Marketing 2.0 about customers need to see your product at least 7 times before they even consider purchasing it. So go with the same analogy, go with the same process, make sure that you're going through the whole user journey and making sure that you're out there, putting yourself out there, and really driving that. Instead of just talking about the conversion, instead of just promoting that, hey, we have a sale, go with the whole process of brand awareness, relatability, and then finally the conversion part.
Yeah, I found all of those insights really valuable, and I love how I think we've established that brand awareness is really important. However, just because your consumers know you doesn't mean that they essentially like you and that they will eventually trust you. So how do we get our consumers to like us after they've known us, after we've made them aware that, hey, we exist and this is what we do? What are things that we can do to build on our credibility? So I want to expound more on the letter L in our KLT framework. So that's like, and it's so important, right? Because they can know all of the details. I can know all about Pepsi, but I'm still going to go for Coke. I can know all about KFC, but I'm still gonna love my McFlurries. So how do you get people to like you? You treat brands like people, right? That's how you build connections. So aside from my digital marketing agency, I also teach freelancers how to work from home and get started on their freelance journeys. And when I'm teaching them about social media marketing, I teach them these 3 things that'll make any strategy successful. So that's frequency, okay, and there's relevance and also consistency. So when we talk about frequency, it's also very aligned with what Alvina said. Your consumers need to see you at least 7 times, and if you're posting 1 time a month, they're not going to see any of that. So it's really important that you show up on the platforms that you're meant to show up in, because when you see someone, I don't know if you guys have dated, but when you're in the dating stage, the more that you see someone, the more attracted you are going to get to them. So it's the same thing when we're building brand trust. The more that people see us, the more that they are aware that we're still here, our business is still thriving. They trust you because you are keeping things running. And then we talk about consistency. So when you say you are a digital marketing agency and you don't show up on social media, you don't have a website, that's a bit sketchy because you're not walking the talk. Yeah, so it's really important to me. Whenever I sell my digital marketing agency, I've also been working on my personal account because I can't claim to know my social media if I don't have at least 5,000 followers on my Instagram, because otherwise, what am I here for? Just to make profit? No, I really have to show that I'm really into it. And last, of course, is, so we have frequency, consistency, and relevance. So is the message that we're sharing to our audience something that they're actually interested in? So in social media, I see the easy way out content is always a did you know or a fun fact. Is it really that fun? I mean, you have to really do your market research. It's so important that you are your consumer so that you know how to talk to them in the language that they understand. And we're not talking about English or Arabic here. We're talking about the slangs they use. Okay? Are we incorporating names they know? Are we talking about places that they frequent? Okay? So that's really important, and it isn't limited to social media, right? So frequency, consistency, and relevance really partakes in building brand trust. So I think, doing those things, being frequent with your customers, being consistent in your messaging and your visuals, and also, being relevant, doing your research.
Yeah, I want to add something to that, Kyla. You mentioned about having content, right? But I want to dig further about really building connection. So we have this thing called cheerleading. So basically, you go to the profile of your target prospects, and then you go to their posts, and then if you feel like you wanted to celebrate with them, then put a celebration icon, and then say something like, "Congratulations! I've been looking forward for you to have this award," and stuff like that. I know that you were able to close this deal before 2022, stuff like that. Having a very positive attitude would also attract positivity from your audience.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. You can move on to the next one. So another thing that, I think we can talk about after being relevant to people is the trust part. On how you can actually get people to trust you. So besides, one thing I'm sure that everyone does already is showing proof. That's the number one thing that, whenever you're talking about something, make sure you're presenting yourself, case studies, and I'm sure you all are already aware of that. But one key thing that I notice between the kind of work I do and the kind of work that's in Web 2, so just a background about myself, I'm completely immersed into the Web 3 area. So I barely know anything about what happens in the digital marketing that's currently happening. And one of the main things that I notice is that the community of Web3 blockchain is so much more engaging than any other community in the Web2 space. And I really like to break it down into two things and why that's the case. Number one, because every single community member in Web3 is an investor. So they're definitely your brand advocates. The second thing is that everybody is transparent. We don't have to make the same changes in the Web2 in the normal traditional marketing that we're doing. We don't have to make every single person an investor, but we can make every single person a brand advocate. And that's when referral marketing comes in. The second part I touched upon was transparency. So in the blockchain space, unlike the regular about page that we have put up on our websites where we talk about who we are, in blockchain we are required to have something called a white paper. So what this white paper is, it talks about every single thing you're doing. You're 100% transparent, because every single person is an investor. You need to be very transparent. Why can't we just have the same thing in the Web2 space? So when I say transparency, they're revealing what their financial model is like. They're revealing if they're raising 100 million right now, how they're allocating their resources. How much is it going to marketing? How much to the team salaries? How much is going to the campaigns or the VC or the development? This is how transparent they are. Not requiring everyone to say that, but definitely being very transparent on where you're spending your time and how you're devoting yourself internally as well. If you do not post anything for 3 days, you're gonna get your community members all aggressive asking you what you have been doing and why you haven't been answering them. So, and one of the things I'm noticing, even Gary Vee, he has an NFT and he is in Discord most of the time talking to people. This is how clear, direct, and transparent everyone is. Why can't we have the same thing in the Web2? Be very transparent of everything that's happening. One thing I can talk in terms of B2B is whenever you're reaching out to a client for just like in your regular templated emails and you're doing your automation, you're doing your outreach, you can just send them a message that, hey, we researched your project, you're doing a great job, and we had an internal meeting about you. Here is a screenshot of a Zoom call that we had. take a screenshot of that Zoom call and send that over to you that, hey, we had a small, quick brainstorming session internally about what are some of the things that we can do for you, and here's XYZ, can we hop on a quick call and talk about this? This is the kind of transparency that, you know, that people really love. And when we do implement these kind of things in the traditional marketing or in just the regular Web 2 projects, I think we can really have the kind of same competitive brand loyalty and engagement that is currently in the Web 3 space.
Yeah, talk about transparency. I wanted to, because all of us are faced with, you know, discovery calls, however you want to call it, sales calls, whatever. Sometimes we are pumped up or hyped up or we get excited when we talk to a really big company or a prospect, right? And sometimes we tend to promise something. But one thing that I've learned in the past is that you don't promise what you really cannot give. So for instance, way back like 3 years ago, we still don't have copywriters in-house. We didn't have someone who would help us craft a good message that is related or tied to the brand voice of our clients. So there was that one client I remember I mentioned that we will help him to craft a good storyline, but ended up just helping him with the visuals, and then he ended up not giving us a five-star rating, right? So that's just one of the deadliest things that I did. So what you can do is assess yourself, know yourself, what you can do, what you can deliver, and then with that, you try to just do two things, either deliver or over-deliver.
Yeah, and I'd like to add on to that. Another really good way to build trust after the no and the like is to really capitalize on the social proof that you have. So if you know that you are over-delivering for your current clients, make the most out of that. What I like to do personally, and it has helped me exceed in referral marketing, is I ask my clients to do video testimonials, or I ask them to leave me a testimonial on a specific project that I worked with them. Because a lot of my clients I handle, they ask me to go on board and do one thing, and then eventually they like it so much that they ask me to do another thing. So I ask them to go on detail on what I did right and what I did to help that business out. And that way, when you're in a discovery call, a strategic thing to do would be to upload that client testimonial right after that discovery call, because that's exactly the time where your lead is going to go and stalk your socials, stalk your LinkedIn, and make that decision in their head whether they're going to go for you. So that's just from a digital marketing agency perspective, but if you are selling B2C, client testimonials still work. And another way to get into the hearts of people is to get your clients to vouch for you. Another good way to get other people to vouch for you is influencer marketing. So it's really big right now. When we talk about UGCs, they work because you have real people vouching for your products, okay? But when you pay influencers to do this, you are capitalizing on a follower base that they already have. So I personally think that influencer marketing is one of the biggest ways that we're going to see brands build trust within the digital age in the next years, because it's just starting right now. We just see influencers posting on their social and doubling the sales of a specific company. What more in the next years, you know? So I like to think that influencer marketing is a branched out version of referral marketing, but it's more powerful because you have someone with millions of followers, millions of super fans that are willing to sell out this product just because they like the person. So other people's voices, word of mouth still really works in digital marketing. You just have to find ways to make content out of it.
Yeah, I wish I could do influencer marketing with my business Kinetic Slice, but apparently I don't have the money to spend, you know, to Joe Fairless or the big names in the real estate industry in the US. But I think I mentioned a while ago that, you know, trust, KLT, right? Trust means you have to de-risk the feeling of your prospect or your client about whether they're gonna get an ROI with the money that they're throwing at you for the service that you're promising to them or not, right? So it's all about sometimes on a sales call, it could happen that they would instantly trust you. You just need to provide them with the information on how you do the projects, like the step one, how long does it take, why does it take that long, what are the background processes that takes place when you're working, and then they're not gonna how many times you get together, or what are the updates, all the milestones before you could end up with $1 million pitch deck, something like that. So you just have to inform them, and then inform them in a way that's educational, and at the same time that they would inspire them to say that, hey, Kevin is here to help me with my pitch deck, and he's gonna take it and then run with it, and when he comes back, he's gonna give me a deck that's gonna help me raise capital faster. I hope that made sense.
That actually got me thinking of another aspect that we can actually implement. So how many of you have heard or are part of Sephora loyalty program? Yes, I'm sorry guys. So how this works is that the more you purchase, just like any other loyalty program, the more you purchase, the higher the ranking you go, silver, premium, and then the more perks you get freebies, on your birthday, and all those surprises that you get. So how we can actually leverage that in a B2B or even B2C market is creating similar loops and similar loyalty programs. If you are in a B2B business, like digital marketing agency that you currently have, you can actually create a system like this with your clients. Start off by having a loyalty program among all of your clients. Put out some of the action items that they should be doing. Maybe launching X number of campaigns with you, or spending X number of hours with you. They're going to be upgrading it to the next level, and in return you can actually exchange a few good freebies or free services just for your clients, and building that kind of loyalty program and getting that client retention over time. That's for B2B. For B2C, you can copy the same thing, but instead of doing it in a real world, like I mentioned with Sephora, you can actually digitalize it by something that you can do online. One thing that I personally do is on Discord. There's a platform called Discord, similar to how other social media projects are, but the way it works is that you create X number of requirements that this is what people should be doing. Here's a calendar of the next 30 days of events that we'll be having. Make sure you attend this, and the more you attend it, and I would break it down that what exactly do you need in order to be in the silver, gold, or diamond loyalty aspect. And then the more you are in there, the more prizes or freebies or whatever that you can give out to them, just in order to incentivize and motivate people to engage more and really become part of your community.
Yeah, I remember also Amara talking about the brand activation for Nivea, right? I think that's one of the best ways to promote your brand, so that your target audience would trust you better. So brand activation, especially for B2C. So that's it, guys. Do you have anything to share before we could probably accommodate some questions?
Yeah, I think it's time for questions. We are running a little bit low on time, so if anyone has any questions for us, we would really appreciate it.
Yeah, I do. I'm going to put my journalist head on and throw a curveball question at you. So, brand trust, you've created this brand loyalty with your audience, and say you are Balenciaga, James Cameron and Disney, Kanye West. You've gone and screwed it up on social media by doing things you shouldn't do in your latest promotions. How are you going to regain that trust with your customers? And in a digital age, we can also talk about what is the thing that your consumer has at their fingertips? Information. It's real easy for them to dig up stuff very, very quickly, and for it to get out there and destroy a brand in seconds. Look at Carlos, the CEO of G2 Games, seen out partying with Andrew Tate. They lost a $100 million sponsorship slot in an e-games sponsorship overnight. So how do you get that trust back? How do you win your consumer or your other businesses' trust back when it's gone that far? Sorry.
No, that's a very good question. Actually, we did touch upon that about the crisis management. That's a very good question. So there are a few things that you can do. First of all, the best thing you can do is to really take it, be transparent again, and admit that whatever you have done and acknowledge it. And whenever a crisis is loud, make sure if you have corrected it, make sure your answer is louder. If you have corrected that mistake, make sure that you're actually screaming at the top of your lungs that, hey, we have corrected that. So that can actually lead to something positive in the long run. That's one thing. A second thing is definitely having, sometimes, whenever we started the last session about the social media, sometimes silence is the key. You need to wait, just like all those viral campaigns that happens, or any sort of thing that goes viral happens, it slows down for a moment, wait for it to slow down, and then that's the time when you can actually come up front and talk about your experience and your point of view on how you can deal with it. Having a good crisis management, or even just a good strategy put in place for situations like this is essential before you can go out there, start commenting or replying to people. And it's definitely a good idea to talk to a few professionals and before you can actually start to implement and be out there in the media talking and addressing questions like these.
Because it's such a fragile thing these days. Trust is such a fragile thing. Do any of you guys have any questions on that? Would you like to take to the mic there? And oh, he might have to stand on a chair.
I actually have a question for every one of you, but I don't know if we have the time. So I'm going to start with Kyla. Kyla, in terms of influencer marketing, do you think micro-influencers or macro-influencers work better to establish trust?
You know what? I have a lot to say about that because I've tried with the big influencers with millions of followers to create one post. It creates brand awareness. But if you want to focus on community building, and if you want people to trust what you're really saying, the people to reach out to are micro-influencers, because you have their closest family following them, their new fans, and these are people who are more likely to buy just to support their little neighborhood influencer. So if we're talking about sales and community building, the micro-influencers, even the ones under 10K, do the best. And you will also notice that you get really good content because these are mini celebrities that really want to put their faces out there, whereas you get these 1.5 million influencers on social media. They will deliver the post and they will do it following all of the guidelines, but there's no authenticity. And the past few days, we talk about how authenticity is so important, and you get that more with the smaller neighborhood influencers. So yeah, that's a really good question, and I keep preaching it to my clients who want to spend millions of pesos on celebrities, but I'm just telling them the micro-influencers will give you more for your buck.
Actually, I just wanted to ask a follow-on. I think the key word you used there was community, which exactly nail on the head. But working with influencers, how do you verify the authenticity of their followers? I used the example yesterday of a prominent businessman here who was verified, gained 600,000 followers overnight, so it was obvious they were all just bought. So how do you have people to have trust in the influence when they're just buying their followers, so they don't actually have any real engagement?
Okay, so buying followers is a big no-no in social media, and as digital marketers, it's important that we know how to spot them on the get-go. So there's actually a tool that you can use that can calculate an engagement rate. If you see someone with 10,000 followers but with only 2 to 5 comments on their posts, that's a bit sketchy. So I would rather collaborate with an influencer with around 5K and you see 100 comments on their posts. These people have community. These people have impact. As little as may be, conversions are higher. Yeah.
This next one's for you, Kevin. You spoke about ROI in terms of sales. What are some ways to establish trust or ROI on a sales call besides case studies? Because ROI is something you can only prove to clients once you actually start working with them.
Yeah, so return on investment, right? What are the ways that we can promise ROI to our clients? Specific to what we do, we can't really promise them to, we cannot say to them that, hey, in the next 14 days, you will be able to raise $50 million. So it's not just about the quantitative aspects of an ROI that we promise to them, but much more about how they would feel when they're on stage. Because from GoDaddy, they would say that if your brand looks good, you feel good, right? So when you're up on stage, there's that psychological thing going on, saying that, hey, my slides are good. I'm gonna be premium looking on stage, and people tend to trust me more or give me their money, hard-earned money, just because they perceive me as an authority already. So that's the reason why we use the phrase raise capital faster instead of raise X million of dollars in blah blah number of days. So yeah.
Thank you. Alvina, this one's for you. I don't know if you did digital marketing and then moved to Web3 or just started off with Web3, but given that Web3 has more transparency and that leads to trust, why do a lot of Web2 companies not move to Web3?
So I think the number one problem that we have right now is knowledge. Not a lot of people, I'm sure, even in this room, may be 100% aware of what it is. And even the Web3 experts are also experimenting with different things and what works, what doesn't. And we are currently in the process of getting that mass adoption towards blockchain. And a lot of projects are onboarding onto adoption mainly because of this thing. First of all, there's definitely an incentive of keeping more profits. That's one thing. Transparency is another thing. And there's also this trend that a lot of projects are already onboarding. If you just check the stats right now, there are more people converting into Web3 than ever before in the history. So it is, it's a new technology, a lot of learning that's happening at the moment. And once people understand, not just the companies itself, but also their audience, once they both understand and once the technology evolve, I can really see a lot of these projects onboarding. It's actually one of the trends that I'm expecting to happen in 2023.
I have a follow-up from that. For current Web2 companies, what are some ways that you could suggest we could look at moving to Web3? That kind of get started with it.
Yeah, so you can never go talk to an agency or anyone who helps you build a Web3 company without doing your own research first. Because there are a lot of different projects. You need to do your own due diligence about guessing what product or which agency or which professional can help you get on board. Start by getting all those crash courses right. Learn about NFTs, learn about business models, learn about the projects that are doing well versus the ones that are not doing well, and see the connections. It's the best part is, again, since it's transparent, you get to see every single vendor, every single founder. You don't have to go search for the team members on LinkedIn. It's right on their website. Exact people, vendors, advisors that they have, and how they're using that money they have raised to build that kind of blockchain. Learn about it. The more you learn about it, the better. And that's when you can start talking to whether it's legal. There are a lot of people actually in marketing 2.0, in even finance and law. Upstairs, you can talk to a lot of people. There are a lot of people there that are helping you set up your companies and onboarding regular Web2 companies onto Web3. So go ahead with that. Exchange business cards. And once you have gotten to that, overcome that block of learning, when you have gotten better at that, that's when you can start onboarding and maybe looking into the adoption side of things.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. That was super insightful.
Very, very quickly. Do you want to come up and ask a question? Super quick, because we are out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Joined in the middle of the session, but great session, guys. Firstly, just want to understand, Kezia talked about micro and macro influences. How do you analyze, the followers of an influencer? Because there are a lot of, there's a lot of trash in there, right? And it's not easy because specifically for private profiles, you cannot access Instagram data through the API, right? And even for public, you cannot access it public. It's not publicly available. It's only available to the owner, number one. Number two, how do you use data analytics to build that brand trust in the digital age? Because I've seen a lot of agencies, and they're not too data driven, specifically in Pakistan. They're very typical marketing agencies, and that's why I look up to companies like Growth Shop, or in the US is a Critical Mass, which handles digital marketing for BMW, because I've interacted with them directly because when I worked for BMW. So what I want to understand is, what is your take on these two topics, just to understand the digital age?
Yeah, I'm gonna go and take the lead on the question on influencers. So there is no way you could assess those followers one by one. And I figure that a bunch of the apps that claim to do so, they don't really deliver. So where you wanna look at is when you take a look at the profiles of these influencers, you wanna take a look at the comments. So if you see a lot of heart emojis or fun, nice, awesome, yes, that's very manual. So I take in the time to assess the influencers one by one, because you really want to get your money's worth. You're going to send them products, which will take transportation, or you're going to give them a fee. So you might as well do it on your own, while there are no apps to automate it right now. But influencers, if you choose them correctly, you are going to get a lot of money back. So might as well take the time to make sure that you are going to be getting your money's worth. It's only going to be 5 minutes to see that there are no awesome, pretty, beautiful, gorgeous comments on there. So if you see comments that are of value, chances are they're legitimate, they have a very good community.
And just to add to that, there are actually tools that tells you who are the influencers your competitors are working with. And they tell you who are the biggest advocates of their brand. You know, you can check out those tools, make sure you reach out to those influencers that are working for your competitors, maybe tap into those and see how that goes.
Okay. Thanks, guys, so much. We have to wrap up now. So thank you so much. What a great chat. Thank you so much. Alvina, Kevin, and Kyla, amazing chats. Wonderful to have the youngsters on stage. It's good. It's good. Everybody's learning something fabulous. Oh, influencer marketing, complete and utter nightmare, I'm telling you. So we all know that revenue is king, but how do you make sure you're making the right financial decisions? Utilizing research-based insights will help you to better understand your clients so you can satisfy their needs whilst maintaining a profit. And our next speaker session with Arman Kazi, Chief Executive Officer at Verified Market Research, is going to help take your business to the next level by making sure your decisions are based on facts rather than fiction. Aman, would you like to come up to the stage, please? Thank you. You need oh, you've got the clicker. Amazing. Thank you so much.
Hi, guys. So, I'd actually like to start off by saying a little bit about a particular quote. As we all know, knowledge is power, correct? And Neil Armstrong once mentioned, research is creating new knowledge. So I'd like to start off today's keynote, basically simplifying critical revenue impacting decisions using research. Let's kind of begin with what one understands when it comes to taking any critical revenue decisions in a company using research. I'd like to give you guys a little bit about what we do as a consulting company. I guess I didn't mention this. I'm the CEO of Verified Market Research, a research and consulting firm. So when we talk about research, this being the marketing conference, I would today like to kind of address the keynote from a marketing perspective, kind of get into and also deliver some critical insights as to the sort of marketing tactics and insights we've used as a company to be able to kind of scale over the last decade, being able to kind of gain traction of over 1.5 million monthly visitors on our website. So let's kind of take a look at this slide. Here we talk about insights ever since we started. We were primarily very driven based on a lot of content that was provided and also marketed through a lot of paid platforms. We noticed at the end of the day, when content is promoted and the sort of traction you gain with visitors on your website, you kind of want to understand the end metric of it. You're gaining traction, you have a lot of visitors coming on your website, and at the end of the day, what sort of conversions are you looking at which are directly impacting revenue? So with this, I would kind of like to give you all an insight from ever since we started monitoring and tracking these key metrics for us, the sort of research that we backed and the sort of insights that we gathered over time and the sort of revenue it impacted to us as an organization. If y'all can take a look at this chart, y'all will see a curve that's going upwards over the span of the last 8-9 years. So initially, when we used to concentrate on a lot of paid marketing, okay, would drive traffic. At the end of the day, what was the conversion on that traffic? Those were the key metrics that we wanted to target over a span of the first 3-4 years. We noticed that in the long run, initially when we started off with organic, the sort of traction that we got took time. And for that, however, although the traction took time, I would like to say that in the long run, the conversion metrics on our organic traffic was substantial. So the key metric over here for us to decide was how do we cut down on our budgets for paid, and how do we utilize those in order to be able to create better content, create the right sort of qualitative content that kind of addresses the market, where we can kind of engage with our audience a little better, add more value, and eventually how would that result in an overall shift from our marketing methods where our current visitors would be able to benefit and our end revenues would be able to grow substantially. So as you can see, we've kind of, during COVID, looked at implementing a couple of strategies for that. And as you can see, a small blip during COVID, we kind of wanted to go ahead and stop a lot of our paid promotions, stop a lot of our paid advertising. You can see a substantial drop in the traffic over there where you see the V curve. What happened to us in that shift? We utilized a lot of our revenue towards allocating that to a lot of value-add content creation. Eventually, over time, as you can see, our traffic grew, but as you know, results take a lot of time. We can see over here, it took us about a quarter or two, and these are metrics that you're going to be able to see on a higher level. However, if I have to give you a breakdown in terms of the value add where we changed our revenue model from being able to survive on just paid marketing to moving to organic, we grew our revenue 2 times and we dropped our expenses by almost 35%. So that being said, there was a substantial change in revenue for us using data that we utilized for the last 5-6 years and the sort of revenue shift that it gave us. So by giving you this example and this entire scenario, I would kind of like to explain the importance of research based on any critical revenue impacting decision within an organization. So when we talk about research, I would like to summarize that by explaining any key problem you need when, say for example, you're talking about anything, any question that arises in your mind, okay? You want to be able to answer that question by kind of understanding the details and the depth to it. So when we have a question or we need to do research on a particular topic, we begin with primary research, okay? What is primary research? It's me coming here, connecting with you guys, kind of asking you questions which I feel would add value to my knowledge and gaining insights from you guys. So that's the sort of primary research that is very relevant and helpful when you meet with experts within an industry and even other members who can kind of add value to where you are and the sort of things you can learn. Post that, of course, expert insights and a lot of quantitative analysis. So in the example that I explained earlier, quantitative analysis was a mix of a lot of data that we had over the years in terms of the conversions, the organic traffic versus the paid traffic, and then utilizing that from a marketing perspective and actually seeing the sales KPIs on it. We realized that the numbers from a marketing perspectives and the KPIs that you measure in marketing are significantly different when it comes to sales, right? Sales is all about revenue and numbers. And we wanted to kind of utilize that data and that information to kind of have a shift internally in the sort of revenue impacting decisions that we were making as an organization. We realized that at the end of the day, the metrics that we're going to measure and the metrics that our investors are going to measure are going to be based off a spreadsheet. And those are numbers. And at the end of the day, on the ground level, being able to add value to that, we need to be able to use research insights to be able to be very particular and crisp in sort of adding value. So as I mentioned to you all, primary research, expert insights, and quantitative analysis. These are the basis of being able to ask those questions, gather the information, and then analyze as to what sort of information you've gathered and how you could use that to solve your problem. So here I would like to move ahead, and as I've explained through this, the importance of research kind of is creating knowledge, adding value. It can go on from something as simple as you want to be able to go to the gym, you want to be able to lose weight. How do you research the best sort of methods for you to be able to kind of gain that understanding, that level of knowledge for yourself, to be able to utilize that within your day-to-day and kind of get to that goal that you've created for yourself. So that being said, I would like to explain the importance of research, not just from a day-to-day perspective, as I explained to you all, the sort of data-driven information that you can utilize can kind of really help an organization scale in different levels. Today, from a marketing perspective, we just discussed overall numbers that we utilized from a marketing perspective. The way we scaled from 2014 to 2022, we've grown about 12 times. And we've utilized that year-on-year growth to be able to kind of propel our future and invest in the right sort of domains, right sort of marketing metrics for us to be able to gain more clients and add more value. So here, we're going to talk about how VMR helped a prominent semiconductor chip manufacturing company kind of understand upcoming market opportunities. Again, as we were speaking about the importance of research, we understand from this that a semiconductor chip manufacturing company with a substantial revenue kind of came to us with a little bit of a value add that they were looking at. What we kind of did for them was go to the ground levels with their consultants, their analysts, try to understand more about their business problem. Over the last decade, as we all know, there has been a huge shift in the chip manufacturing space. From what we knew as the utilization of different semiconductor chips, from just being within phones, laptops, and TVs, to now being in things as small as smart wearables that people are using on their hands and in consumer appliances, as well as even smaller day-to-day product utilizes that you'll see on a daily basis, where there's a lot of growth and demand that's come post-COVID because of digitalization, of course. But what happened was the whole supply chain dynamics that was kind of disrupted because of COVID. So the case study that I'm kind of explaining over here is going to give you a little more insights as to what was the problem, the sort of solution that we offered, and in the middle, the sort of data-driven analysis that we had to kind of go ahead and incur with them, and what that did to the company. So, as I just explained, the semiconductor manufacturing space kind of blew up post-COVID, and the sort of shift that we've all seen because of smart wearables and a lot of other spaces that have kind of come up ever since in the last 2 years have kind of created a very big market for this space. We kind of understood their pain points, took a look at their product portfolio, and we built a custom solution around it. We realized that one of the biggest challenges was in the supply chain risk management space. So we wanted them to kind of understand the lead time in terms of from the time that a key component was required, when it was delivered, how long it would kind of take them. As we all understand, during COVID, a lot of markets were shut, lead times were disrupted. This kind of needed us to create a predictive model for them where we would base their entire inventory on a very different model altogether from what they were used to. This kind of enabled them to understand, moving ahead, the sort of insights they would require for small problems. And what this kind of did for them was, as you can see over here, we're kind of talking about an absolute market opportunity that we created for them from our perspective. Their overall revenue just in 2020s were about 600 million. And according to what we did for them, just in the year 2021 and 2022, we created over 17 and 23 million in revenue opportunity created each year. And over the span of the next 9 years, we predicted an absolute dollar value opportunity for them at about 427 million. So, and this was just by allowing them to be able to kind of fix the supply chain management problems internally and utilize that to be able to drive more revenue. And of course, this was just the opportunity, absolute opportunity created with the value add and the problems that we identified for them. Whereas in 2021, they kind of assumed that their revenues would be lesser than what they were in 2020. But those numbers, as you can see, are not the case, and those were the increases which have been validated in 21 as well as 22. So giving this example, I would really like to kind of talk about how important it is to be able to use data research for any business problem. Being a marketer, we use data and we use a lot of other metrics to be able to kind of, track analytics of different websites and kind of gauge what's working in terms of ROI for a particular client of yours. These particular insights are the basis of your research, right? And that is what's extremely essential for you to be able to kind of win your client or add value to them. Over the years, and the entire discussion today that we're kind of trying to focus on and emphasize is the importance of research in simplifying critical revenue impacting decisions. So with this example over here, as you can see, from a 600 million in revenue, just the absolute opportunity that we kind of added to them was their revenue of that particular year. And being able to kind of identify these small revenue pockets and understand what markets you aren't currently tapping into, what industries you do not have the largest market share in. These are the sort of numbers and important information that could really drive and allow you to gain larger traction within your particular market. So I think that these sort of insights are extremely crucial in terms of being able to drive those sort of really important business decisions. When you talk about research, is there anything that comes to your mind where you feel that when you're trying to identify a problem, any particular question where you feel that you cannot really add value? When you feel that the sort of research that you're kind of working on is not the most, it's from a perspective that you've been identifying within your own business. But when you get an outside consultant, what happens is he looks at your problem from a different perspective. He's not kind of, he doesn't have those visuals in terms of what you think your business is and what your insights have been for this business. So it kind of allows you to gain those insights into a particular problem from an outside perspective. The sort of modeling, research, and data that can actually be utilized and looked into may not be what you have been used to. But what happens over here is that from an outside perspective, someone who is doing this on a day-to-day basis, the sort of insights that they are used to and the sort of data that they can utilize to be able to kind of explain to you a solution to your problem can come in when you look at expert analysis, which I explained as one of the key drivers of research. So this being said, I would really like to just kind of highlight this again in terms of what was the absolute opportunity created for them using small insights from just our perspective where we were able to drive our revenue using research. So again, I'm going to kind of just come on to a little bit of our platform and talk about the sort of insights that we deliver. When it comes to research, a lot of us are used to a lot of qualitative insights. Everybody perceives and goes through information in a different perspective. Some of y'all may be very, y'all may like to read a lot and understand, where the market is headed and kind of understand things from a very qualitative perspective. But a lot of us, or some experts probably, would kind of think about this from a quantitative manner. They would like to deep dive into numbers and kind of assess where the market is and where the market was and where it's headed from a numbers perspective. So what we kind of try to do over here is we identify and we kind of consolidate this sort of qualitative and quantitative insights together to be able to give our customers the most relevant information that can kind of be utilized to really make an impact within their business. So we would like to identify different revenue pockets for companies where they're not currently focused on and where they can be focused on for an opportunity that they're currently not tapping. So these are some of the critical answers I would say that you can kind of get while using research for your business and research in general from a lot of perspectives. So I think we're early in, but I would kind of like to get more questions from you guys. If there's anything in particular that y'all would like to ask me, I'm very happy to go ahead and talk about it. Yeah.
Would anybody like to ask anything? Oh, I know it's the last day, it's the afternoon,
Yeah.
everyone's tired, but thank you so much for your presentation. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fabulous. Are there steps that side? Thank you, Aman, for your presentation. Good stuff. Now, what is the secret ingredient to marketing? We all have one. But how about when we say there are a few secret sources that can make personal branding even more worth it? Our next fireside chat features Roland D. Costa, Chief Executive Officer at RDIGS, and Jackie Vasudev, co-founder and CEO of Accelerate, who will be solely dedicating and talking about the topic, the secret sources of disruptive personal branding. Please give them a nice round of applause as we welcome them to the stage. Thank you so much. We're coming from either side. That's great. Or the mic should be on, or just flick up the switch to do that. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Yes. Right. So our topic today is the secret sources of disruptive personal branding. Right. So this is an interesting one. We'll give a quick round of intro to on what we do, over and above what Emma said. So you want to go first, Roland, and then I'll take it on.
Yes. My name is Roland DeCosta. I'm the CEO of RDIGS. We are a premium lead and demand generation company based out of India, and we help B2B brands take their product and service offerings to the international market strategically. And yes, let's hear from.
Cool, great. Thanks, Roland. So yeah, I'm like she said, I'm Jackie Vasudev. I run a company called Accelerate Research and Innovations. We run sales acceleration programs. We run cohorts for startups. We are also into some angel investment. Along with that, I'm also co-founder of a company called 7S Sales Technologies, which is into sales enablement. Sit on the founding team and advise a couple of other startups, including some out of the Silicon Valley and India. So that's a quick round of intro on us. And so getting down to this, what do we understand about disruptive personal branding? Because I think this is an interesting topic. Personal branding itself is quite interesting and entertaining on its own. We've seen many examples. If you look at LinkedIn, you'll find quite a bit, right? But I'll have Roland take a first stab at this, and then I'll share my thoughts on this as we move on through this conversation, right? So,
Absolutely. So, as you mentioned, LinkedIn, yes, in today's world, everyone is concerned about branding their company, doing personal branding for whatever products, services they are launching in the market or what they are already offering to the whole international market. If in specifically you see, you can say it is a reputation economy. Okay, anything you launch, anything you want to market, you need to have branding behind it. It is not only limited to marketing. Probably you want to brand yourselves not only in your local market but internationally as well. So yes, there are a couple of things what you do. You attend podcasts, you attend a few interviews. You try to collaborate with a couple of influencers and a couple of these kind of things where you go ahead. There are a lot of things people do online as well. They do guest blogging, okay, and stuff of this, where you're able to collaborate with each other, okay, different marketing individuals, where you are able to even target their audiences. So where you are not limited to only what you have in your target audiences, but you also get an access to someone else's target audiences. That is how today's world is targeting with the personal branding.
Got it. Thanks. So, but in that part, Roland, how would you say in your opinion, right? How is disruption happening today in this whole space of personal branding? What do you see? What have you observed and noticed out here?
Yeah, I mean, there's disruption everywhere. I'm just going to give you a quick example. I mean, Elon Musk is one of the example. I mean, he just comes in and tweets, use Signal, okay? And, here you see multiple downloads on Signal, I mean, he just comes in and tweets something about Dogecoin and the market goes right up. No one used to, knew about Dogecoins, but then the market went up. Okay, he comments and things happen. That he's an example of personal branding, and that disrupts the whole market. Correct, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a good example of not only disruptive personal branding, but a personal brand disrupting something else also, right? So it's a good example of something happening the other way around also. I think somebody on day one also gave this example of how Cristiano Ronaldo, I think he kept aside this bottle of Coke, and then the next day the prices of that particular product crashed, right? So that's another interesting one.
And I think you can probably consider even Netflix. I mean, when they initially launched in the market, I mean, they were, a company who were, delivering DVDs to each and everyone's address lines, right? But as soon as they did there was a disruption in the market when they, thought to launch themselves in the OTT market. And that was a total disruption. Today they have a lot of consumers, a lot of brands associated with them. That is disruption, isn't it? Yes. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. I think another, in my opinion, I think also when it comes down to personal branding, and when you're saying disruptive personal branding, this is like, in my opinion, what I've understood and seen through my life by wearing different hats as an entrepreneur, investor, businessman across the last 20 to 23 years. What I've seen is it has a lot to do with literally breaking who you are, who you know yourself to be, and reinventing yourself all over again, right? So that you really keep challenging yourself. It's really about challenging your limits time and again. So that's what I kind of get out of it. Talking about some more examples, right? I think, yeah, like Roland shared a few. I think some very relevant examples we could identify with some industrialists, like we know of this person called Ratan Tata, like right back home in India, and he's also a global figure now. I would say he's someone who's a really disruptive personal brand because the kind of work that he does and the way he comes, the way he conducts himself is something which people have a lot to learn from, right? Don't you think?
I could also say that, Google also branded themselves and in such a way, and it disrupted the whole industry. Reason being why, today, if it's anything, you want to Google it, right? A decade ago, I mean, a couple of years ago, if you see that there was nothing, you had to use, people were using Yahoo, they were using other browsers, Firefox and stuff like that. But today they brand themselves that way. It's just not a search engine, okay? But it is like, people tend to say, right, you Google it. Yes. You don't know something, you Google it.
Yes. I think the interesting part there is Google has become a verb now, right? From being a company, it's become a verb. You're just like Google it, Google it. But I think there's another new phenomenon that's come up in the last couple of weeks. I'm sure most of you would have heard it, Chat GPT, and people are saying it can probably take on even Google. So that's another, amazing, disruption that you can really look at in terms of, disrupting a company brand itself, right? Interesting, great. So we want to also share a couple of examples, right, from our lives in terms of, how we've gone around disruptive personal branding, and then coming down to what we think are some of the, critical secret sauces, right, or I can't say secret sauces, but ingredients of a sauce in terms of what goes into, building a disruptive personal brand, right? So you want to take a stab? Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, yes, I was just listening to something I think Aman was mentioning in his slide. When it was COVID, things went down. It was a total disruption to the whole world. I mean, across all industries, across every other country, it was a disruption, and people had to get over it. It was a similar round of disruption into our business as well. And we had to come up with something. And there is where we thought, the brands, whenever there's an issue, I mean, there's some problem, you see brands cut down their marketing budgets. They will stop branding themselves. So they will limit their, paid ads, the paid media, whatever they are investing into, they will limit that. But what we did during that time is we just reversed our sales pipeline. I mean, we went to brands, we went to our clients, we went to the market saying is, I absolutely understand you all cut down your budgets because branding or marketing now won't bring up that kind of an outcome which you're looking. But yes, we just told them is what if we reverse the pipeline for you, okay? Rather than just marketing, doing content syndication or content marketing, we told them that we can help you focus on the bottom of the funnel, which would not just market yourselves, keep your branding on, but also get you leads out of it. That is what we did, and we felt many of our brands got a boost out of it.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on that? Like when you say reverse, it'll be good because for everybody's benefit,
Right.
just to understand a little bit more.
So the sales funnel works, the sales pipeline works in that way, is like the top of the funnel is where you do a lot of content syndication, you do a lot of marketing qualifications, and the mid of the funnels includes other lead gen activities like paid media. You go for further qualifications like band qualification, stuff like that. Okay, but the bottom of the funnel is more about getting you appointments, getting you accounts which are nearing towards some needs which you are offering. So we specifically went ahead and reversed the pipeline for our clients so that they get the total benefit out of that. So it was a disruption in regards that we told that you do not stop branding, you do not stop marketing yourself. It is you need to keep on brand yourself, keep on marketing yourself through the channels what we are building.
Got it. So you're saying that you got more, I mean, maybe loosely speaking, can I say that instead of just providing leads, you got down to giving more very specific sales qualified leads where people
Absolutely.
have a need to buy.
Absolutely.
Right? So you really disrupted this whole space. Yes. So, and it helped them also because even though they were cutting down budgets,
yes,
they saw this as a very useful piece.
This is a live case study. I mean, we went from with a particular client, they were into the VoIP space. Okay, we went from 120K budget quarterly to up to 500K budget quarterly in during the COVID era.
Nice. And this is just by you disrupting the kind of work that you're doing in your business
Yes, we completely switched the model what we used to offer previously.
Got it. So for you to make this switch in your business, what did it take for you? Just curious to know. There would have been some level of disruption you had to do in the way you operate.
So see, you obviously know everyone here, they want to do marketing, but they want to get results out of marketing. And for results out of marketing is they want to, close deals. They want to send in those kind of, traction to their sales team where they are able to close more and more deals. So we were just, brainstorming over it. And then we thought, this is the best thing we do. We stop, pitching out to our clients about the top of the funnel marketing or the mid funnel marketing, or the other digital marketing aspects like SEO, PPC and stuff like that. And we directly focus on, working on sales qualified leads or sales qualified appointments.
Nice, very interesting. And this shift ended up getting you guys more business.
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Got it. And this, obviously this shift started first with where you are, right? And then when it started with you, it went down and got that. That's a great personal example that you shared. And the reason we're sharing these personal examples is so that you can place yourselves and get some ideas in terms of what really goes into disruptive personal branding, right? Another one which I'd like to also just share on something that we did, that I personally did, around, this is like probably 10 years into my career into the IT services space. While I was involved in IT services doing sales and BD, I took a plunge and decided that let me do something that is completely not me, right? I decided to get into an import and export business, right? And import and export something which I had absolutely no idea about, right? Importing something like timber logs into India, exporting granite slabs out of India to Southeast Asia, and just that kind of challenge and the kind of toll it takes on you, right? But that really alters you and disrupts the way you think and look at things, right? So I could say clearly 12, 13 years back, that was one of the best decisions I took in my life, right? And from then on, it's just been, constantly challenging yourself to keep moving forward, right?
I would also say it's like the important thing when you are doing a branding or a personal branding on things is do not limit yourself. You never know what's going to work for you. If you limit yourself with a certain offerings or particularly some of brands, they don't want to do something which is trending in the market, right? Whether it be some posts which are trending, some influences which are trending. You need to adapt changes, and collaboration is very important aspect you need to get into branding yourselves.
Got it, great.
In fact, today, for the last 3 days, what we've been doing is collaborating with each other, listening to each other's thought process, networking with each other, understanding what could be taken out from here. Yes?
Yeah. I think personally, one particular, I think Sumona, right? Sumona, her name was Sumona Sells. I think for me, the talk she gave, she participated in a panel discussion. That was a great example of a disruptive personal brand. Just want to throw it out open. What have you guys seen in the last 2 to 3 days that is a great example of a disruptive personal brand? Anybody wants to, feel free to shout it out and share. What have you seen over the last 3 days? Or any examples that you've seen across the globe you'd like to talk about or share about? Yes. Yes. That's a great example, yes. And with a platform like YouTube, that gets that much more easier, right, for someone. That's a great example. Thank you for that. Thanks. Yes, who else? I think someone else raised the hand up on this side, wanted to share. Not sure who. All right, great. So let's move on. So getting down to what Roland and I kind of identified in terms of the ingredients that goes into building a disruptive personal brand. You want to go ahead, Roland? I've written some pointers. What you got in mind in terms of what are the critical parts of it, right?
Yeah, so as I said, collaboration is important.
Yeah.
How would you able to get more and more visualization? You need to be very concerned about when you're talking about personal branding. You need to be able to connect with a lot of people, right? And how would you do that? Go to podcasts, Okay, attend others' podcasts, listen to others' podcast. Okay, you're going to do connect with other people for interviews. Okay, video interviews. You attend seminars, webinars of people. You would go ahead and make some comments on trending topics. Okay, and things like that. This will work. This will bring your brand and in such a position where people will recognize you at each and every aspect. People will recognize you, and that is very important. It will give authenticity in what you are trying to do.
Got it, got it. Yeah, so I think you mentioned a very key word there, authenticity. So one of the things that we've seen that really kind of plays a very vital role when it comes to building our disruptive personal brand is how authentic you are, right? Genuine, how genuinely are you really expressing yourself? And it's not just, while that is a critical part, it's about, I think another very critical piece when closely related to authenticity is courage, right? Having the courage to speak up in terms of what you stand for, what your business is about, and really, not having this whole, how do you say, worry about, whether others would accept my point of view or not, right? Because end of the day, when it's coming about, when you're talking about disruptive personal branding, you are literally challenging status quo, right? And when it, yeah, you had something on that.
There's one more thing, I was just listening to a couple of topic discussions, and it's like if you have a blue tick mark, you are an influencer, okay, and you could help in personal branding, but that's not the case. Everyone has their kind of followers, their kind of audiences. You cannot consider each and every one to be an influencer just because they have a certain number of followers or certain number of audiences into their social channels or social platforms.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that's one of the things, right? So, and even if that's the case, even though they have quite a few followers, I think what you want to look for is the originality in what they're saying and what they're really doing, right? And how close that is to the truth, right? So I think, yeah, you have something.
I would say, when it comes to personal branding, it is very important thing is the mindset.
Yeah.
Okay. What kind of mindset you have, and there is where you will play an important role. So people tend to brand themselves in such a way as the market is moving and stuff. They don't have a lot of thinking behind it.
Got it, got it. So when you say mindset, okay, so you're saying it's, so in that case the minds are not really set, it's kind of moving with the market. Yes. Right? Got that. Got it. But you're saying a critical aspect is being very firm and clear about who they are, what they're about.
If you're going to market in a country such as India, it's going to be a different approach.
Yes.
You're going to market in the US, it's going to be a different approach you're going to have.
Yes.
Localization is also important aspect towards it.
Got it, got it. So I think mindset, can we also like take it a step ahead and say more like grit, that grit, tenacity, that perseverance,
you can
to really be at it, right?
Yes.
And ensure that people are really getting what you want them to get, right? Got that, got that. Great. So I think touching upon a couple of points. The first thing is authenticity, the courage to speak up for yourself, right? And I think something very, while these may sound like heavy words, or there might be some significance around this, right? Courage to speak up, authenticity. I think something that's also very critical when it comes to disruptive personal branding, which I've seen some really interesting leaders out there with the disruptive personal branding style, is they have this whole attitude of zero significance, right, around what they're doing, and a lot of fun, right?
Most of the, if you're going to consider most of the leaders who tend, who disrupts the market with their, with whatever they do. If I'm going to consider Elon Musk, he brought in, Tesla. Okay, even that was a disruptive thing in the automobile market. Correct. The same thing with SpaceX. Yes. He's doing something. Anything he's entering into is different.
Yes.
You can read about articles about what he's doing with Twitter and stuff like that. It's completely different. He's coming and he's changing the whole thought process over it.
Exactly. And I think the interesting thing there is what you would notice is when he's doing that, he's having a lot of fun. It's not like he's very,
I mean, honestly
he's really at it, and he's not getting in, I think in my opinion, he's not getting in to disrupt the space. He's just getting in and saying, okay, what's next possible next over here? Right?
He's being himself. I mean,
he's being himself,
he's
absolutely.
being himself
Exactly.
And, I mean, that is what turns out to be different. I mean, and that is what he is concerned of, what he wants to get out of it.
Exactly. So that's one very critical thing, right? He's just being himself, and being himself is looking at what all industries can I impact, what are the frontiers that I can impact in every industry in terms of what is possible, what is not possible, right? He's really challenging and, disrupting and changing it across, right? So, so I think that's a very critical thing that you said, being yourself. That actually brings me down to another question. How many of you have seen, not how many, I'm sure everybody has, but there's an example that we all, have in our lives, right, of disruptive personal branding, and you kind of see it day in, day out. Probably at home also for some of you. Any of you can relate to what I'm talking about? This is like a perfect example of disruptive personal branding. Yes. No problem. Take a stab at it. Yes. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm in sync with you. I'll come to you. I'm in sync with you 100% because, and I would say, just picking up a leaf from what you just said, you shared a part of your life. So I think what you just said, personal branding is in fact not even like, I'd say it's a necessity. It's a necessity because, not because you want to look good or there's an in order to about how you got to be perceived by the media out there, but it's a necessity because people got to know who you are and what you got to offer them, right? Because like you rightly pointed out, I guess the ultimate purpose for each one of us is to serve others. So through personal branding, if you can showcase that, hey, I'm here to serve you and these are the ways in which I can serve you, your purpose is pretty much met. So did I get you in what I said? Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. So when you're linking it right down to a purpose, then it has much more meaning and depth to it. It's not just something superficial that's sitting out there, right? Perfect, great. Thank you for sharing that.
In fact,
yes.
For these all 3 days, we've been doing that. We've been branding our company. We've been doing our own branding as well. by collaborating, networking with each other, and understanding each and other's agenda or purpose. They are here.
Absolutely. Yes, the gentleman there had something to say. Yes.
Correct. So, yeah. Collaboration.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's a good. Thanks for sharing that. Great. So yeah, coming back to my question. So in our day-to-day lives, we see an example of disruptive personal branding almost every day. Any ideas, thoughts on who, what, that is? Yes, sir. Sorry? Okay. Absolutely, absolutely. That's another good example actually of negative disruption in the negative sense, right? Thank you for that. Yeah, so coming back to my question, yes. Yes, sir. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's a good example you shared, and I think another way to look at it is when you go home and you get in and you see the place messed up, you know whether it's your daughter or your son. You can figure that out, right? So that's a sign of disruptive personal branding, right? And if you look at children, they're authentic, they're being themselves. There's no significance, right? And they're out there expressing whatever they want to express, no holds barred, right? They're really out there. So that's one of the best examples that I've seen in my life of disruptive personal branding. And they're constantly challenging themselves, reinventing themselves, going out there, and all that for good, right? It's like a perfect, amazing example. You don't have to look too far, right? Most of the time we're looking at social media, TV here and there, but if you look just closer back home, there are enough examples right there, right? On that, any thoughts on that, Roland?
Yes, I would say is we as we as the marketing community, we should focus on branding. Even if you are a small company, okay, focus on branding. Focus on branding your company. Make your leaders the hero for your company. Okay, it doesn't matter how small you are, okay, or in what in maybe you may be in a small segment, okay, you may be marketing towards only a small country, but do not limit yourself, okay. Do not be afraid. You might be just starting, okay, but that's great. You might not achieve success in the beginning, but yes, keep on doing. Today you see people, they started 10 years back, and that's when they reached this heights. So what I would say is keep on going, keep on doing whatever you're doing. You might start small and you end up doing a great achievement out there. So keep on branding yourself, even though you might not get results in the beginning, but keep going. That is what I would want to say.
Sure. I mean, thanks for that. And I think to add on to what Roland also said, I think like we all kind of also discussed now, disruptive personal branding is not like something that you want to do for yourself, but really it's a necessity, it's a duty, because people out there got to know what you're really made of and what you got to offer them, right? What you can really give them, right? So because of that, you got to do it. There's no other reason for it, right? As a result of that, like Roland said, you will fail multiple times. Like we say in the startup world, you know, a lot of times people say fail fast, fail cheap, and that's what we tell people most of the time. You know, that go ahead, fail fast, and fail cheap, and fail as much as you want, right? Along the way, you'll figure it out, and you'll find out what really works for you, right? So yeah, I guess, and again, if you can actually draw an analogy of that to children, right? So they're not really bothered. I mean, they'll keep doing whatever they're doing. They'll fall down multiple times. They'll keep failing, but they'll be at it. They'll be at it. If you look at it, one of the most interesting things, right, about disruptive personal branding, people who do this, right, they got no drama around it. What I mean by drama is like, oh my God, I fell, this happened, that happened, and then they slow down in life. They, you know, they kind of go a little bit, there's a lot of heaviness around the way they're moving with things, right? But if you look at children and see the way it is for them, it's very light, right? So I think that's another very critical part that comes in. That's another part of the secret sauce, that is really being very light about it and having no significance around it, right? Yeah, that's what I want to add further. Anything else on that, Roland? Or
yes, people may not believe in you in the beginning.
Yeah,
but
true.
yes, you believe in yourself and
Yes.
keep doing what you are doing, and I think that will help you reach there. I mean, because I might, come up with an example of Elon Musk, what he did at SpaceX,
Yes.
what he did at Tesla, or with all these things, no one believed him. People thought he's doing something, he's going to lose out on everything. But today, you can see he's one of the leaders in the world.
Absolutely, absolutely. Great. Yeah, so we want to keep this opportunity now open for questions, because we are done sharing about whatever ingredients we could see that goes into, you know, the secret sauce of, yes, disruptive personal branding. Please. Your name and your question, please. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kim.
Kim, okay.
So my question is, do you think it is necessary or mandatory to have a face or personality in a company like the CEO? And if yes, what are its downside if your CEO is not that known to?
If you could get someone who can bring an influence in your industry, your market, that's great. If not, that's also fine. You brand the person who is leading your company. Whoever is your CEO, you do his branding. Create heroes is what I say. It is not mandatory to get in leaders from outside. It is we create leaders in ourselves.
Did that answer your question, or you have something as a follow-on to that? All right, you want to think again on that? All right, okay.
Any more questions from the floor?
Yes.
I cannot see. I'll give you a follow-up question to that one. Bringing the example I brought up earlier about Carlos with G2 Games. So you obviously have to be careful with personal brands on social media, because and whether it fits in whether someone's personal life and what they do, because it's very difficult for people, the general public, to separate someone's work life with their personal life, because they're all one and the same and intertwined these days. It's very, very difficult. And the general public as a whole, they don't like truth tellers. They don't like honesty. They don't like authenticity. They'd rather be lied to and live in a bubble than have people tell them how it is. So how do you tread that fine line when it comes to personal branding? How do you separate? Is it possible to separate the two? Or do you just go, you know what, you're just going to have to lie to people?
No, you cannot completely separate it. But what I can say is be yourself. I mean, it is difficult. It is difficult to play into two different roles. But yes, be yourself. Keep things limited when it comes to when you're branding. You need to have a mindset. You need to have a clear mindset, clear approach in what you're doing, whether it be with your company, okay, with your work life or your personal life. So because when you're a thought leader, everything you do creates an impact, whether it may be in your personal life or whether it may be in your work life. So you need to have a very straightforward approach and a very clear mindset.
I think I'd want to say, let's get one thing clear. If you're going to be doing disruptive personal branding, you are going to be pissing off a lot of people and you are going to draw a lot of flack. You will get into controversies, you will get into shit, and that's going to happen anyways. So you just got to have the grit and the mental toughness to see through all that. And that's just how it is.
Yeah.
That's the lifestyle, right, of someone who's doing that, right?
And
so
no one can, plan to be a disruption in the market. It is until unless you have that kind of, audiences with you, that kind of power in what you are trying to do. And, anything can become a disruption. Maybe even if you're a thought leader, even if you're not a thought leader.
she had a question, right? Yes.
Hi, I'm Dindy. So my question is, you mentioned that it's very important to have, a hero or the face of a company, and you also mentioned that you can build it, right? But what if that person encounters a crisis or gets into, a controversy and it affects the brand, the company? How do you go about it? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, so that's going to happen, okay? When you are getting into disruptive personal branding and you're taking that on for yourself, I don't want to scare, but that's going to anyways happen. I guess the intensity to which it happens is what you can manage, right? And what one needs to look at managing, right? How to manage that intensity. But it will happen. I mean, look at any brand, any major person out there who's into this whole space. They've drawn their share of flack and controversies, and it will happen. Right, like I said, what is important is that mental toughness to stay at it, to be at whatever you want to do and whatever you want to say that you're doing. Because, and I think even more critical than that is the conviction to really see this through, right? Yeah.
I might have a slightly different answer. It's like, as it said, any marketing is marketing. Maybe it be a positive marketing or a negative marketing. Same goes for personal branding. I mean, maybe when you had a positive thing, when you were creating your hero, when he was on a positive side, your brand didn't get that kind of a visualization. But when it turned out to be negative, maybe you get a lot of more of visualization for your brand, and then you work on cleaning up and bringing a different hero and creating it. That's it.
Right. Thank you.
As the old saying goes in the media, there's no such thing as bad publicity unless you're dealing with cancel culture. Well, last one quickly, thank you.
So you spoke a lot about how it takes time to grow a business, like a personal brand. It takes like 10 years, and but how do we, as marketers, convince our clients this is something worth investing in? Because a lot of issues that I have is it's hard for me to, because I know obviously we know the importance of personal brand and we know it takes a long time, but how do we convey that to our clients to show them that this is a task worth doing for the long term? Because they want results. Like it's a results-based industry. Everyone wants leads. Everyone wants to move quickly forward through the process. So how can we tell them that this is important without really, showing them the results straight away?
Honestly saying, I mean, everyone here will agree that our clients already know that you cannot get results right away. Okay, but it's their need of the hour. They want to. So you want to give results to your clients want to give results to their bosses. It just works that way. But yes, what I would say is you give more understanding to them, take them step by step, show them your journey. More transparency is important, because even when we are a marketing agency, we do struggle if we are not able to give that kind of a outcome to them or that kind of a result to them. But we keep on updating them with what we are doing this week, what things have come. So everything transparent to them is what is going to help you. I'll not say that you will be able to convince them in regards that they will give you a long time, but they will understand the process. And if they understand the process, you can obviously help working with them, collaborate with them in getting your results out.
My answer to that would be what you want to do for them when you're telling a client, right? When he's asking what is the ROI of creating a personal brand for me. I think what you got to do is take a step back and you look at how to partner with this client and with this person. And when I say partner, you partner with him such that you show him what's possible for his business if he were to be a personal brand. And then you have this creative exercise with him where you're just speculating and imagining and creating possibilities of what all could happen if I'm this personal brand for my business. Have him listed down, right? Maybe 8, 10, 15 things could be possible if I become this personal brand for my business. Take him down that road, take him down that journey, and then drop him back to reality, okay? Like right now you don't have that, okay? You got to show him the pain of that, but you don't have this now. And if you don't have this now, then that's not going to be possible for you. You want that to be possible for you? Then let's talk. This is not a conversation for ROIs. ROIs is more, I'd say ROI is more of a junior level conversation when it comes to something like personal branding for a businessman, right? That's not an ROI driven conversation. This is more about who you want to be known as, right? Who you want to be known as a businessman. As a result of that, business will come, ROI, all that will happen. So they got to see that you're having a senior level conversation with them. So you create it like this. What's possible? So I mean, that's the straightforward question. If you want that some takeaway, what's possible for you if you are a personal brand for your business? Work with them on that, 8 to 10 different criterias, have them imagine that, live that world, take them there and then drop them back to reality and say, hey, but you don't have that, I can take you there. You want to go there? Come with me.
Right. Follow up to that as well, I think like...
sorry,
sorry, just quickly, we've 2 minutes, yeah. So it's just like you have, there's clients where they have a good message, but like you spoke about earlier, having that grit and being that hero figure, it's hard to convince them that they're capable of doing that, for example. Like they have the good message, you see the potential in the business, but it's like, how do you sort of then convince them that you can be that person, that leader in this space? How do you, is it the same sort of thing? You just show them the pain and then...
It's the same thing. You don't worry about whether they're capable or not. You don't worry about whether you're capable or not. You just show them that. And then tell them, I can take you there. You may not even believe that you can take them there, but I'm telling you that you can take them there.
Okay.
Right?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Leave it there.
Great.
Thank you, Marketing
Thank you so much,
2.0,
Roland
for
and
letting
Jackie.
us.
And I think, Jackie, you're going a short intro to a video that you've got?
Yes, absolutely. So as part of the personal branding, disruptive personal branding, what I'm doing in one of my companies is we're kind of, altering the entire landscape of sales. So we are kind of getting it down. We're turning sales around completely, right? We are now advocating this whole model of unselling, where we talk about that when you stop selling, people will buy.
Great. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for that wonderful session. Now, laughter. Laughter's great. Laughter's infectious. Laughter makes us feel good. It's one of the best medicines we have. So it comes as no surprise that many brands trying to incorporate humor into their social media strategies. But does it actually work? Well, to give us some insights, please welcome up Pramod K. Malu, founder of Creative Machines, and Edmund Fernandez, Chief Business Officer at RDIGS, who are going to share their views on this subject. We'll just let the photog get his little photos in. Hang on 1 second. Please welcome them to the stage. Now, are you guys gonna make us laugh? Are you gonna make us laugh? Are you gonna be humorous? We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, we may be so bad that we're good. So just to respond to that, let me start by asking everyone a question. We said yeah. All of you who feel humorous content is works for brands and for personal branding, just say marhaba, marhaba, marhaba 3 times. All right. If you're in Dubai and if you don't say marhaba a couple of times, you're not in Dubai real. Okay. My name is Pramod Malu, and I run a digital marketing company by the name Creative Machines, and it is the worst digital marketing company of India. Oh, did I say worst? It is the best digital marketing company in India. Edmund?
Yes, my name is Edmund Fernandez. I'm the Chief Business Officer for RDIGS. So, of course, we would like to believe that we are the best premium lead and demand generation organization in the world. And we are trying to prove that it's true here. And of course, Roland and the team would agree to that. Yes, so the topic that we've got, humor, it's been there since ages. Can anyone guess how far does humor go? Can anyone guess how far does humor go?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last topic for today, and I think a topic which allows us to be a little humorous, because the topic itself is self-explanatory. So I would request people to participate to questions that we throw to the room.
Let me give it to them. It is about 335 BC. So the first bit of comedy was created in 335 BC. There was no television there. There was nothing that time. But humans felt the need to have a laugh. But why? Why would anyone want to laugh? Any ideas on that? If you would like this to be very interactive.
I think, although the topic talks about how humor works on social media, I think if we take a step back and look into our own lives, humor works in every situation. You meet somebody, and if you are able to if you want to create an impact on the other person, and if you have a joke that works instantly, of course, you need to be cautious not to be hitting below the belt when you try and push your humor. But having said that, humor works more than anything else. I can give you a couple of examples, and you all would be able to relate with examples of advertisements that we saw for the rivals Coca-Cola and Pepsi, the rivals iPhone and Android phones. One of the examples that also instantly hits my mind is that of Cred. People from India would remember Cred, the credit card. It's a credit card bill payment platform, and in last couple of years, they've been one of the most successful marketing communication in the country. And what they did is something that they banked totally on this topic. So if I have to dedicate this topic to a brand, I would dedicate it to Cred. What they did is bring some of the icons of sports, of film industry, and push them to talk about something which had nothing to do with what Cred was offering. Do you remember, Edmund, the advertisement which had Venkatesh Prasad, Rahul Dravid?
Yes, you see them as cricketers, suddenly they're angels doing funny stuff. I remember Kumar Shanu doing some comedy. Yes. I remember Anil Kapoor, and somehow those ads had an impact on me. I remembered them. I remembered Cred. Suddenly I wanted to be a customer for Cred, and I did, in fact.
And little on the serious note, why did they do what they do? Or why most of the brands are picking up on the humorous content to create a stronger brand recall? Anybody? Any guesses? Okay, let me ask you a question. How many of us end up spending more than 2 hours on social media apps? More than 2 hours? Yeah? Almost everyone. do you realize as an advertiser, as a marketer, the first thing that you would have as your KPI to measure if you've been successful in reaching out to your target audience is if you've been able to catch their attention for 6 seconds or more, right? And Cred killed it. Cred killed it with the humorous content that they posted, and there are so many other examples, you know, and it does not just restrict to the brands, it goes to the personal brands as well. How many times do you see virality when somebody does a social media post, and what better than make fun of your own self, yeah? Because then you have, you know, you are not on that tight rope where it's a two-edged sword, and you may end up offending somebody, right? So how many of you have seen one of your friend putting up, because the previous topic was talking about disrupting personal branding, and I think humor is one way in which you are able to disrupt personal branding, and if you could think of an example where you saw that happening.
So while Roland and Jackie were talking, I thought that the biggest example of disruptive personal branding is being a parent. So when you have children, for example, me, when I had a daughter, suddenly I wanted to wear pink. Suddenly I wanted to go to restaurants and not pubs. Suddenly I wanted to sit at the non-smoking area. For me, I didn't realize that I was doing that. But then it is disruptive personal branding where I am moving to a place where I've never been before. And it was fun. It is still fun.
Absolutely. You know, taking a clue from something that happened today afternoon with me when I was moving out for the lunch is one of my friend was with his wife, and he was having vape and he was looking for cigarettes. He asked me for cigarette, and his wife was like, "You can't have both the things together." And to respond to that, my friend asked why. And the response that we got from Neelu was phenomenal. She said, you can't have vape and cigarette at the same time, just like you can't have both the wives at the same time. Even if you want to have two wives, you have to have them in two cities. And you know, my friend was witty enough to respond, okay, I have one in India and I'll end up having one in Dubai. So with a conversation like this, look at the brand recall, look at the connect that I ended up using this as an example when we are talking about how humor sells. So this is exactly what brands are trying to do, because anything that has to have a stickiness in the mind of the target customers may have A, B, C, D, E, F, n number of things. But in my opinion, one thing that dominates, overrules everything else is having a emotional connect. Emotional connect can have a long-lasting stickiness with your target audience, and humor has an instant emotional connect. It makes you feel good, and when you feel good about a brand, it somewhere unknowingly at subconscious level makes you do what the brand wants you to do. Maybe installing the app, maybe making a purchase, maybe subscribing to their newsletter.
Correct. And what I feel is that why are we on social media? Why are we on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, for the matter of fact? There is a need to be entertained.
We are on social media to look everyone travel out and feel sad about it.
Yeah, the need is that everyone wants to be entertained at every point in time. And in our little ways, we find that on social media. A very interesting statistic is that out of 100 people that are on social media, 58% of them are there to be entertained. And humor is the biggest entertainer. Do you agree?
Absolutely. And also it's a universal language. People sitting in this room come from different background, different culture, values. However, if we have a joke, it reaches out to everyone, crossing the cultural values and the language and everything else. So humor sells on social media more primarily for 3 reasons, which Google helped me understand, and I just made a note of. One is it connects you at emotional level, and the awareness pushes you to the consideration level. I'm talking about the customer journey, which all of us being marketeers are supposed to know. Builds awareness, and awareness leads to consideration, and it leads to the user taking the desired action. So that's one of the reasons why humor is effectively being used by brands to get to that desired action. And second, it makes people talk about your brand. How often have you seen some of the brands coming up with a humorous content, and users becomes the salesperson for that brand and starts posting about that brand without really realizing that they are doing non-paid advertising for the brand? We all do that at some point of time. Agreed? Agreed? No? Okay. I know it is the last fireside chat, and we are all eager to get to the finals of FIFA. How many of you feel Argentina is going to win? Argentina? Just two of us? Okay. All France
Actually, I
supporters.
want Argentina to win because this is off topic. So Messi's been around for 20 years. He deserves this World Cup. Yeah. I don't follow him much, but I think he deserves it for all the work that he's done over the years.
All right. So coming back to the topic, hold on for next few minutes, and then we have all the time to get to the FIFA World Cup. How often have you seen a brand, both at in terms of personal branding and for a brand, use YouTube and Instagram and Facebook to get marketing communication viral? What's the first viral ad that comes to our mind? Anybody? Any viral ad that comes to your mind instantly when we're talking about a humorous? And why I'm asking this question is, chances are more than half of the times it was a humorous content, which is why it got viral. So the point that I'm trying to bring in is virality is another important reason why people uses humorous content, why brands uses humorous content. Any of the ads that comes to your mind apart from the great example that we gave? Nobody?
I'd like to step in here. Initially, when you mentioned Pepsi and Coca-Cola, they were having a dig at each other, and suddenly the consumers were having fun. They liked it. They suddenly took sides, and they related to that. And I'm sure if I side with Pepsi, I'm going to go and buy a Pepsi instead of a Coca-Cola.
Yes, and moving forward, it is very important to understand the target audience's taste and preference, and then come out with a marketing communication which is humorous, because as I said, it's a two-edged sword, and if not done right, it can backfire. There are instances when brands went on to come out with the humorous content, and it backfired because they somehow missed on the tonality of the communication. Very important to have the right tone when you are coming up with the humorous content. Also, it is very important to consider the situation. You can't make humorous content around a disastrous situation. For example, if a brand decides to come up with a humorous content which is around Ukraine-Russia situation, it may not be taken in the right spirit by quite a lot of people. So you have to be very careful in the tonality. You have to understand the kind of situation or the kind of consideration where you are having the humorous content, and you have to understand the target audience's taste and preference and cultural values, and on basis of that you should work around. So if you're doing an advertisement targeting a country in the western part of the world vis-a-vis in Asia, you have to understand people have a very different way of looking at things. You may want to sound funny, but the other person may get offended. So we got to be careful about that.
Yes, and humor may not be for everyone. For example, the example that you mentioned about Ukraine, that's dark comedy. There are some people who may like it. Uh, there are a lot of channels these days. With the onset of the internet, you have Instagram, you have Facebook, you have TikTok, which primarily targets audiences between 18 or even 12 to 25. For Instagram, of course, it's for everybody. LinkedIn will be for professionals. So there are many channels that brands can use, and they can target each and every segment in the audience. And I'm sure they are doing that, and it's working out for everybody.
Absolutely. Day before yesterday, Shah Rukh Khan. How many Shah Rukh Khan lovers? Shah Rukh Khan? Shah Rukh Khan, yeah. He was there in the Kolkata International Film Festival inauguration, and this is how he was able to create an impact with the humorous content, and which is why he's not just called the most successful star, but the most wittiest star in the Bollywood. He goes onto the podium, and he starts his speech by saying, greets everybody and says, I promised to the Chief Minister of the state that every time I'm going to be in Bengal, I would try and speak some Bengali. And right next to me was Rani Mukherjee. So I kind of convinced her to write a speech for me. In case I end up speaking well, the applause should come to me. And if I don't, it's Rani's fault. So that's how he started, and he was able to capture the attention, and he was able to engage, and he was able to emotionally connect with the audience. This is exactly what happens on social media. One point which I would like to stress upon is, although we all are moving into this digital era, there are quite a number of times when we somehow start disassociating the concepts of marketing from the traditional marketing, non-digital marketing with digital. But I think the principles remains the same. Everything that we think works in the non-digital in terms of concepts are exactly what works on social media or digital media, which is to instantly connect with the audience. If Emma is standing here and if she has a conversation where she's flat, the audience is also kind of half dead. So the same thing applies on social media. As a brand, if you're continuously posting, we are good, we have a very good offering, we have a very good offering, we have a discount, do you think people are going to be even having engagement which would be anywhere even close to what you're expecting? The answer is no. But however, think about another social media campaign where the brand is not just communicating, we are good, but they bring in a pinch of humorous content here and there, and then in a subtle way also pushes their marketing objective in that content.
Yes, I agree. Now, if I talk about being closer to home, we as an organization, we thought that why don't we have a team of memers, mimers, I'm not sure what you call it, tomato. So we thought let's have a team of mimers who simply post feel-good content on the internet. We don't care if we don't get an ROI on that. We just want people to have fun, and let's see where it goes.
Absolutely. That reminds me of a startup that I had done in 2018, and that was a miniature of that was the online version of the game Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and there was also the same version in India which was titled as Kaun Banega Crorepati, which means Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And the online version that I had created in 2018, any guesses what was the kind of name that I had in my mind? Okay, how would you guess? But let me tell you, Emma had reached out to me in 2018, and she told me that I'm going to be speaking on the topic, which is why I decided to have a humorous name for the app, which was Stupid App. I'm not kidding. It was actually termed as Stupid App. You can go and Google that out. We ended up having almost 500,000 downloads in less than 100 days. but few things which was not in our control and it fell apart. But the point is, there are a lot of brands that I know who are trying to position themselves in a humorous way. The brand itself is, a lot of people from India would relate with the tea brand who claims themselves to be the worst tea, sabse kharab chai kind of advertising, and they are able to capitalize on the brand name, which claims themselves to be the worst tea, and they're able to create a strong brand recall. The same way as we made the app name Stupid App, and the concept of the app was to answer all the 10 questions right and get paid if you get all the 10 questions right, and the name was Stupid App. So a lot of brands are able to successfully build a strong brand recall for their brand by having a humorous touch in the brand name itself.
Yes, and another example I can recall from my personal life is about 15 years ago, I was interviewing for a position, and I was super nervous, and the interviewer asked me on a scale of 1 to 10, how nervous are you? I told him 11, and everyone in the room started laughing. That broke the ice. I gave a hell of an interview. I didn't get selected though, which was really funny.
I'm sure you would not, because you hurt his ego.
That's okay. I don't think I did, but then in all good faith, I learned from that interview.
Absolutely. How many of us remember, posting a humorous content on WhatsApp groups, and we are able to create in a group of 250 plus people, we send something humorous, and we are able to instantly connect with the people in terms of brand recall. Your your MBA batch, where you've been connected with your buddies for past 5 years, 10 years, and you are able to instantly connect, because not every time you would have a reason to talk, to reach out to people, but just pushing humorous content apart from festival greeting is also a great way to connect with people on a regular basis. So if you are not doing that, please start doing that. It works. It works like magic. Festive greetings is all right, and you can also take the liberty of reaching out to people and greeting them in a bit humorous way, because when you have 380 New Year greetings, it's difficult to remember whether you received the greeting from me or not. But if there's a humorous touch, chances are that more often than not, your greeting will be remembered by the person who's receiving it. So whenever you're sending festive greetings, try and be a little humorous. Whenever you want to just keep in the mind space of the person, of a group, try and just reach out, because nothing sells more than Marketing 2.0 conference. Is that okay? You can send me the money by PayPal, Emma.
If all of us can remember our school days, the most what you will remember is the instances or the moments where you've had a good laugh, rather than when you've not had a good laugh. So all these moments, they resonate with you, they stay with you. Why not use that to your benefit? Brands are doing that, where they want to use humor as content so that they can resonate with the brand, they can leave an imprint. It's a feel-good factor for everyone. And I'm sure in the coming future as well, a lot of humor will be used by brands to put themselves out in the market.
Absolutely. Another example which brings me to the topic is, I was standing outside and I was having a conversation with another lady from another conference, and she asked me what my name was, and I told her Pramod, and she was like, what? Because she was finding the name to be little difficult to pronounce, and I said, I promote websites, I promote brands on social media, promote, so just change T with D. And I realized that it was a statement which I just, threw instantly, but had a strong recall, because now I'm sure that she's going to remember my name for long, for good. And I realized that I was able to pick up a good piece of content, which I'm going to post on LinkedIn tomorrow when I'm back in India.
Absolutely. So now there is a very thin line between humor and not being funny, because some brands took it overboard. They paid the price for it. Of course, they made their comebacks. But do you have anything where you can suggest brands what not to do when it comes to humor?
See, I already answered that. We have to be very careful in our tonality. We have to be very careful about the taste and preferences of the target audience to whom we are targeting. We have to be very careful in picking up the platform. For instance, if you try to be way too funny on LinkedIn, it may be a turn off for people. Vis-a-vis, if you try and be humorous on Facebook. So, picking up the right platform is also very important, and having a deeper understanding about the audience to whom you're targeting, equally important. And besides all this, you have to be double sure before you go out in the market and have your marketing communication which is humorous, just to ensure that it is not offensive to a particular group of people, a particular community, or so on and so forth.
Absolutely. I do have a checklist of my own when it comes to humor on what not to do. One, don't discuss politics. Two, do not discuss religion. Three, do not discuss sexual orientation. And four, do not be humorous on the expense of anyone else. If it has to be someone, let it be you.
So your final notes, and because I see Emma staring at us, so I get a sense. Your final notes.
I think it's a bad joke, but let me ask you, how many marketers does it take to screw a light bulb?
You have to say it one more time.
Okay, how many marketeers does it take to screw a light bulb? Answer is none, because they've automated it.
Thank you. I think we'll open the floor for
Yes,
questions.
we're open for questions or jokes.
It is such a difficult topic that we have.
Let's do jokes instead of questions.
It's a really hard topic, and also humor. Having written scripts for radio, right? You get creatives come to you. Oh, I want to do something different. I want to do something humorous, creative, and they end up doing stuff that is so beige because it's hard to do anything in a place here where you have 200 nationalities to not do something that someone might find offensive. So you kind of have to keep it bland. But situational comedy always goes down well. This is why shows like Friends are so popular wherever, because it's situational comedy. Everyone relates to it. I mean, it's one of the hardest things to do is humor. I mean, my whole life's been humorous with a surname like Brain. Imagine my childhood. I mean, there's nothing you can say that I haven't heard before. And working in radio, you used to get the listeners that would phone up, like the skits in The Simpsons, phoning up the bar. Oh, hello, my name is Bend Over. Right? Stuff like this. It's just, but it's very hard here, and I cannot remember the last time that I heard a funny radio ad, because they can't write comedy. They don't know how to do it, or they're just so scared of offending someone. And I think that's a real big challenge.
Right.
I think on that, I would just want to add one more point, that humorous content is not for every brand.
Yeah.
You have to be very careful before you decide to take the plunge, because sometimes there are brands who try to go overboard and they end up screwing themselves.
Yep.
I believe the shift over the years from visual as well as hearing has moved to mostly visual now. 80% of the content consumed is video. So people would want to relate to something that they see rather than what they hear.
Mr. Bean.
Absolutely.
Never said a word.
Absolutely.
Never said a word, apart from Teddy every now and again. Right? But this is the kind of thing, it's situational humor that has no words, so it doesn't matter where you come from. It's funny.
There is another brand, when you talk about situational humor, there is one brand who has aced the game, and that is Amul. They are into dairy and dairy products in India, one of the largest, and they don't miss even a single opportunity to come up with a humorous content which is situational based. They just do it like the boss. You have to just go and Google people who have not heard of the brand. It's AMUL. You just Google Amul humorous content and you will see a plethora of that.
Right, there's a term for that. It's called moment marketing. I'll give you a very, very good example for that. So everyone knows how hyped the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard divorce was. It was live on TV. Can you beat that? When the trial was over, it was time for the verdict. 4 or 5 days later, the verdict was to be announced. So on TV, you can see Amber Heard goes up to Johnny Depp and she whispers something in his ears. And there was this company who put that up saying that, do you know what Amber Heard said to Johnny Depp? And if you scroll down, it was, this company is looking for Unix engineers. Please write to this. And that's how they try to market themselves using moment marketing. Yeah.
Nice. All right then. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for that session.
Thank you so much.
That's great stuff. Let's get you having your nice photo there. Well, perhaps we'll get some help with this in our next session, which is going to be called Seed to Fruit Storytelling, Transforming Your Brand's Message Through Creativity. And coming up to give this little session is the lovely Denise Srinalau, founder and CEO of Passion Fruit Marketing Collaboration. And I remember that because I remember her tagline, make your passion fruitful. See, I remembered that. Fantastic. So please welcome Denise up to the stage, everybody.
Hi everyone, I'm the last one to talk today before we head over to the recognition session. And as you see, I'm very small, and could you guys still see me? Is my head floating right now? So I'll just keep this short. Seed to fruit storytelling. This is something that, this is our creative process in our company, and this is really something that we believe in. So before I start, I would just like to ask any of you, could you guys share any story that you found amusing in the past 24 hours? Just anything. Feel free to go to the mic, and as a good friend, I would like to volunteer a person I just met in this conference, Kevin. I'm very prepared for lack of audience participation, and I have so much transparency that I am telling you, before I went here, if no one stands up, you will stand up. And he said, right. I got your back, girl, I got your back. Right. It will never be boring. Yes.
Let's do it. Okay.
Kevin, okay, so my first question is, could you share just like in a sentence, a story you found really amusing?
The train stations here in Dubai are way more advanced than the ones we got way back in the Philippines.
And why do you think that story is amusing? Where is it coming from?
Yeah, from the moment that I stepped in on the platform, the voiceover is loud and clear, whereas in the Philippines it's kind of mucky, like a and you don't like to go to those train stations because you don't feel like you're gonna go to your destinations when hearing those
voiceovers.
Yes, and the air conditioning is really, really good, even if it's packed, right?
Exactly.
Back home, we'd feel each other's sweat just going through the train station on a peak season. Thank you so much, Kevin. And so now I would like to call on an unscripted audience participation. The gentleman over there, is it okay? Could you share any story that you really liked? The past 24 hours, or maybe the past 3 days, being at a conference, or okay, now I would be going to the center of the stage. Oh, we got another one. But I'm still going to the center of the stage because, I'm really small and I would like to show off my outfit for today. It's a different color. And I'm really small. And yes, for our next audience participation, who would like to share a story? Yes. Go ahead. Please share it with us.
I guess that people are asking me why I'm coming here, right?
Yes.
And the reason why I want to meet the great minds, people, okay? And then, of course, we network. So these 2 days, I was caught into the situation where it is not easy because just after I met a Russian fellow, friends, and we were just talking and suddenly they talk about the war. After that, I met one lady from Ukraine. And then they're talking, and but I'm so sorry. But the beauty for me, both are talking good things about, I think soon it will be over and everything will be just fine. It's relieved me because, you know what? Because I'm worried that the next day I'm worried that this one is from Ukraine or from Russia. I am Indonesian. I'm so sorry. I don't think this is like negative thing. This is what I feel like. What a bless this event.
Yes.
Okay, right?
But at that moment, I guess you were worried.
I'm worried just because they look the same, and because I'm Indonesian and Asian, right? So I'm afraid of commenting wrong things.
Yes.
But happily, which I feel relieved. I talk to my daughter, see how beautiful this conference is.
Yes, actually, I agree. We've seen different nations, and we all come from the place of wanting to serve
It's really awkward on me.
people through marketing, right? And it's really great that here cultures matter and it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. That's it.
Yes, it matters and it doesn't matter because we are all here for the same reason.
And the situation within a country does not matter in here. We are just marketers.
Yes, we are in a safe space in each other's arms, and it's a blessing to be here today. So the reason why I'm asking different stories from different contexts is because we have to always remember that great stories come from real emotion, real struggle, real feelings. And with the seed to fruit storytelling that I'm about to share with you, the seed here is actually the story that we have, the core, the main message, the soul of our message. And just like seeds, we cannot just plant them in any soil. And each seed is different. Some would bear fruit, some would be vegetables, some would be flowers, and they would all sell differently. Some take like 1 million gallons of water. Others would live forever without even any hydration. Some would sell a ton after waiting for it to bloom for like 10 years, a decade, 20 years. And then some stories, some seeds could, bear fruit the next day, but it would sell for a cheaper price at higher volume. And so this is what I want to share, that these stories that you're sharing with me today, these are seeds. And we could all use it differently. Does it mean that the story of Kevin riding the train, does it mean that Kevin's story is only effective on Facebook? Because experts say that you have to be on Facebook, that you have to be on TikTok. Because trends are saying that you have to start dancing. What I mean to say is trends, data, they're all important. But when we forget the soul of our message, of our story, then it's just as good as, not even having a strategy. So as marketers, we often forget the soul of the brands we handle. We often look at data, we often ask experts, we often, get pressured by the likes of the next brand that's trending right now, but we forget to prioritize the soul, the uniqueness of what we're handling, of even our personal story. I mean, just earlier we were talking about personal branding, and a lot of people lose themselves trying to get a portion of a market, of an audience that, wouldn't really care for them when they find out the real thing. And so what I'm trying to say is, as storytellers, it's important to first look into the core and the soul of a brand. And then afterwards, decide, where does it go? What format should I take? And one of the things I've been asked the past year, maybe 5 times, is, okay, do you think we should start a podcast? Do you think it's a good thing? Everybody's starting a podcast. Do you think it's for me? And the easy answer would be just to tell all my clients, yes, you need a podcast, because I'm gonna get rich. If you start your podcast, then I'm gonna earn more, right? But like, as someone who values stories, I wouldn't say yes to all of them, because a podcast is a long format. It's like saying, you could stretch a poem into a novel, or like saying an essay could be summarized into one sentence. And there are different types of stories, and all of our stories have souls. And the only way we could transform our content to various formats and still be true to who we are, or true to what the brand is holding, is if we understand the core of what we're handling, the story that we're carrying, the story that we chose. And so that's one of the things that are very, very important. And then, lastly, since I have 5 minutes left, and everybody is very, very excited to, see the awardees today, transforming messages goes beyond clicking and goes beyond statistics. Because what good is a company with a lot of sales today but can't generate anything in the next few years, because they've lost who they are in the process of all the noise. Remember, the trends go by faster than ever than before. Today, you feel like, oh my gosh, I'm riding on this trend, and then the next day there's a new one, right? And the only way that you could serve your clients or yourself or your stories better is when you understand that only by being authentic, and it's not being cheesy, it's really understanding the human spirit and the soul of a story. Only when you know the real thing that could drive out an emotion, that's the only time you could actually transform it well. So you have to ask yourself, does the brand I'm handling, does it need an article? Does it need a caption on Facebook? And most of the times, the best stories don't mind the rules. They just really focus on what's important. And I know there have been a lot of rules in the past, like shorter captions are better, be straight to the point, use pretty images, or stop adding links to your captions. Yes, they are true. They are algorithms. They are true. But handling like hundreds of projects over the past years, shockingly, I've learned to listen to my clients, and they would say, I really wanna share it this way. And there are a million instances where these posts get 5,000 likes, and the ones that followed the formats everybody is doing is that got like what, 10 likes in the same week. And so sometimes we think things don't work because the rules aren't followed, but well, in fact, some things don't work because we don't listen to the heart of the stories that we're handling. And so, I wanna end this short sharing on storytelling, by asking you guys to reflect on, why you're here today. Each of us got an award, and what does this award mean to you? What is the soul of that award? Is it to build credibility for your company? Is it a symbol of success from personal struggle? Is it a sign that you should hang on and keep on doing what you're doing? We all come from different stories, cultures, and what does this award mean to us? And what is the one story about this award at the back of it? I've heard so many beautiful speeches over the past 3 days. What are the stories? What is the story of your award that you would not trade for any money? And then ask yourself, are you asking your clients to delete their story just because you believe that this is the trend or the most effective thing? How much we treasure our personal stories, the core of it, the story of it, is the same with brands. These brands are built not just by like corporations. Like at some point, it had heritage, right? I mean, we've all handled different brands, and all of them have stories. All of them have employees who believe in it, who root for the company. And sometimes we have to ask ourselves, are we reaching out and drawing out that soul from the things we do by the pressure of everything, by the pressure of all the rules that are popping up? And we don't even know if it's worth it to drop the soul. And the best brands we know the history of, right? We all know how Apple started. We all know these things. And, it's just really, I just want to end this conference reminding all of us that, we have to respect the heart of the messages, of the stories, of the culture that we're handling, because we are blessed. We are more than blessed to be in the position of transforming, amplifying the right messages, and giving voice to so many brands and people. So that ends my talk. I have exactly 0 seconds. And thank you so much, Marketing 2.0, for having me.
Thank you so much, Denise. That was a great way to end us on. What a great message there. Absolutely love that. Thank you so much for that. Wonderful. Maybe I'll tell you my grandfather's anecdote sometime. It's kind of amusing. It's good, but I don't have time right now. So we do have to crack on and do our last set of awardees, and they have sent us video messages. So are we all climbed up, ready to go? All good, guys over there? Yes, yes, yes. All good? Fantastic. So first up, our first Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Netta Doran, LinkedIn Specialist, B2B Marketing and Sales from NSG Media.
Marketing 2.0 conference organizers for presenting me with the Exceptional Leadership Award. It's really very exciting. For 15 years, I've been involved in the digital world in Israel, specializing in B2B, and I'm happy to get the opportunity to meet you all and be exposed to people from so many different countries. On a personal note, it's important to me that more women hold positions of power in the business world and public sphere. I could also add to that and say how important it is, even for humanity, that companies are managed jointly by men and women. This naturally also produces better business results. Regarding entrepreneurship, and creativity. I have the best school in the world, the State of Israel, Startup Nation, and the tech companies and other organizations I feel so fortunate to be involved with. In addition to digital marketing for my clients, I also manage an investor relations at Gold Venture Investments and the sourcing of promising tech startups. I would like to take advantage of this platform and invite you to contact me through LinkedIn, Netadoron, and see how we can collaborate. Thank you again for recognizing my work by giving me the Exceptional Leadership Award. I wish you all the best. Shalom, salam, and goodbye.
Thank you to Netta there. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Mike Lorenz Sandig, Chief Executive Officer at Digital Linov Marketing.
Hi, good day to everyone there in Dubai. It's me, Milo Sandig, greeting you all the way from the Philippines. Thank you so much for considering me and selecting me as the recipient of your Most Outstanding Leadership Award for Marketing 2.0. It's really a great honor, you guys. It's really heartwarming that you guys even considered me and even gave me this award. I know you guys have been considering so many possible awardees all over the globe. And for me to be selected as the awardee is really something else. It's really unfortunate I couldn't be there with you guys tonight, but hopefully sooner or later, in whatever country you'll be doing this again, I hope I could join you. So there, congratulations to the other awardees and hope to see you soon.
Great stuff. Thanks to Mike for that. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Nathania Sharia de la Pena, CEO of Shutterlight Digital.
Hi there, I'm Sharia de la Pena, CEO of Shutterlight Digital. First and foremost, thank you so much for this award. It really means a lot. I'm very honored and humbled to receive this award. And of course, big thanks to the team behind Shutterlight Digital who made all of this possible. And of course, to my friends and family showered me with a lot of love and support. In a time where we are all recovering from the pandemic, the world has really made a significant shift towards digital marketing. And actually with that, it has helped us to connect to the world in ways more than we can imagine. And back then we would say that the future is bright in digital marketing. But now we can say that we are living in the present day and digital marketing has never been this relevant at this time. So yeah, a big salute to all my fellow digital marketers out there. Let's continue to innovate, let's continue to inspire, let's continue to work together and make a difference and move creatively forward. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you so much to Nathania. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award winner is Kapano Moshoana, Managing Director of KPRM Media.
Hello everyone, I hope you guys are well. Thank you so much once again to Marketing 2.0 for this lovely opportunity. My name is Kopano Mashwana and I am all the way from the beautiful country South Africa, and I am definitely waving the South African flag very high, the African flag if there was one, very high. I'm very proud to be one of the people that are representing my continent, my country, and really just showcasing that we are capable of so many beautiful things. And it really is a true honor to be, recognized at such a young age of 26 years old and receiving an Outstanding Leadership Award in the marketing industry for all the contributions that I've done so far in my career. It is absolutely mind-blowing to know that I've been recognized at such a young age and at such an early stage in my development in career as well as business, but it's absolutely exciting and it definitely gives me a confirmation that I am on the right path. And like I said, this one is definitely for Africa. This is my very first award and it's really something so amazing. And I'm hoping that the next time I get awarded by the Marketing 2.0 prestigious event, that will be through my company called KPRM Media Solutions, which is a digital marketing agency that I founded back in 2016. And really our premise or why we exist is to really promote marketing in a conscious way, really selling to customers what they really need as a society, and really just, paying it forward in a great way, because as we advance, our societies advance, so the marketing has to advance as well, and it has to be humanized 110%. So that's literally our brand ethos or identity, and I'm hoping that next year we can also win a lovely award around explaining what conscious marketing is all about. That is what KPRM Media Solutions stands for, and I'm hoping that next year I will definitely join you guys physically, and this time for a different award. Thank you so much once again, guys. You guys are doing an amazing thing to create this platform for marketing leaders to be recognized all over the world globally. It's absolutely amazing, and I wish you guys all the best. And for everyone that is there physically, I hope you guys enjoy the event, and I hope you guys get to networking and really get to, grow your guys' business brands. Thank you so, so much once again. Cheers from South.
Congratulations to Kopano there. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Abdullah Ayanat, co-founder and Media Relations Director of W7 Worldwide.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's my pleasure to be with you at this regional marketing conference. I am Abdullah Ayanat, one of the founders of W7 Worldwide, a leading PR agency in the MENA region. I feel honored today to receive the Leadership Award, which is a testimonial of our hard work and commitment to excellence. I also thank my talented team at W7 Worldwide. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Abdullah. And our next award winner for Outstanding Leadership is Aisha Wasay Sariki, Creative Director and Marketing Specialist.
Thank you so much for this recognition. I'm truly honored and humbled to be receiving this award. As someone who has experienced firsthand the challenges a woman faces in leadership role, I know firsthand that it takes a lot to overcome these obstacles and to succeed. But one thing that I've realized really helps is having the support and encouragement of your colleagues, your mentors, and your family, who have, in my case, really pushed me to strive for excellence in my work and at home. I hope to continue to be a role model to other women, and to inspire them to pursue their goals and be determined and pursue these goals. Once again, I'm truly honored. Thank you so much.
And our final award for Outstanding Leadership goes to Jawahir Mohammed, CEO and founder of Paper Trails LLC. And unfortunately, we do not have a video from them. So that pretty much concludes the Dubai 2022 edition of Marketing 2.0 conference. On behalf of the entire team, I'd like to thank our gold sponsor, Samina Chowdhury, our exhibitors, and of course, all you incredible delegates who've attended the event and helped to make it a success as well. We're thrilled you had a great time with us, and we hope to be returning with some useful information for your team back home. I hope you found it useful, educated, collaborated, cooperated. It's been an honor to serve as your host for the last 3 days, and we'll see you at the upcoming edition of Marketing 2.0 conference. My name's Emma, and until we meet again, have a wonderful evening, and thanks for those of you that stayed. It's just me, myself, and I. It's okay.